این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده.
ایرانیان آزادیخواه، فرزندان دلیر سرزمین پارس، با جدیت و عزم راسخ از شما می‌خواهم که قدرت جمعیتان را به نیروهای سرکوبگر نهاد جمهوری اسلامی و تمام دنیا نشان دهید. برخیزید و اتحادتان را به نمایش بگذارید تا تاریکی عقب نشیند. از شما آزادیخواهان می‌خواهم که در کنار هم و در یک روز و یک ساعت در سراسر ایران بزرگ قدرت جمعی خودتان را به صورت امن به نمایش بگذارید. نیروهای سرکوبگر توان مقابله با شما را در همه شهرها و خیابانها ندارند. به نیروهای مسلح ملی فرمان می‌دهم در خانه بمانید. در آن روز بزرگ که مردم قدرتشان را آشکار می‌کنند، از مقابله با برادران و خواهران ایرانی خودداری کنید. به یاد آورید که شما نگهبانان ملت هستید، نه ابزار سرکوب. کشورهای خارجی تنها برای پیشبرد اهداف خود عمل می‌کنند و نبایستی مسئولیت تغییر و جایگزینی حکومت را بر گردن بگیرند. این حرکت نهایی بر دوش شما مردم آزادیخواه خواهد بود. پیروزی نور بر تاریکی قطعی است. به نام ایران و به حکم رسالت تاریخی از شما می‌خواهم که به یاری ایران بیایید. افتخار شما در نگهبانی از تمامیت ارضی ایران و جان و مال ملت ایران است. برخیزید. آزادی شما در همبستگی و شجاعت شماست.
Well, hello, everyone. Welcome to the Monday episode of The Goldie Show, where we talk all things Middle East, Islamic terrorism, jihad, and of course, Iran. I'm your host, Goldie Gamari. Thank you for joining. Sorry, I was a little bit late today. I had to deal with a few personal matters, but I am here now. And we have a very, very important show today. And I don't even know where to begin. So I'm going to start from the beginning, as is probably the easiest. And don't worry, we will get through every single video that is being put out right now on X, because for those of you who might not be aware, Iran is occupied by a totalitarian Islamic dictatorship. Not only do they control the people and force them, to live a horrible life under Sharia law, they also control the media. There is no such thing as freedom of press or journalism in occupied Iran. They control the media. They control the messaging that comes out. And so the only way that Iranians in occupied Iran are able to share their message with the rest of the world is through citizen journalism. Literally every single Iranian is a citizen journalist. And there are a number of news accounts on X, X being formerly Twitter. There are a number of media outlets on X that are Iranian, that are independent, and they are the ones who are receiving this footage from Iranians in occupied Iran and sharing it. So we are going to go through all of that. So for those of you who are wondering, why there's no live coverage on the ground in Iran, well, that's because no media outlet is allowed into occupied Iran, except for their own propaganda outlets, right? Like, Al Jazeera is a terrorist propaganda outlet. Al Jazeera is probably there, but I highly doubt that Al Jazeera is going to be covering any of this because, of course, they're a terrorist propaganda outlet. So we are going to go through everything. And before I get started with the videos, this image here that you see, this image is quickly going viral. That's an Iranian man there. And as you can see, those are the forces of the Islamic Republic. Clashes have begun, and I want to keep in mind and remind you all that um, many of those who are with the Islamic Republic, so these people that you see in riot gear, many of them aren't even Iranian. Many of them are from Lebanon, right? Like the Hezbollah people. Many of them are from Gaza. Many are from Iraq, Pakistan, Syria, um, Yemen. So all of these various countries in the Middle East that have been occupied and colonized by the Islamic Republic, um, all of those forces will also come to occupied Iran whenever Iranian people rise up. And we are going to go through all of that because more footage is coming out. So let's just dive right in. I'm going to start with this account on X. So this account is called Etelaf. You know what? Let me just make my screen a little bit smaller. I'm trying something new, guys. So I mean, it's a new layout. I figured this layout will give me it'll give me a better opportunity to like show videos in like a bigger format. So let me know what you think about this new layout here. So this is an account on X called Etelaf. Great account. I follow them. Of course, they generally post in Farsi. So as you can see, like it's been going wild. It's been going wild. I will get to every single one of these videos, but I want to go back a little bit. I mean, like it's just one video after another. So we have a jam-packed show for you guys today. Okay, so 8 hours. Where was this? 22. Okay, so I want to start here. So the economic situation in occupied Iran is terrible. Um, the country pretty much has gone into a financial collapse. The rial, that's the Iranian currency. The rial has hit a record low of, I think it's at like 1.4 million rials to the US dollar. Okay. 1.4 million rials to the US dollar. And I just want to put that in comparison before let me bring up the value of the rial. So in 1979, when the Shah of Iran was still in power, the value of the rial, it was 70 rials to 1 US dollar. Okay, so that was 46 years ago. 70 rials to 1 US dollar. Today, it has hit a record low of 1.4 million rials to the US dollar. So, as you can tell, in 46 years, the Islamic dictatorship has not only brutalized the Iranian people, they have basically made Iran go into financial and economic collapse. And the reason that this has happened is because the Islamic dictatorship does not care about Iran or Iranian people. They are an occupying force. And even though Iran is an incredibly resource rich country, right? The people of Iran, at least 70%, live below the poverty line. And that's because of the financial economic mismanagement. I mean human rights violations aside, right? Like I'm not even talking about the fact that like the terrorist Islamic regime is literally murdering Iranians every day in the name of Allah and Muhammad and Islam. All of that aside, right? Even on the economic side of things, they've ruined the country. And that's because it is an occupation that does not care about Iran. They see Iran as an ATM. And so basically, this is why we say that the Islamic Republic is the biggest sponsor of terrorism around the world, because all the money that should be going to Iranians and the country of Iran, it's all being funded. It's going to Gaza and like all those Palestinian terrorists. It's going to Hezbollah in Lebanon. It's going to the Houthis. It's going to Hashd al-Shaabi in Iraq, right? So it's also going to fund, it's also, all that money is funding all of these Islamic centers in Western countries that are radicalizing people in your own countries, right? So all of that money is coming from Iran. And so the country itself is an economic, financial collapse. So um, that's where things sort of started yesterday with this historic low of 1.4 million rials to the US dollar. Again, keep in mind, in 1979, it was 70 rials to the US dollar. So compare 70 rials under the Shah of Iran to 1.4 million today under the Islamic dictatorship. And of course, that's not even counting the water crisis, the economic, environmental issues as well. But yeah, like that, and all of that is still happening. So this situation with the economic financial collapse is on top of everything else. It's on top of the lack of drinking water. It's on top of the horrible environmental conditions. It's on top of the lack of electricity. It's on top of people living below the poverty line. And it's on top of, you know, people, Iranians, being murdered every day by the Islamic Republic just because they want freedom. I'm going to go to a few of the super chats here, and then I'll continue. So the major preliminary update from my groups modeling Tiananmen Square moment, 35% chance. Overall Pahlavi restoration probability now 75% and growing. Everything else is up in the air for the next 72 hours. Yes, I think the next 72 hours will be critical. And, we are seeing more and more footage come out. And I will go through everything because there's a lot to process, there is a lot to absorb. And for many of you who don't really know too much about Iran, don't really know too much about the 1979 Islamic Revolution, you might be confused as to why Iranians want their Shah to return. There's a very good reason for that. That's because everything that you think you know about the Shah of Iran is incorrect. It's all fake news, it's all lies, it's all propaganda that has been pushed out by the communists and the Islamists in order to justify taking over Iran and turning it into a 7th century Islamic hellhole governed by Sharia law. It's basically historical revisionism. But Iranians, of course, they know the truth. We know the truth about our country, about our history, about our Shah. And that's why the video that I just played for you, okay, so that is an AI generated video of the former Shah of Iran, His Royal Highness Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. That video is going viral amongst Iranians on social media, even though it's AI generated. This is how much Iranians love the Shah. They love the Pahlavi dynasty. They want them back. They want them back. So once again, I'm actually going to replay that video for you because now that you know who that person is, that message is so clear. And even though the Shah passed away back in 1980 from cancer, um, I would say he is even more popular today than he was 50 years ago. I mean, 50 years ago, he was beloved. Like Iranians loved him, right? Iranians loved him. Unfortunately, the Islamic coup d'etat happened. But what I can tell you is that today, 50 years later, the Shah of Iran, the former Shah of Iran, because we also do have a current Shah, and I will get to him. But the former Shah of Iran is more loved today than he was back in 1979. And this is the Islamic Republic's worst nightmare. The reason it's the Islamic Republic's worst nightmare is because like we're talking about millennials, we're talking about Gen Z, we're talking about Gen Alpha, right? 3 generations of Iranians, starting with me. I'm a millennial. I was born in 1985. So I have never experienced a free Iran. I have never experienced an Iran that was a constitutional monarchy. The only Iran that I know is the one that I was born in, which is an occupied Iran, occupied by the Islamic dictatorship. And yet, me as a millennial, I love the Shah. I love the Shah. I love everything about him. I love the Shah. I love the Shahbanu, the Queen. The more that I read about him, the more that I learn about him, the more I realize that the man was a true patriot. And the Shah was actually protecting Iranians from the threat of Islamism and communism. And unfortunately, Iranians back then were not smart enough to understand that. And now we've been basically paying the price for the mistake of the generation of 79 with blood. There are documentaries. I have a lot of these documentaries and videos about the Shah are on my YouTube channel. So I encourage you to go and watch those. I will be making short videos about that as well. But now that you have a little bit of context about the Shah, I'm going to replay this AI generated video of the Shah of Iran, the former Shah of Iran. And this video is, again, it's going viral amongst Iranians. Like, it's just, Iranians cannot get enough of the Shah. So let me play that for you again. How do I do this? Here we go. It's this one. Sorry.
آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده.
ایرانیان آزادیخواه، فرزندان دلیر سرزمین پارس، با جدیت و عزم راسخ از شما می‌خواهم که قدرت جمعیتان را به نیروهای سرکوبگر نهاد جمهوری اسلامی و تمام دنیا نشان دهید. برخیزید و اتحادتان را به نمایش بگذارید تا تاریکی عقب نشیند. از شما آزادیخواهان می‌خواهم که در کنار هم و در یک روز و یک ساعت در سراسر ایران بزرگ قدرت جمعی خودتان را به صورت امن به نمایش بگذارید. نیروهای سرکوبگر توان مقابله با شما را در همه شهرها و خیابانها ندارند. به نیروهای مسلح ملی فرمان می‌دهم در خانه بمانید. در آن روز بزرگ که مردم قدرتشان را آشکار می‌کنند، از مقابله با برادران و خواهران ایرانی خودداری کنید. به یاد آورید که شما نگهبانان ملت هستید، نه ابزار سرکوب. کشورهای خارجی تنها برای پیشبرد اهداف خود عمل می‌کنند و نبایستی مسئولیت تغییر و جایگزینی حکومت را بر گردن بگیرند. این حرکت نهایی بر دوش شما مردم آزادیخواه خواهد بود. پیروزی نور بر تاریکی قطعی است. به نام ایران و به حکم رسالت تاریخی از شما می‌خواهم که به یاری ایران بیایید. افتخار شما در نگهبانی از تمامیت ارضی ایران و جان و مال ملت ایران است. برخیزید. آزادی شما در همبستگی و شجاعت شماست.
So there you go. I get chills watching that video. It's such a beautiful work by his name is Hamid Farrokh Nejad. I credited him in that video, and again, that is going viral. So, all right, let's get into the protests in Iran. There's a lot to go through, so we're just going to get started. So this was yesterday, December 28th. And it says today, Sunday, the 7th of day. So 7th of day, because there's, we use the Iranian calendar. So the 7th of day is the 28th of December. The strike of merchants in Aladdin Bazar, Chorsu, and Shush, Tehran in protest against the staggering and unchecked increase in the dollar rate. So So there's the first video. So this is downtown Tehran. So himayat means support. So these are the strikes from yesterday. So with the collapse of the rial to a historic low of 1.4 million rials, a lot of shopkeepers in Tehran decided to shut down their stores and go out and protest. And so what they are chanting here is, himayat, which means support. They're also saying bebandin. Bebandin means shut it down. So they're going out and they're encouraging other shopkeepers and shop owners to shut down their stores, to support them, right? Like they're basically calling for a general strike. Now, I want to point out this is from yesterday, and we're going to see sort of the evolution of this demonstration, because it started as it started as a protest to the financial collapse, but it has now very quickly escalated to regime change, wanting to get rid of the Islamic Republic and calling for the return of the Shah. This is very, very typical for Iranian protests. Okay, so there's always a spark. There's always a spark. Some event, and then if those protests go unchecked, as more people gather, it goes from like that one small event into regime change. And so this is the Islamic revolution, the Islamic dictatorship's biggest fear. Now, in the past, when there have been demonstrations like this, they have been very, very quickly shut down. The Islamic regime has checkpoints everywhere. Those checkpoints are meant to those checkpoints are meant to discourage people from gaining mass and gaining momentum, right? Like a protest of 100 people, that's easily manageable. But a demonstration that has maybe 100,000 or 200,000 or 400,000 or even a million people, that of course is not manageable. So in the past, when the Islamic dictatorship was much stronger, it was able to quickly shut down these demonstrations. And it was actually, I think it was almost around a year ago, that there was mass protests in the Grand Tehran Bazaar. Like there was a strike, and that seemed to be getting big. But then literally the next day, that same bazaar was full of Islamic regime security forces, basically anti-riot people, right? And so that just it stopped, right? Like it stopped everyone from doing what needs to be done. What we are seeing right now, and we will get through all of the videos. I'm going to go through every single one, so no worries there. But what we are seeing now is a progression. So again, these videos are from yesterday, when people like the shop owners were calling for store owners to go on strike in order to protest the complete collapse of the financial system and the economic system. Again, the rial hit a record low of 1.4 million. But as you're about to see, that is basically just a spark. And it's not just about the economy. The economy is just one aspect of it. So I will walk you through all of that as well, because these are the things that you will not see in mainstream media. This is a context that they do not provide to you in mainstream media. Dakini, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate that. Pierre, so who is the successor? The successor is Reza Pahlavi II, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi II. I will, of course, speak about him as well, but this is the successor for the crown. He is the current Shah of Iran. In fact, when the late Shah of Iran passed away in 1980, he took the oath of succession. So in 1980 in Cairo, he actually took the oath of succession. And so that's why, for many of us, we consider him the current Shah of Iran, because the monarchy was never broken. He assumed the role of his father. And the other thing that's really important is that the Shah of Iran never actually abdicated. He never abdicated. He never left the throne. He was always the Shah of Iran. And so that's why, for many of us, we just view the Islamic dictatorship as a foreign occupation, and we want to get rid of the Islamic dictatorship, and we want to go back to what we had prior to 1979. I will get into that more later, but to answer your question, this is a successor for the crown. He has his website there. I will put the website in the YouTube comments as well, so that you guys can check it out if you like. So thank you so much for that. All right, going back to the protests and demonstrations here. So the next one. So you can see this. So this was a shopping center, shopping mall in Tehran, and you can see the Iranians are outside. They're chanting, like the Iranian shopkeepers, right, are outside. They're chanting. Like, this is sort of where it started. So you can see them. So you can see them here, right? Like, they are they're basically starting to close down their shops and going out. Again, keep in mind, this is yesterday. So for those of you who are wondering if the demonstrations have gone outside of Tehran, the capital, yes, they have. I will get to them, guys. There's so many videos coming out that I can't even keep track, but we will get through every single video and we will get to what is happening today. But I'm starting with yesterday to give you guys an understanding of how this all happened. So this was yesterday, where you have the store owners who are protesting the collapse of the dollar. Sorry, the rial, in respect to the dollar. So that was yesterday. And then here we go again. So this one says, video of another merchant's protests in the Charsu and Aladdin passages, Tehran, with chanting the slogan, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, we are all together." So this, guys, this is how quickly the protest went from protesting the economic and financial collapse of the rial, to almost immediately it went into anti-Islamic Republic chants. So the chant natarsid ma hame ba ham hastim, which is, don't be afraid, we're all together. That is a very, very common chant by Iranians when they are out in the streets trying to overthrow the Islamic Republic, or when they are out in the streets and the Islamic Republic's riot police is beating them up and murdering them and attacking them, right? So Iranians will chant, don't be afraid, we are all together. So guys, like literally, this video, when was this video posted? So this video was posted at 9:40 a.m. Okay, about the shops, the shopkeepers just protesting the collapse of the rial, and then literally 9:40, like not even 20 minutes, into the demonstrations about the economy, within 20 minutes, all of a sudden, the protest went from protesting the economy to pro-revolution, anti-Islam chants, guys. Okay, so this is what I mean. Right, so they're saying natarsid, which means don't be afraid, and then ma hame ba ham hastim, which means we are all together. For someone who's asking, is it actually a republic? No, it is not. The Islamic dictatorship, it's a totalitarian dictatorship. They just call themselves a republic. It's very like Orwellian dystopia doublespeak, right? Like there's nothing democratic or republic about it. So no, it is a totalitarian dictatorship. They just call themselves a republic, but it's pretty much nonsense. And to all the Iranians in the YouTube chat, thank you so much for your support. Really appreciate all of you. And yes, I will do my best to share the actual news coming out of Iran, Payande Iran, Javid Shah. All right, so we're going to listen to this again. So guys, literally, this is why the Islamic Republic is so afraid of these demonstrations and protests, because it might start with something. It could be anything, right? It might start with one small complaint, but because Iranians are severely oppressed and they don't want to live in an Islamic dictatorship, and because they have been trying to overthrow the Islamic dictatorship for a very long time, any small event could be the spark. And as you can see in this demonstration here, what started with the complaints about the collapse of the rial, within 20 minutes it went to anti-Islamic dictatorship, pro-revolution chants. It's going to get better than this, but this is just the beginning. So for those who are not familiar with the types of chants that Iranians make when they're demonstrating, they would miss the context, right? So this is the context you will not get in the mainstream media. This is a context you will not get from the Islamists and the leftists and the communists who support the Islamic Republic, right? So they will not tell you this. But I'm here to tell you that this chant, natarsid ma hame ba ham hastim, is a pro-revolution, anti-Islamic regime chant. So within 20 minutes was all it took for Iranians to start speaking out and demonstrating against the Islamic Republic itself and calling for its overthrow. It's going to get more explicit. Again, this is just the beginning from yesterday. Okay. So there's the first video. So here, as more shopkeepers shut down their stores, and go to join the protests. People are, cheering and clapping in support of their fellow Iranians who are now shutting down their stores and getting involved in the streets. There you go. So that was literally within 20 minutes of the first one. So okay. So then this happened. So this is all still yesterday, okay? We have not even gotten to today and what's happening today. So simultaneously with the protests by merchants in Aladdin Passage, yes, we do have a passage called Aloydin in Iran, very Middle Eastern, I know. Simultaneously with the protests by merchants in Aladdin Passage. So passage is not, so this is just like a Google translation here. Passage does not mean like a passing in the traditional English sense. Passage actually, it's passage. Passage is just another word for like a mall, like a shopping center. So Aladdin Passage, it's actually like Aladdin Mall, Aladdin Shopping Center. That's what passage means here. So simultaneously with the protest by merchants in Aladdin Passage, Chahar, Su, and Shush, the shopkeepers from the Tehran iron market also went on strike. So now you see shopkeepers in other parts of the city of Tehran hearing about the strike, and they are now joining in. So here we go. So you can see like everything is just shut down, right? Like all these stores, right? These are all stores here. It's for those of you who are from North America and who are watching, you might not know what these things are, but of course people who are watching me from Europe and other places, you'll be familiar with this. So these are these are shops, and then you open and close them with like the rolling metal door. So this is literally the middle of the day on Sunday, guys. So Sunday in Iran is like a weekday. Okay. So Saturdays and Sundays, North America and Europe, they're weekends. But the weekend in Iran, like most countries in the Middle East, and of course Israel as well, the weekend is generally like Thursday evening and Friday. So Friday is considered the weekend. So if there was going to be a day for things to shut down, it would be Friday. Israel is Saturday though. So Israel, because it starts at in the Friday evening for Shabbat, and then Saturday I think until noon. But in Iran, the weekend is typically considered like Friday for sure, full day, and then sometimes Thursday evening or something like that. So Sunday is a working day. Sunday is a full working day in occupied Iran. So you would expect things to be open, but it's the middle of the day. It's the middle of the day on Sunday, and you can see like it's just the start of the day, and all these shops are closed down, right? Like this one is shut down, this one here, the one like it's just rows and rows. Oops, let me close it. It's just rows and rows of shops just shut down, right? There you can see like every single one has just closed its doors because Iranians are hearing about the general strike, and so they are now getting involved as well. So again, this was the shopkeepers of the Tehran iron market also went on strike. Again, this is yesterday, Sunday. So, and then here we go. So upon hearing of the news of the strikes, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, the current Shah of Iran, and the leader of the official opposition, who's fighting against the Islamic dictatorship, he put out a message. And this is the English translation. So he writes, exactly 1 year ago, when the price of $1 had reached 82,000 tomans, Prince Reza Pahlavi published the following message addressed to various segments of the Iranian nation, including the Bazaris. 1 year later, $1 has reached 145,000 tomans. So, guys, just a quick context here. So, the official currency of Iran is the rial. The toman, like 10 rials is worth 1 toman. Because the rial is literally worthless these days. We pretty much use toman because even the toman is worthless, but the official currency is rial, and 10 rials is 1 toman. So 145,000 tomans, that is 1.4 million rial. Just wanted to give some context there. So 1 year later, $1 has reached 145,000 tomans, which is 1.4 million rial, and the spark of protests and strikes has been ignited in several sections of the Tehran Bazaar. The prince's message to his fellow compatriots on this day is still a call for greater unity and support for one another to bring down the Islamic Republic and end this 47-year darkness. As I have always recommended, strikes and civil disobedience alongside street protests are an effective way to bring this regime to its knees. In this regard, I ask all my fellow compatriots to go beyond sectoral demands and support and stand by each other's protests. It is through the solidarity and unity of all segments of the Iranian nation that we can achieve the greater goal, which is the freedom and salvation of Iran. So that was the Shah's message yesterday that was put out through his official communications office. And okay, this is a message from the current Queen of Iran, but she's just giving condolence messages for the passing of a famous Iranian filmmaker, Bahram Bayazi, which is, very, very sad. My condolences, but of course, the focus of this podcast is on politics. So then they reposted this. Okay, so what's this? Where's this from? Is this from? Did the Shah put out a message yesterday, guys? Did I miss that? Wait, let me see. Let me see here, guys. Sorry, give me one moment. I wonder if I missed that. I honestly, let's see. No, he hasn't put out a video message. Okay. No, he hasn't put out a video message. So, I mean, that this message could be from something like an older message, because he has spoken about this in the past, but no, the Shah did not put out a message. Okay, so now we get into today. So those were videos from strikes coming out yesterday from occupied Iran. But now things are starting to get heated up. Wait, the Shah did send a video message? I don't see it on his Instagram or anywhere else. Let me check. Did I miss that? No. I don't see a video message. No. He didn't put out. Guys, if the Shah put out a video message, no, he sent messages, so he's communicated through his official communications channel, but he hasn't put out a video message yet. But I have my notifications turned on, so if and when the Shah of Iran puts out a video message, I will air it for sure. Okay, so getting back to the demonstrations. So yesterday, as news was spreading, okay, as news was spreading of these strikes, the internet was starting to get pretty shoddy. So one of the ways that the Islamic dictatorship, tries to prevent people from overthrowing them is through shutting down communications and internet in order to prevent Iranians from gathering together and coordinating to overthrow. Okay, so internet has become shoddy. However, um, I guess it seems like the total collapse of the economic financial system is just maybe this is it. Who knows? Because Iranians, like, they can't even like feed themselves. They can't pay for anything, right? So here's a video from yesterday. So it says urgent. Second day of Bazaar strike. Strike and protest gathering of shopkeepers on Millat Street. So So here they're also saying natarsid ma hame ba ham hastim, which means don't be afraid, we're all together. Again, that is an anti-Islamic regime pro-revolution chant. And as you can see, so this is from today, Monday. This is earlier. So Iran is of course about 8 hours ahead. So it's already like 9 p.m. at night. So this is earlier in the day. So you can see it's a Monday. It should be a working day. And all the shops here are shut down. So all the stores are shut down. And instead, people are in the streets. Right? Like everything is just shut down. Okay, so, but it continues. So here's more footage. Urgent. Second day of merchant strikes, strike and protest gathering of Jafari Bazaar merchants. So now this is another bazaar. This is another passageway, right? There's lots of shopping centers and malls, all across, Tehran. So people having heard of the strike and shutting down of stores at Aladdin Shopping Center, they're now doing it at Jafari Shopping Center. And little bit of humor. It has not gone by me that we're literally dealing with shopping centers named Aladdin and Jafar. Little funny coincidence there, I guess. But here is so as you can see, people are outside and they're starting to close down. They're starting to close down their shops outside as well. Sorry, I have a bit of a runny nose. I'm getting over a cold here. Okay, so there's that. Now it continues. Look at this. So now this is strike and protest gathering of shopkeepers in Charabarg. Charabarg means electricity intersection. So one thing that's really common amongst Iranians is like, I'm sure this happens in like other places as well, in other countries as well, where you have certain areas of the city that are dedicated towards like a particular trade or a particular store. And then so we basically call them like, intersection of whatever. So Charabarg, this is basically a section where I guess all the stores relate to, I don't know, things relating to electricity, right? Like, I don't know, selling lamps or electrical outlets, or I don't know, whatever, like, all the electrician stuff. So as you can see, even the merchants who deal with electricity and electric products, they have all shut down their stores in solidarity as well, right? So everyone is pretty much striking today. Now, what does this say? Second day of merchants' strikes, strike and march by Lalezar market shopkeepers with the national slogan, Long Live the Shah. So this is, again, the worst nightmare of the terrorist Islamic Republic, guys. So this is why the Islamic Republic tries to quash and quell these demonstrations as soon as they happen, because inevitably, right, the demonstration will not only lead to anti-Islam chants, but it also leads to pro-Shah chants, right? So that is the Islamic Republic's worst nightmare. The population in Iran is very, very young. I mean, I don't have the exact figures, but I would say like 70% of Iranians are below the age of 40. 70% of Iranians are below the age of 40. So these are people who have never lived under the time of the Shah. These are people who have only ever known about the Islamic dictatorship and Sharia law. These are people who were brought up in a totalitarian Islamic dictatorship where they were fed nothing but lies and propaganda about the Shah, right? And yet, 47 years of attempted indoctrination by the Islamic Republic has completely failed. The Iranian people today, not only do they hate the Islamic Republic, not only do they hate Islam in general, and I don't blame them. They have been living under a brutal Islamic dictatorship for the last 47 years, where they know, all they know is Sharia law and Allah and Islam and death and destruction and hatred and martyrdom, and they're sick of it. They are sick and tired of being forced to live under Sharia law. So not only are all of these young Iranians, right? We're talking about the millennials, which is my generation. We're talking about Gen Z, and we're also talking about Gen Alpha. That's 3 generations, 3 generations of Iranians who have known nothing but the Islamic dictatorship and Sharia law. 3 generations, and it's completely failed. Iranians are sick and done with the Islamic dictatorship. They want to go back to what Iran was before 1979. They want the Shah of Iran to return. And that's why here we're seeing literally less than 24 hours after the shopkeepers in Tehran went on strike due to the collapse of the rial. Again, the collapse of the rial, $1.4 million, 1.4 million rial to the US dollar, right? What started with demonstrations against the collapse of the rial, within less than 24 hours, it has now grown not only into anti-Islam demonstrations, but pro-Shah demonstrations. And here we are about to hear, so first of all, you can see like the video, all the stores are shut down, right? All the stores are shut down. And Iranians are chanting Javid Shah. What does Javid Shah mean? Javid Shah means long live the king. So this is basically their call to the world that we don't want Islam, we don't want the Islamic Republic. Oh, and by the way, we want our Shah to return. One of the ways that the Islamic regime and their lobby groups and pundits in the West, whether they're, the progressive, socialist, communist, Marxist, Islamist, whatever. One of the ways that these people who are paid for by the Islamic Republic, one of the ways that they have been able to co-opt the protests and convince non-Iranians, especially non-Iranian politicians, that, people, this isn't what you think it is. Like, people are just protesting this. No one's actually calling for regime change. Or, sometimes they'll say something like, yeah, people want a regime change, but they want reform. They want like an internal change, right? They just want a change of leadership. They're fine with the system. Or, sometimes people will come and say, yeah, there are opposition leaders, but then the opposition leaders are what we call the fake opposition, the controlled opposition. These are people that the Islamic Republic puts out there and secretly promotes to the world to make non-Iranians think that, there's opposition leaders. All of it is false. And the way that, this has been going on for a long time, and Iranians have finally learned their lessons. So the reason that you are hearing Iranians chant Javid Shah is because Javid Shah, aka Long Live the King, is the one sentence that the Islamic dictatorship cannot co-opt. The communists cannot co-opt. They cannot take Long Live the King away from Iranians. They cannot take that message and try to repurpose it into something that it's not, right? So when Iranians say Javid Shah, long live the king, they're making it very, very clear. No Islamic dictatorship, no Sharia law, no Islamic Republic. We want the king to return. We want the Shah to return. He is the only one that we trust. He is the only one that we support. He is the only leader that we trust to take Iran from a totalitarian Islamic dictatorship to a functioning and free secular democracy. So let's listen to what they are saying here. So in this first part, they're saying Reza Shah Ruhat Shad. Who is Reza Shah? Reza Shah, let me pull him up here because this is also important. We love Reza Shah. Love Reza Shah. So here we go. This is Reza Shah. So Reza Shah is the grandfather of the current Shah of Iran. And we call him the founder of modern day Iran, the father of modern day Iran, because it was under his rule in 1925 that he pulled Iran out of a third world Islamic hellhole that was controlled by the Shia clerics, right? He pulled Iran out of that and started modernizing and secularizing and democratizing Iran. And much of the infrastructure that we have today in Iran is because of this great man. So he is the grandfather of the current Shah, Reza Shah the Great, Reza Shah Bozorg. We love him. Love you, Reza Shah. So let's go back to Iranians. And again, so the other thing I want to point out, these people in Iran who are yelling Reza Shah Ruhat Shad, again, these are people, right? The vast majority of them are my age or younger, right? These are people 45 and under. Like I'm 40, so millennials starts at what? I think millennial is 40, 45. I don't know. Anyways, but age 40 and younger, right? So these are people who, again, have never ever lived under a free Iran. but they are literally saying Reza Shah Ruhat Shad. Again, this is one of those slogans that the Islamic dictatorship cannot take away from Iranians, cannot co-opt. So this guy just said tamam kaseba bastan, which means all of the stores, all of the shops are shut down. Tamam kaseba bastan. The other thing I want to point out, guys, is that as you can see from these demonstrations, like there's no looting, there's no rioting. People aren't going out and, like destroying and damaging each other's stores, right? Like this is very, very peaceful, as you can see. It's peaceful, it's non-violent for now. Now we will get to those videos where you'll see violence coming from the side of the Islamic dictatorship. But keep this in mind. Keep this in mind that all of these demonstrations you're seeing, it's peaceful, it's nonviolent. No one is attacking stores, right? No one is attacking each other. So there you go. So he says, Lalezar Tatile. Lalezar is another major shopping area in Tehran. Tehran is the capital city of Iran. And he's saying like Lalezar is shut down. Again, this is it's a working day. It's a normal working day, right? So there is, and we will get to this news channel too, Manoto News. We will get to the news channel. Okay, so here's another video. So the second day of merchants' strike and protest gathering of Aladdin Bazaar merchants. So now we're back to the original shopping center. This is the one where the demonstrations started yesterday. So those people that you saw demonstrating yesterday, so this is them. This is the second day. So let's see what this looks like today. So they're clapping and they're saying Himayat, Himayat. So Himayat means support, support. So what they're basically calling for is for everyone else, everyone who so far has not shut down their stores and gone on a general strike. They're calling on them to shut down their stores and join. And as you can see, it's very peaceful. Massive crowd, but it's peaceful, right? Because Iranians, we're not a bunch of savage Islamic jihadis who go around yelling Allahu Akbar. Believe it or not, we're actually normal, peaceful people who just want to live our lives in peace. And, prior to 1979, we were actually a normal, peaceful country. And it was only when the savage Islamic jihadis came that all this happened. And as you can see, guys, like, pay attention to these videos. No one's wearing like a keffiyeh, right? Like no one's like, I don't know, got like those crazy beards, right? Like no one is dressed up like a terrorist, right? I mean, this is how normal people dress. And as you can see, again, like not a single keffiyeh or anything here, right? Like, look at these people. Like they all look normal. They all look normal people. So there you go. Just, normal Iranian people who just are sick and done with Islam and they just don't want to live under Sharia law. So, and yeah, like all of these videos I've shown you, not a single like keffiyeh, not a single, no, they're not Christian. They're not Christian. So I know many of you are, so yes, I mean, Christianity is the fastest growing religion, but no, the vast majority are not. Like Christianity is still only small percentage. most Iranians are pretty much atheist or agnostic. So the vast majority have left Islam. I would say that today, less than 20% of Iranians in occupied Iran even identify as Muslim. 50 to 60% are pretty much atheist, agnostic. Christianity is growing. Zoroastrianism is growing for sure. Zoroastrianism is the second fastest growing religion. But there is one thing that I will say. For those Iranians who are secular, even though they don't necessarily identify with a religion, there has been a very, very strong um, resurgence in the Iranian identity. So even though Iranians are not, even though they're atheist or agnostic, they still identify with the cultural symbols of Zoroastrianism, because Zoroastrianism is an inherent part of the Iranian identity that goes back thousands and thousands of years. And so yeah, like I would say the vast majority are just, secular Zoroastrian, I guess. I mean, if you want to call it that, secular Zoroastrian. I don't know if that makes sense, right? Because they identify with the Zoroastrian symbols, like the farvahar and things like that, right? Like, like my necklace here. They're not like officially practicing, but they kind of identify with the symbols. And of course, all the traditions that we have, every single tradition and cultural celebration that we have comes from Zoroastrianism. So even Iranians who do not, even Iranians who are not officially Zoroastrian, um, we all celebrate the same cultural celebrations. Like Nowruz is the Persian New Year. Yalda night, the winter solstice. Mehregan, which is the fall equinox. Mehregan is like similar to like Thanksgiving, so we have our own version of Thanksgiving. And then there's also Tirgan, which is like the summer solstice. So all of these celebrations and more all come from Zoroastrianism. So I would say that there is definitely like the Iranian national identity is for sure rising here. I know I said less than 20% of Iranians identify as Muslim. Some people in the chat, some Iranians are saying less than 10%. I mean, I don't I don't know the numbers. You could very well be right. I'm just trying to be a little bit more I guess conservative with my estimates, but the number is very, very low. I wouldn't be surprised if less than 10% of Iranians identify as Muslim. But I mean, again, I don't know. I would rather just stick to like 20% or less, because I know it's somewhere there. But I mean, we won't know. We won't even like know the actual numbers until the Islamic dictatorship is overthrown, because again, the crime for leaving Islam is death, right? So the Islamic Republic also puts out these official figures claiming that like 99.9% of Iranians are Muslim. Meanwhile, like 3 years ago, they actually had to shut down 50,000 mosques because of lack of attendance. Did you guys know that? Here, I've shown this article before, but let me play it. Let me show it again for you. Let me find it here. There you go. So, I mean, guys, if you don't believe me, like, here you go. So, senior cleric claims religion in Iran weak, 50,000 mosques closed. So, and this is from 2023. Okay, so guys, this is from like 2.5 years ago, right? So 2.5 years ago, right? A senior Iranian cleric says around 50,000 50,000 of Iran's 75,000 mosques are closed, showing the declining numbers of Iranians attending. So, this isn't even coming from me. This is coming from the Islamic dictatorship itself, right? So, and I can guarantee you, if they are saying that 50,000 of the 75,000 mosques are closed, the number's probably way more than that, and they're probably trying to save face. But, the fact that the Islamic dictatorship in and of itself is admitting that they had to shut down two-thirds of all mosques in Iran because Iranians just don't attend, right? That's a big deal. That's a big deal. But you don't hear about this in the mainstream media. So this is what I mean. Sorry. This is what I mean when I say that Iran is not a Muslim country, and less than 20% of Iranians even identify as Muslim. And I mean, mosques are shutting down. Mosques are shutting down left, right, and center. Super chat from Frank. Keep up the good work. You are a breath of fresh air in these times, telling it how it is. Thank you so much, Frank, and thank you for your support. I hope you are enjoying the live stream. I have so much information to get through, but I'm very grateful that all of you are here and all of you are interested in learning about what's going on in occupied Iran. And I hope that you guys take some lessons here. Take some lessons from us Iranians because, we made the mistake back in 1979 of letting Islam take over the country. And it's been nothing but death, destruction, and despair for the last 47 years. I can pretty much safely say that Iran is one of the biggest countries in the Middle East, and it is not a Muslim country at all whatsoever. And as you can tell, it's and one of the reasons that the Islamic dictatorship stays in power is because, again, they bring in their proxy forces from other countries that they've colonized, right? They bring in their proxy forces from Lebanon. By Lebanon, I'm referring to Hezbollah. So I know I have a lot of Lebanese fans and followers. I want to make that very clear. When I speak about Lebanon, I'm not referring to the beautiful country of Lebanon. I'm referring to Hezbollah, which is occupying Lebanon. And by the way, the reason that Hezbollah is occupying Lebanon is because of the Islamic Republic, because it wasn't enough for them to ruin Iran. After they came and ruined Iran, they're now, Lebanon has turned horrible as well. And Hezbollah is fully funded by the Islamic dictatorship. So, yeah, and Hassan Nasrallah's disgusting, vile son is actually in Iran. He's in Iran. So I just want to make that clear. So when I refer to, people from Lebanon coming in, I mean that, the Hezbollah, right? So, and I will try to remember to make that distinction as well, because I know that's a very important distinction. I appreciate it when people distinguish between Iranians and the Islamic Republic. So I will do the same. I will try to remember to do the same for Lebanon as well. So yeah, the reason that the Islamic dictatorship is remaining in power is because they have to bring in all of these terrorist proxy groups that they have been funding for the last 47 years, right? So they have to bring in the Hezbollah from Lebanon. They bring in, the Palestinians. They bring in the Houthis in Yemen. They bring in Hashd-e-Shabi in Iraq. They bring in people from Pakistan, people from Nigeria, people from Afghanistan, people from Syria, right? All of these countries that are dealing with their own chaos and Islamic terrorism, it's because of the Islamic dictatorship. And so now they're recalling all of their troops. And that's basically what has been going on. Eric Barlow, I have been praying for Iran to be free. Thank you so much. Yes, please keep Iran in your prayers, guys. What's happening in Iran? It's not just about Iranians. It's also very significant to what's happening in Western countries, because a lot of the radicalization that you're seeing happening in Western countries is because of the Islamic dictatorship and the fact that they have been funding all of these, terrorist groups to operate in your countries as well. And, the one thing I also want to point out is that the vast majority of these Islamic terrorists who are affiliated with the Islamic Republic, they're not even Iranian, right? Like it's not us. It's those who are part of the Islamic dictatorship that have colonized and conquered Iran, right? They're the ones. And so one of the mistakes that a lot of, politicians or whoever will make is, they'll be like, oh, Iran bad, put Iran on the travel ban list. Meanwhile, it's not us Iranians, it's the Islamic dictatorship, which is a foreign occupying force, and the vast majority of people affiliated with the Islamic dictatorship aren't even Iranian. But that's the mistake that people make when they don't distinguish between Iran and Iranians versus the Islamic Republic. So what you're seeing now in the streets, these are demonstrations, right? These are demonstrations by Iranians against the Islamic Republic that's occupying them. Combi's super sticker, thank you so much for the super sticker and support. I appreciate that. All right, guys, get settled in because we still have a lot of videos to go through. So again, this video here, these are Iranians. These are regular, normal Iranians. They dress like you, they act like you, they're peaceful, not a single keffiyeh, not a single like Palestine flag, not a single like terrorist flag, right? These are people who are being occupied by Islamic terrorists. Right? And they're not even violent. They're just, they're clapping their hands and they're saying support, 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 right? They're calling for other shopkeepers to join in the general strike. So here we go. So again, second day of the Bazaar merchants strikes, strike and protest gathering of the Shush Bazaar shopkeepers. So with the chant, an Iranian dies, does not accept humiliation. So Shush Bazaar, that's another, so this is another shopping center, another bazaar. Yes, we still use the word bazaar. We say bazar in Persian. So yes, I know, very, very exotic. It's kind of cool, actually, the bazaar. We have a lot of bazaars all over Iran. It's actually fantastic. But so this is a different one. Now, what they're chanting here, this is also another pro-revolution, anti-Islamic Republic chant. So when they say an Iranian dies but does not accept humiliation, the original is Irani mimirad zelat nemipazirad, right? So Irani mimirad zelat nemipazirad. Basically what they're saying is we would rather die fighting for our freedom than be humiliated and subjugated by the Islamic Republic, which is occupying us. So there is a lot of, what's interesting is that I never really thought about this, but there is a lot of context and poetry to Iranian anti-revolution, anti-Islamic chants. And, if for those who are not Iranian, I mean, I guess you can miss the context here, right? But I just find it fascinating, and it's just one of the amazing things about the Persian language and Persian poetry is that using very few words, we are able to convey an entire message. So again, in Farsi, it's Irani mimirad zelat nemipazirad. 4 words. Iranians die, but they will not be humiliated. And again, what does that mean? The context behind this is that we would rather die fighting for our freedom than be humiliated by the Islamic dictatorship, which is occupying us. So So at the end, where they're saying bebandish, bebandish means shut it down. Basically, like close your store, shut down your store, shut it down. Join us, join the strike. Right here you go. Bebandish, bebandish. He's like bebandish, chekariye means like shut it down. What are you doing? And again, I want to play this video for you guys. Pay attention to Iranians, what they're dressing, how they're dressing, what they're wearing, how they're behaving, right? There's no violence here. There's no chance of like Allahu Akbar, right? There's no calls for intifada. There's no kafiyas. There's no waving of like jihadi terrorist flags, right? Watch again. Watch again. No head coverings because these are men. The crowd here, the vast majority of the crowd is men. But you're right, like they're not hiding their face, right? Like they're not like wearing those like, I don't know, terrorist kafia jihadi scarves or whatever, right? Like they dress like normal people. We see a few face masks here and there, which is fine. One of the reason that Iranians wear face masks is because the weather in Tehran is so incredibly polluted, right? Like it's just the weather conditions are so bad, it's incredibly polluted, and so many Iranians wear face masks as a way to try and cover, try and prevent themselves from getting sick. Where are the women? The women are probably at home. Right? Because Iranian men do not want to put their women at risk. Now, there's a reason that Iranian women are at home. I will, in one of the future videos, like we're just going through videos, like there's so many. I've started this live stream an hour and a half ago. Guys, I haven't even gotten through like 30% of the videos yet. Like there's a lot going on. And one of the reason that the women are at home is because Iranian men want to protect them. Why? Because the Islamic dictatorship and the riot police, they have a habit of targeting women and beating women. So this is why you're not seeing a lot of women in the streets right now, although they will be going out. But yeah, like this, the reason that you don't see women here is not because men don't support women. It's because the Iranian men want to keep their women safe from the Islamic regime that has a habit of capturing women, raping them, torturing them, and murdering them, all in the name of Allah and Islam. So yeah, and I will show you I will show you videos from today where the Islamic riot police are actually beating unarmed Iranian women. Actually, like so if you look at the crowd, like so there's an Iranian woman right there, right? So right there. So there's an Iranian woman, and she's filming everything. So women are there. I think that might be another one behind her. And guys, I also want to point out the reason that the quality of the video is like this. It's on purpose. The reason that the vast majority of videos that are being shared are low quality, blurry, pixelated, it's because Iranians want to share the news with everyone, right? So they want the message to get out there, but they also want to protect the identity of the people who are demonstrating and protesting against the Islamic Republic, because one of the things that the Islamic Republic does is they will use AI software to identify people, and then later on will go into the houses and drag people away, never to be seen again. It is actually horrific. So that's why it's a low quality blurry video. It's on purpose. So so now here's another one. So second day of merchants strikes. strike and protest gathering of Sadi market shopkeepers. So again, this is another shopkeeper. So there's, we saw the Aladdin bazaar, we saw Lolizar, we saw Jafari, we saw the iron workers, we saw the electrical. So it's just it's like it's happening everywhere, and this is all pretty much happening concurrently, right? So as news is spreading, you're seeing dozens, if not hundreds, of shopping centers all across the capital city of Tehran shutting down and joining the strike in solidarity. There's another one. Okay. Now, strike and protest gathering of traders in Hassan Abad Square Market. So again, this is another market in Tehran, right? Wait, Reza Pahlavi posted a video message? Let's see. Oh my God. Okay. All right, guys. So Reza Pahlavi, the Shah of Iran, the king of Iran, and he's in exile right now. He is the leader of Iran's official opposition. He has a support of over 80%, of Iranians in occupied Iran. He just posted a video, it seems. Okay, so he just posted a video. So it's in Farsi, it's in Persian, but I will translate for you. So this is his message. He says, "Greetings to you, the Bazar folks, and the people who have taken to the streets. As long as this regime is in power, the country's economic situation will continue to decline. Today, it is the time for greater solidarity. I call on all segments of society to join your fellow compatriots in the streets and raise the cry for the fall of this system. And my special message to the security and police forces: this system is collapsing. Do not stand against the people. Join the people. We will be victorious because right is on our side and we are united and of one voice." Okay, so this is a 1 minute long message. So guys, I will ask you to indulge me for a moment. I'm going to play the video message uninterrupted. It is, of course, going to be in Persian because he is addressing the people in occupied Iran. But once I play the video message, I will go back to the beginning and I will translate it for you line by line in English so that all of you who don't understand Farsi can also know what he says. Because this was just posted, I haven't had time to download the video and add subtitles and all that stuff because we're watching this live. This is literally just posted 9 minutes ago. 1:36 p.m. Yeah, it was literally posted 10 minutes ago. All right, let's go.
درود می‌فرستم به شما بازاری‌ها و مردم.
He already subtitled it. Okay, all right, guys, you are in luck. He's already subtitled it. So there we go.
درود می‌فرستم به شما بازاری‌ها و مردمی که خیابان‌های تهران را به دست خود گرفته‌اید. وضعیت اقتصادی مملکت تا زمانی که این رژیم سر کار هست رو به زوال خواهد بود. زمان این رسیده است که همبستگی خود را بیش از پیش حفظ بکنیم. از تمام اقشار جامعه می‌خواهم که به سایر همیهنانتون که در خیابان‌ها هستند بپیوندید و شعار سقوط نظام را سر دهید. و به خصوص پیام من به نیروهای امنیتی و انتظامی این است: سرنوشت خود را به دست خودتان بگیرید. این نظام در حال فروپاشی است. در مقابل مردم نایستید، به مردم بپیوندید. ما پیروزیم چون حق با ماست و متحد و یک صدا هستیم.
Wow. Guys, so the footage in this clip, is all from today, and I haven't even gotten to all of the footage that you see in that clip, which I will be getting to in this live stream. I will 100% be getting through every single footage that you saw there. I will be getting to it, and I will be sharing it for you. Guys, get comfortable, because we are going to be here for a while. Oh, my mom is like messaging me. She's like, new news. And I'm like, yes, mom, I know. Sorry. Okay. My mom's like, did you hear the news? I'm like, yes, mom, I heard the news. I love you. Okay. So let's go back, and I'm going to, the message has subtitles. It has captions. Thank God that his team, sorry, I have like allergies. I'm not actually crying, guys. I just have like allergies. I have like a runny nose. I'm getting over a cold. That's why I didn't do any live streams yesterday, or any videos yesterday. I was just feeling terrible. But okay. So here we go. So thankfully his team provided English subcaptions. And yes, he speaks perfect English, and he has done video messages in English. But of course, this is a message to the people in occupied Iran. So let's go ahead. So that clip, Iranians are chanting, "No to Gaza, no to Lebanon, my life for Iran." Again, for my Lebanese friends and followers, what Iranians are referring to here is Hezbollah. It's just, I guess in the chant, it's more like poetic, or it rhymes better when they say Lebanon, because Gaza and Lebanon are both two syllables, whatever. But the context here is they're referring to Hezbollah, and they're referring to the Islamic dictatorship giving Iranian money to fund Hezbollah. So Iranians here in that clip, they're chanting "Na Gaza, na Lebanon, Janam Fadaye Iran," which means no to Gaza, because we Iranians, we want nothing to do with the fake Palestinians, and we're sick and tired of Iranian money funding Hamas and jihad and Islamic terrorism. So yeah, like you guys think I don't support Palestine? You have no idea what Iranians in occupied Iran think about Palestine. I'm actually trying to be politically correct and a little bit more polite when I speak about Palestine and Palestinian terrorists. But Iranians in occupied Iran, they don't hold back. Anyway, so that chant was "No to Gaza, no to Lebanon, my life for Iran," which is basically saying, stop sending money to terrorist organizations. We want Iran. Demonstrations are happening all across Iran right now. I'm still like, the timing here is we're still for Monday morning in Iran, which was about 7-8 hours ago. So we're still over there. It has expanded. We will get to all of that. So that was the first clip, and you can see like this is Lolizar. This is the same place that. And then here they're saying "In akharin nabarde Pahlavi barmigarde," right? So "In akharin nabarde Pahlavi barmigarde" means this is the last battle. Pahlavi will return.
درود میفرستم به شما بازاری‌ها و مردمی که خیابان‌های تهران را به دست خود گرفته‌اید.
So you guys can just follow along the subtitles here. The subtitles are there.
وضعیت اقتصادی مملکت تا زمانی که این رژیم سر کار هست.
Actually, you know what? I'll go back because I said I would read the subtitles in English. So all right, here we go. I muted the sound. So he says, "Greetings to my compatriots in the bazaar and to those who have taken the streets of Tehran into your own hands. As long as this regime is in power, the country's economic situation will only worsen. The time has come now more than ever to keep up your solidarity." I ask all sectors of society to come to join their compatriots who have taken to the streets and to call for an end to this regime. I will replay this clip after I'm done reading the subtitles, and I'll give you the translation for what people are saying in these clips. He says, in particular, I have a message for the security and police forces. So now he is sending a message to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, police, security, pretty much all of the, all the people who are supporting the Islamic dictatorship. He's now sending a message to them. These people, right? And I will get to this clip because this clip is going viral. So he's saying to all of these, like, riot police and security forces, he's like, take your destiny into your own hands. This regime is collapsing. Don't stand against the people. Join the people. Victory is ours because our cause is just and because we are united. There you go. Okay, so I'm going to replay, and I'm going to go through the clips, and I just want to share and translate what the clips are saying, because those are video messages. Those are all video coming out from today in occupied Iran. We haven't gone through the full video clips yet because the king's message just came out. Of course, this is breaking news. So this is what I was waiting for, or what all Iranians are waiting for, to hear what the king of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, had to say. And he is, of course, calling for continued nationwide strikes. And he is calling for the security and police forces to defect from the Islamic Republic and to join with the Iranian people. All right, here we go. So again, no to Gaza, no to Lebanon, my life for Iran. Again, when they say Lebanon, they're referring to Hezbollah and the Hezbollah occupation of Lebanon. And no to Gaza just literally means no to Gaza. Like, we don't care about Gaza. We don't care about the fake Palestinian cause, basically like a savage terrorist jihadi society. As you can tell, Iranians want nothing to do with Gaza and Palestine. Galatheos, last time Lebanese attempted a similar rising, they blew up the port and silenced them. I heard about that. It's horrible. It's horrible. And the same thing happens in occupied Iran. Like, they cause these terrorist incidents. And I feel so bad for people in Lebanon, especially given that a lot of the terrorism is being funded by Iran. But the one thing that I can say is that as soon as the Islamic dictatorship is overthrown, I think that's going to resolve a lot of issues in the Middle East, specifically in Lebanon, because Hezbollah is fully funded by the Islamic Republic. Hezbollah is fully funded by stolen Iranian money. And so as soon as the Islamic Republic is overthrown and collapses, I think we're going to see some big changes in Lebanon as well. And so I'm praying for everyone in Lebanon as well. Give me a sec. I need to praise the ayah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, all I can say is that the toilet is too good for the Ayatollah. Even the, like, you're basically insulting toilets at this point. Like, the Ayatollah is worse than toilets. But thank you for that. All right. Okay. So now let's go back, and I'm going to translate the clips here. So, این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده means this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. Who is Pahlavi? This, of course, the king of Iran, the Shah of Iran in exile. This is Reza Pahlavi. This is who people in Iran right now are chanting for. They want Pahlavi to return.
و مردمی که خیابان‌های تهران را به دست خود گرفته‌اید. وضعیت اقتصادی مملکت تا زمانی که این رژیم سر کار هست رو به زوال خواهد بود. زمان این رسیده است که همبستگی خود را بیش از پیش حفظ بکنیم. از تمام
So over there, what Iranians are saying here is, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. We are together. Natarsid, natarsid, ma hame ba ham hastim. So for those of you who have been with me from the beginning of my live stream, of course, I shared a video from yesterday where the merchants started chanting natarsid, ما همه با هم هستیم. That is an anti-Islam, pro-revolution chant. And that chant, which started yesterday, is now spreading, right? So this is video footage from today, this evening. We still haven't even gone to this, guys. We still have not even gotten to this yet because there's so much coming out. And I want to provide, proper contextualization for it all. But yeah, so it's definitely grown. And now you can see here people, and you can see women as well, right? So women are coming out as well, hair uncovered, because that's, one of the ways that they are resisting and fighting against the Islamic Republic. But yes, so the demonstrations have expanded to various cities across occupied Iran. And yeah, women are also coming out.
تمام اقشار جامعه میخواهم که به سایر همیهنانتون که در خیابان‌ها هستند بپیوندید و شعار سقوط نظام را سر دهید.
Okay, so there, that woman. So first of all, like I haven't even gotten to what people are chanting right now outside of their windows, but this is one example where you hear a woman, she yells "Marg bar diktator," which means death to the dictator. Who is the dictator? Of course, Khamenei, Ali Khamenei, the supreme dictator of the Islamic Republic that's occupying Iran. We hate him, we despise him, and so Iranians are literally yelling "Marg bar diktator," which means death to the dictator. Again, this is a crime, guys. This is a crime that's punishable by death, right? So if you go around in occupied Iran and you say "death to the dictator," that's basically like you'll be executed, right? You would be executed for crimes against Allah and blasphemy or whatever, other jihadi nonsense they put out there. So people are literally like, this is a big deal. It's also kind of a big deal that you're hearing and seeing these clips within the official message of the Shah of Iran, right? So his communications team, his communications team isn't just like picking random clips. Like obviously they're going to choose video messages that align with not just with what the Iranian people say, but by including these clips into his own message to the Iranian people. This is his way of saying to Iranians, I hear you, I understand you, your message is being received loud and clear. And he's also saying, yeah, I agree, right? So the fact that he is putting this clip of this Iranian woman yelling death to the dictator in his video message, right? He's sending a message without saying it. He's basically saying, it's time for revolution. It's time for regime change. And he's saying, I hear you. I hear your voices loud and clear. Message received. That's basically what he's saying here.
پیام من به نیروهای امنیتی و انتظامی این است. سرنوشت خود را به دست خودتان بگیرید. این نظام در حال فروپاشی است. در مقابل مردم نایستید. به مردم بپیوندید.
So that video message here, and we're going to get to this as well. So he basically just said in his own speech that he's encouraging the military and security forces to defect from the Islamic dictatorship and to take the side of the Iranian people. That's what he says in his message. And then literally right after, he shares a video clip of Iranians who are out on the streets and they're saying, نیروی انتظامی حمایت, which means, security forces support us, right? Again, these are clips coming out from today. I haven't even gone to them, but I will. But that's what he's saying. So he says, join the people. So he's direct message to the military, security, and police. He's saying defect from the Islamic Republic, join the people, and then he adds a clip of Iranian people in Iran calling on military forces to join
به
them.
مردم بپیوندید. ما پیروزیم چون حق با ماست و متحد و یک صدا هستیم.
And then he ends his video message with the Iranian people who are chanting این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده. Again, I've shown a few videos of that. We haven't even gone to the vast majority of them. But again, این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده means this is the last battle. Pahlavi will return. So he even ends his video message with people in occupied Iran who are chanting, this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return. So in this way, he is also signaling to the Iranian people, I will return. I will return to occupied Iran and I will free Iran. That's basically what he's saying. And the fact that he is including that chant from Iranian people in his video message, that's huge. That's huge. Like he's basically saying to Iranian people, we got this. We got this. Overthrow the Islamic Republic. I will return to Iran. So this is wow. That's huge. Okay. So let me just I know I'm literally doing this live, but let me what's going on here? Wait. What happened here? Okay. God, sometimes I have trouble using this Mac. Okay, let me just do this really quickly. You guys are literally watching me like live tweet this because I just want to like live tweet this message. Oh, no. What happened here? Oh my gosh, what's going on? What happened? Did I not copy this? Wait, sorry guys. Copy. Quote. Okay. All right. Okay. I just reposted that. Sorry guys, literally like multitasking here. What's happening with this? What is this thing? I have like a weird square on my I have a weird square on my Google Chrome. Jeez. Okay, I need to like restart. I need to shut down my Chrome and restart it. This is so frustrating. Oh my gosh. I accidentally shut down. Like my entire Chrome, but I think I'm back. Can you guys see me? Okay. That was scary. Oh my gosh, guys, that was so scary. I thought I just shut down like my one Chrome, but then but then the other one shut down as well. Sorry, guys. Okay. So that was the message from His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, basically calling on Iranians to join the strikes and to go out into the streets. So a lot of the footage that we saw there, I haven't even gotten to that yet. We're literally still on uh, Monday morning. We're still Monday morning here. So this is literally Monday morning as news is spreading about the general strikes yesterday. More people are taking to the streets. So here's the next one from the account Etelaf. So again, this was strike and protest gathering of traders in Hassan Abad Square Market. Okay, sorry, I have some messages here. So Cold and Stinky, is there any of these kinds of protests in other nations occupied by the Muslim Brotherhood? No, no, absolutely not. There isn't. I mean, I haven't heard or seen anything about that. So, nope, nope, nothing like that. It's just Iran because, Iranians. First of all, we're not Arab, right? So we are a completely different um, ethnicity, different language, different civilization, and it's so we don't have that, like, I don't know, Arab Islamic identity, I guess. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. They were never able to, the Arab Muslim invasion of 650 AD. Yes, they were able to conquer Persia, but they were never able to Arabize us. So we kept our own identity, we kept our own religion, we kept our own celebrations, we kept our own language, and we basically just we were like fake Muslims, like pretend Muslims, basically, in order to just like have them leave us alone and not murder us for not being Muslim. But I don't see. I haven't heard of any of these demonstrations happening in other Muslim Brotherhood controlled countries. No, it's basically just Iran. Okay, so Momo 72 Al Zut for Ayatollah with a side of Mike Winger. I don't know who Mike Winger is. I'm sorry. I'll look into that. Is a lot of you guys keep on talking about this like Al Zut thing. Do I even want to know what that is? I mean, I kind of started looking into it, and then it just seemed really bizarre and really kind of weird. Let's just call it weird. But yeah, I know a lot of you have mentioned that. Okay, but anyways, let's go back to the main live stream here and the main show. So again, second day of merchant strikes, strike and protest gathering of traders in Hassan Abad Square Market. So again, I just want to point out, right? This is all peaceful. There's no violence, right? No violence, and everyone's dressed normally, but people are striking against the Islamic Republic. And I want you to keep this in mind because in a few, well, I mean, moving forward, we're going to start to see violence. In fact, we're going to start to see a lot of violence, and the violence always comes from the side of the terrorist Islamic Republic, which basically uses violence to keep Iranians oppressed. So here they're yelling "Bebandid," which means shut down, shut down. So there's that one. Oh, all right. See, that's what I mean when I said like I basically lost my place. All right, let's go back. I just refreshed here. Okay. Let me go back to where I was. See, like all these videos, guys, all these videos that we are going to go through. There's a lot of videos. I'm not exaggerating when I say we have a lot of material to get through, and we're going to get through every single one of these videos. Okay, let's go back to where I was. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this was the one that we just saw. Hasad Saadi. Okay, no, this is the one we just saw. Okay, so now let's continue here. So second day of the Bazaar merchant strike and protest gathering of Tehran's Bazaar shopkeepers with the chant, "This is the last battle. Pahlavi will return." So Bazaar Tehran, is that what it says? اعتصاب و اعتراض کسب بازاریان تهران. بازاریان Tehran. Is this like, I don't think this is این بازار بزرگ تهران نیست فکر کنم. اوکی، برای ایرانیایی که تو یوتیوب هستن بهم بگو اگه این بازار بزرگ تهرانه or if it's just like a random bazaar in Tehran. So, anyways, this is another bazaar in Tehran. Again, this is from earlier this morning. First thing, and another passageway, another shopping center in Tehran. Tehran is a capital city where not only have the merchants shut down, not only are the merchants are on strike, it's not about the economic financial collapse of the rial anymore. In fact, it wasn't even about that in the beginning. As you saw, the first chant was about the economic and financial collapse, and then literally within 20 minutes of the first chant, within 20 minutes, Iranians were chanting pro-revolutionary, anti-Islam chants. And now, less than 24 hours later, the merchants are striking all across Tehran. We haven't even gotten to other cities yet. We're still right now. This is still news just coming out of Tehran. But if you're wondering if these strikes are happening across the country of Iran, the answer is yes, and we will get to those videos as well. But less than 24 hours, Monday morning in Tehran, not only are they striking, but they are once again chanting این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده, which means this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. So again, they're making it very, very clear what Iranians are making it very clear what they want. They want the Islamic dictatorship to go. They want it to be tossed into the ash heap of history. They want the Shah of Iran to return. They want His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi II to return to Iran. And so here you can hear them chanting, In akharin nabarde Pahlavi barmigarde. This is the last battle. Pahlavi will return.
این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده 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 این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده. خب اینم از عزیزانی که میگن چرا نمیان حرامزادگان چپ، حرامزادگان مجاهد، حرامزادگان اصلاح طلب. ببینید حرامزادگان مردم کیو میخوان.
Ooh, okay. So I'm going to translate this part. So this is an Iranian man, and so he says a word that's kind of rude. Harumzadeh. Harumzadeh means how do I say this politely? Harumzadeh, it's the word that starts with a B and ends with asterd. Okay, so starts with a B, ends with asterd. That's what he's saying. So yeah, you guys got it in the chat. So he's basically saying Harumzadeh, and then he's referring to the reformists, right? So the reformists are, those people who are part of the Islamic dictatorship, the fake opposition, who have been like going out there, and for the last 15, 20 years, they have been convincing American and other Western politicians that Iranians, they don't want revolution, they just want reform. They want to change the system from within. So he's basically calling the reformists the B word. And then he's referring to the MEK, the Mujahideen. The MEK is an Islamo-Marxist terrorist group. They were instrumental in helping the Islamic dictatorship come to power in 1979. They're incredibly violent. They were murdering Iranians left, right, and center, and then blaming it on the Shah, by the way. Like basically they like all the crimes, all the violence that they committed, they falsely accused the Shah, and then unfortunately people believed them. But anyway, so the MEK are the Marxist, it's an Islamo-Marxist cult. They're probably hated even more than the Islamic dictatorship. And they have, you know, they have a presence outside of Iran. And they have pretty much managed to trick Western politicians and lobbyists and others that, you know, they are the official opposition. They've renamed and rebranded themselves from Mujahideen Khalq. By the way, guys, Mujahideen. So Mujahideen means fighters of jihad. So their name is literally fighters of jihad, right? This Islamo-Marxist terrorist cult, but they've rebranded, they've changed their name in English to like the National Democratic Iranian Council. I don't know, some garbage thing like that. And then they go around pretending that they want democracy. Meanwhile, they're literally like an Islamo-Marxist cult. So this Iranian man, he basically calls the reformists the B word. He calls the MEK, the communists, the B word. Let's see what else. So he says, you know, you leftist progressive bees, right? So haramzadeh chap is left. So we also don't really like leftists, because leftists are incredibly they're also they're anti-Pahlavi. But anyway, I'm not going to get it. But again, this is not me. This is literally people in Iran. I'm just telling you what people in Iran are saying. So he says, you know, you leftist bees. And then he says, you know, you MEK. So he says, Harumzadehay Mujahid. Mujahid, again, is the communist group. So he's like, you communist bees. And then he says, you know, you reformist bees. So he's calling out the left, the communists, and the Islamists. Again, it was the unity and cooperation of the left, the communists, and the Islamists that made the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat successful. So we've never forgotten that. And so today, this Iranian man is basically saying, you know, you bees. See, he's saying Kio Mikhon. He's saying, do you now see who the Iranian people want? Do you see, you know, you bees, who the Iranian people want? Because the communists, leftists, and progressives, even right now, to this day, to this very moment, have been constantly saying that Iranians don't want the Shah to return. They put out fake news about fake opposition leaders, but no Iranian wants their fake opposition leader or supports any of those fake opposition. The only person that Iranians support and want back is Reza Pahlavi, the current Shah of Iran. So that's what he says. Like, he's literally saying, you know, you leftist, communist, and Islamist bees, do you see what we're chanting for? Do you see who we want? So he says, you bees, این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده, which means this is the last battle. Pahlavi will return. Wow. Okay, so I haven't even watched this. So, okay, let me watch the whole thing and then I'll translate for you guys.
شاه اینم از جاوید شاه. دمشون گرم، دمشون گرم. این فیلم مختص آلبوم پهلوی.
Okay, so he says, and this is the strike of the people. So he's like, these are all the Iranians in Iran who are striking. And then, as you can tell, when the people, the Iranians out in the street, they start chanting Javid Shah. Javid Shah means long live the king. You can even tell that the guy who's filming this, right, this man in occupied Iran, this Iranian man, he gets very, very emotional, and he says Shah. Shah is king, right? So they say Javid, he responds with Shah, and you can just hear the emotion in his voice, right? Because again, Javid Shah is one of the few slogans that the communists and the Islamists and the progressive left, they can't take that slogan away from Iranians. They cannot co-opt the message. They cannot change the message, right? Javid Shah is one of the key chants and phrases to freeing Iran. So listen again. So he says, and here is the huge crowd of people who are out in the streets, who are striking and protesting. And then you get into the Javid Shah.
Javid Shah. Shah! 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 اینم از جاوید شاه. دمشون گرم، دمشون گرم. این فیلم مختص آلبوم پهلوی.
Okay. So that is that video. Again, guys, we are still in like Monday morning. We are still Monday morning. So the flood of people in Istanbul intersection in Tehran were just a few steps away from the start of a national uprising for the final battle. So again, guys, this is all this morning. We haven't even gotten to what's happening in other cities yet. So look at this huge, look at this huge group of people. So for those asking, guys, all of this footage is new. Like all this footage is from less than 24 hours ago. There's just so much of it that it's taking me time to go through it. But so this is Istanbul intersection, which is, one of the intersections in the capital city of Tehran. As you can see, massive crowds of people. Again, I want to point out, this is peaceful, right? Like you're not seeing any violence. You're not seeing anyone attacking anyone. People are walking peacefully through traffic, through cars. So it's incredibly non-violent. Keep this in mind because in a few moments we're going to start seeing clashes between the terrorist Islamic Republic and the Iranian people, because again, this is happening this morning. The Islamic dictatorship right now is, at this time, Monday morning, scrambling to gather all of the resources that it possibly can in order to strike back against the Iranian people and to try and, like they always do, use violence and death to quash the uprising. Okay, so someone asked me, what are my thoughts on the Imam of Peace? I don't have anything nice to say about him. I think I think he's a grifter. I don't have anything nice to say about him. All right. So here, that's like the massive crowd of people who are striking, right? Again, they're just walking peacefully down the road. Okay. All right, now the next one. Again, guys, like this is all still like all of these videos were posted literally like 10 hours ago. Okay, so second day of merchant strike, strike and protest gathering of Imam Hussein market traders. So again, this is another bazaar in Tehran, right? So I've lost track of how many bazaars and merchants are now striking, but this is another one, and they are also chanting, "This is the last battle. Pahlavi will return. In akharin nabarde Pahlavi barmigarde." Let's tune in and listen in here.
Pahlavi barmigarde. Pahlavi barmigarde.
So the caption here, I'll read this and then I will translate it for you. So it says حلقه‌های تجمع در نقاط مختلف تهران مثل میدان امام حسین هم شروع شده. Yeah, for those of you who doubted whether or not I can speak and read Farsi, Persian, I certainly can. So what's saying here is حلقه‌های تجمع در نقاط مختلف تهران مثل میدان امام حسین هم شروع شده. That means that various strikes. So in different parts of Tehran, the people are independently on their own forming groups that are striking. Okay, so and so they're spreading the news that the national uprising and the strikes that started yesterday in Aladdin Bazaar, right? So Aladdin Bazaar is where the first strike happened. They're now saying that it has spread all across Tehran in like hundreds of places, and all of these various shopping centers and shopping malls are now striking. And they're joining forces and they're all striking. And then they give the example of Meydan Imam Hussein. So Imam Hussein here is another market. God, honestly, can I just say something? I can't wait. I cannot wait until Iran is free, and then we can just like get rid of all of these like garbage names in the various places. Like, could you like Imam Hussein, for example? Like, could you imagine if like instead of that we changed it to like, I don't know, like Farvahar Square or something, you know, like it would just be nice. It would be nice. I mean, it's definitely going to happen because again, before the Islamic dictatorship took over, we had a lot of streets and roads that were named after like, you know, ancient Persia. And then when they came in, not only did they change our flag, right? Not only did they change our flag, they changed all of our street names and squares and whatever, and they changed it all to like, I don't know, Imam this and Muhammad that and like Philistine this. And so I just can't wait until we can get rid of all of these like garbage names. All right, so there you go. So that's another one. That's another one. And of course, the Islamic Republic owned media is not sharing any of this because they own the Islamic, like they own all the media. Like it's a totalitarian dictatorship that controls the media. So they're not broadcasting any of this. And so Iranians are the way that Iranians communicate with each other is by, you know, taking these videos and then sharing it amongst themselves, whether it's on WhatsApp or Instagram or X or other places. And so that's why you're seeing a lot of these videos coming out on places like X. And there are certain accounts like this one here, Etelaf, certain accounts that are literally dedicated to raising awareness and sharing the real news coming out of occupied Iran, by Iranians. Iran will be free from the Gulf to the sea. Thanks. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that one. I like that one. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for the support. All right, let's continue here with the next one. Wow. Okay. So guys, so everything that we have seen up until this point, again, like I'm almost 2.5 hours into this live stream, and I've only just covered everything until Monday morning in Tehran. And what we saw is the expansion of the strike in various centers in Tehran. So that was basically the first 2.5 hours. Now what we are getting, and again, this is all still Monday morning, right? This is all still Monday morning. We are now hearing news. So this was posted 9 hours ago, okay? 9 hours ago. We are now getting news that within less than 24 hours of the strikes starting in Tehran, other cities in occupied Iran are now rising up. So, on the second day of merchants' strikes and protests, Mashhad market shopkeepers have also joined the nationwide strikes. Guys, where is Mashhad? Let me show you. Let me pull up a map here so that you guys can see. Wait, I wonder, let me see if I can find one with Mashhad and Tehran so that I can see here. I just want a security check. Okay, here we go. Okay, so to put it in context for you guys, this is Tehran, okay? So this is Tehran, the capital city, right? This is Mashhad. This is Mashhad. And Iran is a very, very large country, okay? Iran is, how do I put this? So Iran size on, I think if I put it on like, here we go. All right, this is a good, here, this is good, this is good. So to put the size of Iran in context, oh look, they already have Tehran and Mashhad. That's so funny. Okay, so this is the size of Iran compared to the United States. Okay, so it is not a small country by any means here. So this is Tehran, the capital. This is Mashhad, the city. Okay, yeah, no, it's huge. Iran is huge. So the fact that within less than 24 hours, okay, literally less than 24 hours after the shopkeepers in Tehran go on strike, news is already spreading like wildfire. And so the next day, which is Monday morning, this day, people in Mashhad are also striking. They got the message. So 100%, like they're also striking. And again, it's not like Mashhad is next door. Mashhad is on the other side of the country, basically, right? It's like in American terms, it's literally like 3 states over. It's 3 states over. And the other thing that's very significant about Mashhad is that Mashhad is it's a pretty like religious conservative city, because there are a lot of mosques and Islamic regime clerics there as well. So Mashhad rising up is pretty significant. Okay, so there you go. I hope that gives you a little bit of context about Mashhad versus Tehran, and also the size of Iran. So Nail Bunny, we will all have a glass of Shiraz in Shiraz. I would love that. I think that's a fantastic idea. We'll toast to the freedom of Iran in Shiraz. But first, let's overthrow the Islamic dictatorship first, free Iran, and then of course there will be more than enough time to celebrate. Thank you for the comments and support. Okay, so again, literally Monday morning, 10 hours, like 9-10 hours ago, in Mashhad, they're now demonstrating as well. So these strikes seem to be going nationwide. So now, next one. Second day of the bazaar merchants strikes. This is where things start to get spicy. So shopkeepers in Tehran markets chanted death to the dictator, Marg bar diktator. So again, to put this in context, less than 24 hours after the first strike happens in Tehran on Sunday, within less than 24 hours, by Monday morning, Iranians are now yelling death to the dictator. So what started as, frustration with the collapse of the rial, the collapse of the rial going to, I think it's like 1.4 million rials to $1. Keep in mind, when the Shah was in power, when Iran was a normal, secular, democratic, free country, in 1979, the rial was worth, it was 70 rials to $1. Okay, so in 1979, 70 rials to $1. Today, 47 years later, it's 1.4 million rials to $1. And that is a historic low. So what started as a protest because of the economic financial collapse has now, within less than 24 hours, has now morphed into an anti-Islam, pro-Shah demonstration. Anti-Islam, pro-Shah, pro-revolution demonstrations. So we are now going to hear people, they are going to be yelling death to the dictator, Marg bar diktator. They are referring to, of course, Khamenei, the supreme dictator of the terrorist Islamic Republic, who has been occupying Iran and murdering us Iranians in the name of Allah and Islam and Muhammad for the last 47 years. We despise him. And yeah. All right, here we go. Right? So they're saying Marg bar diktator, Marg bar diktator. So they're also saying bebandid. Bebandid means shut it down. So they're calling on other merchants who have kept their stores open. They're calling on them to shut down their stores and to join the strike, to join the national strike as well. And as you can tell, it's still all peaceful, right? It's all peaceful. We're not seeing any fights. We're not seeing any violence. We're not seeing any Iranians dressed like, I don't know, Islamic terrorists or jihadis or whatever. Not a single keffiyeh anywhere, right? Just normal, ordinary people who are sick and tired of Islam and Sharia law. They just want to live normal lives, and yeah, they want the dictator to die and get rid of him, right? And I also want to point out the reason that Iranians will chant Marg bar diktator, okay, or Marg bar whatever, is because this Marg bar slogan, this death to whatever, that actually started with the Islamic dictatorship themselves, right? When they took over Iran in 1979, they were chanting, death to the Shah. And then, of course, they started chanting death to America, death to Israel, right? Death to the UK. So the Islamic Republic and these savage Islamic jihadis are the ones who even started that Magbar chant. So whenever you see like those angry like jihadis in the media, and they're like Magbar America, Magbar Israel, Magbar English, whatever. That started with them, right? So one of the reasons that Iranians use the Magbar, right? When they say Magbar dictator, for example, that's also a slap in the face to the Islamic dictatorship, right? So what Iranians are doing is they are taking the slogan that the Islamic Republic used and has been using to cause terrorism and jihad around the world. They're taking the slogan, they are rephrasing it, and they're throwing it right back in their face. So they're saying, "Oh, you want us to chant death to America?" Well, no. Instead of chanting death to America, we're going to chant death to the dictator, right? So that's how Iranians fight back. But you never hear this. You never hear this in the media. What you hear is just like the 3 or 4 Iranians who are affiliated with the Islamic Republic, and they're going to be going and they're going to be chanting whatever. Meanwhile, the vast majority of Iranians who want absolutely nothing to do with Islam and jihad and terrorism, the real voices, you're never going to hear from them. You're never going to hear them. You're never going to hear this in the mainstream media. But listen again, like they're saying Magbar dictator. So they're taking the slogan of the Islamic Republic and they're throwing it back in their face and saying, "Oh, you want to call for death? Well, we want your death. How about that?" So pay attention. So there you go. There's that. Okay. So now the next video. Again, like all these videos were posted like 9-10 hours ago. So the second, okay, so guys, we have a second city now. You know what? I'm actually going to keep track of all of this. So cities in Iran protesting. Because I'm going to make a video about this later. So Tehran, and then we saw Mashhad, okay? Now we're seeing Isfahan. Okay, so we already heard from people in Mashhad. That's another city. Now, again, at the same time as people are uprising in Mashhad, people in the city of Isfahan are also rising up, and they are saying, "Long live the Shah." Let me show you where Isfahan is in relation to Tehran. So, okay. All right. Where's the map? Here we go. Okay. So, this is Tehran here, the capital city. Isfahan is here. So, Isfahan is about, halfway down. So, again, Isfahan is a big city. And less than 24 hours after the shopkeepers in Tehran start the strike, people in Isfahan also start the strike. But the strike that's happening in Isfahan, the shopkeepers, like they're not even like holding back. So when they start striking, right, immediately they start chanting, "Long live the Shah." They start chanting Javid Shah, which means long live the king again. So this is how we can tell that these nationwide strikes, it's not about the economic or financial collapse anymore. These nationwide strikes that are happening all around occupied Iran, and these demonstrations, they are anti-Islam, pro-Shah demonstrations because people are shutting down their stores all across the country now. And we're going to get to all the other cities too. But people are shutting down their stores. They're going out in the streets and they are chanting Javid Shah, which means long live the king. So here is footage from the city of Isfahan. So you heard Javid Shah, Javid Shah. I will I just put that in the chat for you, Javid Shah, so you guys can see like how the English spelling is. So here you go. Javid Shah. Okay. And again, the video quality is poor because this is how Iranians can, keep their identities hidden for, as much as possible so that they're not targeted and identified by the Islamic dictatorship. Because again, Iran is occupied by a totalitarian Islamic dictatorship. And just the act of saying Javid Shah, aka long live the king, that in and of itself is treason and you could be executed. And many Iranians, especially in the last few months, have been executed by the Islamic Republic because they support the king and want the king to return. So there is Isfahan. Going now. Second day of nationwide strikes by the Bazaris. Bazaris are the merchants. The Bazaris also played a massive role in the 1979 Islamic Revolution when they shut down and striked. So the fact that the Bazaris, the fact that this strike is also starting with the Bazaris, that's huge because this is similar to what happened in 1979, right? So second day of the nationwide strikes by Bazaris, massive movement of protesting people in Tehran to join. So as you can see, it's a huge crowd. It's massive. People are just taken to the streets, and all of the honking that you're hearing, those are people who are honking in support as well. So all the honking and cheering, right, is to support. And as you can also, I just want to point out, as you can see, right, we're seeing, I don't know, like tens of thousands of people are going out into the streets, and yet it's all peaceful, right? There's no violence. There's no looting, nothing like that. It's just Iranians are taking to the streets, walking peacefully, and they saying, "Long live the king," right? We want revolution, right? As you can tell, it's all peaceful. There's no damage to buildings, no damage to cars, no nothing. Keep this in mind because this is going to be very important when I start sharing videos with you from how the Islamic dictatorship has responded. They have responded with a lot of violence, unfortunately. So, but these are peaceful Iranians who are going out of the streets in the thousands. Again. You can see in the background, right? Like these are all storefronts. They're all shut down. All these storefronts are shut down because everyone is striking. And as you can tell, people are just walking peacefully. There's no violence. There's no fires. There's no smoke bombs. Nothing. It's all peaceful. And again, as you can tell, Iranians, right? Very, very normal looking people, right? Like none of the keffiyeh garbage nonsense, none of the hiding their faces and like keffiyehs and none of that jihadi like Islamic terrorism crap, right? Like we dress normally. We're normal people. We dress normally. As you can tell, like very, very very westernized, very modern. Okay. All right, so there is that. Now, going to the next video. So, second day of nationwide strikes by the bazaar merchants, a wave of people from the Tehran bazaar join other protesters. Like, this is huge. Look at this. Wow. Wow, wow. Okay. Next one. صبح دوشنبه. All right, so there is more from Tehran. We have a super chat here from Kobaka. Thanks for this broadcast. I cannot find this anywhere else. Thank you so much for being here. And no, you will not find this anywhere else. The only other person that I know who would do a broadcast like this would be Mahyar Tusi. He actually did do a live broadcast earlier today. So if you haven't watched that, I definitely encourage everyone to go and watch that as well afterwards, after I'm done mine. But no, like aside from me and Mahyar, I don't think you're gonna find any other like English language stream that's going to give you um like up to like breaking news on what's happening in Iran. And they're also not going to give you the context behind what's being said, right? Because there's a lot of armchair experts on Iran, and all these non-Iranians love to like pontificate on, oh, this is what's happening in Iran, this way, right? And meanwhile, the rest of us are just like rolling our eyes and saying, like, why don't you just, listen for a change, listen for a change. So thank you for being here. Thank you. This is I think this is going to be a pretty long live stream because there is so much to go through, and I do want to make sure that I get through it all. I'm already at 2 hours and 40 minutes, and we're still just Monday morning. So guys, I think, oh yeah, Armin, of course. Sorry, I forgot to mention Armin as well. So Armin Navabi, Armin is also, of course, someone else who is streams about these things and talks about. Yes, you're absolutely right. I'm sorry. I should have mentioned Armin. I'm a big fan of Armin. Everyone needs to go and follow Armin as well. Guys, in fact, the only reason that I'm even live streaming on YouTube is because Armin actually encouraged me and said I should do this. And then Armin actually taught me the ropes. So I have a lot of respect for Armin. I don't know. Maybe I'll see if he's able to join this live stream. Because I'd love to get his thoughts on that as well. I'll reach out to him in a bit. But no, you're absolutely right. Armin is everyone should follow Armin as well from Atheist Republic. So okay. Where are we now? So okay, guys, if you guys don't mind, because we are getting like I've been doing this for 2 hours and 40 minutes. With your permission, I would like to take maybe, I don't know, like a 10-minute break, 10-minute health break to maybe grab a coffee, do some stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to end the live stream, okay? I'm not going to end the live stream. I'm just going to pause it. Let me see if I can like make a banner. 10-minute break. Be back soon. Okay, to continue. No, I don't want timer. Timer off. Okay, so edit. Timer off. Okay. Where's this? Save. Okay. So this is what I'm going to do, guys. With your permission, I'm going to um I've honestly never done like a break in between a show because I've never actually live streamed for this long. So I don't have like any screens or anything like that set up. Okay. So here's what I'll do. Okay, that's not the one that I want. So I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, I'm gonna go here. And then, okay. So can you guys hear me? Okay, guys, so I figured it out. So with your permission, I'm going to take like a 10-minute, 10-15 minute, quick health break, and then I will return and we will continue the live stream. I figured that's probably just easier than me just shutting it down or whatever. So there we go. I will be back.
because they are not revolutionary people in that sense. They get energized when they feel, like right now, that they are winning, that they are in control. The moment the momentum goes, and they just get repetitive, people come out the streets, and then the regime manages to regroup and bring out their forces, and then they start shooting at. Welcome back to 2C TV, ladies and gentlemen. We have some more breaking news coming from Iran as the revolution is still ongoing against the Islamic occupiers, and the regime forces have retreated. Multiple cities and towns have now fallen into the hands of the anti-Islamic Iranians, and at the same time, resignations inside the IRGC have now started. There is a lot to talk about, including a special message of support coming from the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, which we're going to go to as well. We're going to show you all this and all the videos that are coming in from Tehran, Karaj, and all the other cities around the country. I'm going to get your reaction live as well. Just before we start, I need to say directly and honestly, F the mainstream media. It's been hours, technically since yesterday when this started. The international media continue to be silent on this. The global Western mainstream legacy media are continuing to ignore what is actually happening on the ground, but it doesn't matter. We are here to continue our ongoing live coverage from the uprising in Iran. Also, if you want to get more updates throughout the day, make sure to follow our official account on X at 2CTV Official. Go follow that on X, of course, also on Instagram and all the others, if you want to stay up to date, and download the 2CTV app to get all the updates. But let's go to some of the videos that we have. First things first, the head of central bank, the Islamic Republic's central bank governor, Mohammad Reza Farzin, has now resigned in disgrace following the uprising and the collapse of the Iranian currency. The markets have now crashed. The economy doesn't exist anymore. And he's now decided to step down as the Iranian rial tumbles past 1.4 million per US dollar. Now, the general strikes that is happening in Iran is not helping the situation for the Iranian government in general. And the former the economy minister, Abdul Nasser Hemmati, has now been named as the new governor of the Islamic Republic's central bank to bring back some sort of stability. But let's not forget, as an economy minister, he completely wrecked the whole country. So it's not going to be a good replacement. And now, this aside, let's go to the videos that are coming in again. If you didn't watch our first live coverage on this earlier today, make sure to watch that as well. But the chants of "Long live the King" continue to be heard across the country. In terms of the overall situation, the regime forces are struggling to have enough numbers. I just lost the flag. It fell apart. Okay, that's not good. The flag has gone down. The revolution has been cancelled. Everybody go home. Now, as I said, over the last few hours since the protest started and turned into a massive uprising, not just in Tehran, but also in other cities and towns from around the country, the police came out. They can't control it. They brought out the security forces. Earlier on in Tehran, we do have some images and some footage to show you, evidence that they started shooting at the protesters, but the numbers are low. Each corner, when you have the security forces standing, is about 5 to 10 of them. And they are not able to take control of the situation. We don't know exactly where they are. We don't know what's going on inside the regime. Is this a tactic? Because they are now slowing down the internet as expected. Tomorrow might be interesting because the protesters have said that they're going to come out tomorrow, 10 a.m. Local time, to continue this. But of course, we are expecting the regime to now bring out the whole force with checkpoints and everybody else. But we'll see again. But right now, so far, they're nowhere to be seen. There is a small group that were being chased out by the Iranians throughout the streets of Tehran and Karaj and other cities. This one is from Karaj, Tehran. They're saying that people are chasing the security forces. Crazy time. Now, as I said, one of the main problems right now is that apart from one group that are already based in Iran, and that is the Hezbollah of Iraq, the neighboring country, the Hezbollah of Iraq have a permanent base inside the country. Previously, the Iranian regime were able to bring in Islamic militias from Lebanon, Hezbollah of Lebanon, also from Syria. Of course, they've lost Syria. There's still some Islamic Shias in Syria, but not really an organized force. And the Hezbollah of Lebanon fallen apart. The Iranian regime do have capability to bring in more from Iraq, but again, they are nowhere to be seen so far. I said this yesterday that, well, they should be bringing them out if they want to do a crackdown. It's the only option they have, because a lot of the members of the regime have now started to not obey, and they're just staying at home, or some of them have defected. Let's go to the next video. So that people are just taking control of the streets. This is unbelievable. What you're seeing here, this is not normal. This doesn't happen in Iran. You can't just freely march through the streets. This is insanity. Now, for now, it's an embarrassment for the Iranian regime, but this is a very important point, an important moment for this revolution. The Iranian people get energized because they are not revolutionary people in that sense. They get energized when they feel, like right now, that they are winning, that they are in control. The moment the momentum goes, and they just get repetitive, people come out the streets, and then the regime manages to regroup and bring out their forces, and then they start shooting at a few people and everybody gets scared. It's happened before. This is the important moment that the Iranian people have this opportunity to take advantage of this while the regime was still nowhere to be seen, really, continue and keep taking control of more cities and towns. Otherwise, they're going to come out and they're going to do their usual crackdown. More videos coming from the Iranians pushing back the Islamic occupation soldiers. Let's include obviously security as well as the police. They're also insulting the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. Very 18+ insults. It's yes, it's not ideal. A family show, ladies. Now, President Trump is meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu in Florida as we speak. Over the last couple of hours, they had a meeting, and when they were speaking to the members of the press, we can now confirm that President Trump has now given green light to the state of Israel to hit the Islamic Republic of Iran again over two issues. One, the ballistic missile program, and two, of course, their nuclear ambitions. Things are happening very soon, although at this point, I'm not really sure if this is going to be necessary, Israel hitting, but President Trump has finally said Israel can do it.
Will you support an attack?
Wait for his answer.
On Iran if Iran will not have a deal? If Iran will continue with their ballistic missiles and also nuclear weapons?
If they will continue with the missiles, yes. The nuclear, fast.
Yeah. So for missiles, yes. For nuclear, fast. Hit. Don't even think about it. So this is going to change the whole game. The Iranian regime now can see this and realize, well, not only they have their own people to deal with, they also have these two to deal with. It's not going to be an easy ride in the upcoming 2026 for the Islamic Republic. The Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, is still nowhere to be seen since his medical treatment in the hospital the other day, and we don't know exactly what's going on there. There are also rumors about more resignations from the government, including the president himself Pezeshkian, who, by the way, is just a puppet. The president in Iran doesn't really have much power. He's basically a glorified local councillor in charge of roads and potholes and things like that, rubbish collection. And now the Iranian regime forces earlier on also started opening fire on protesters. This is in Hamadan. Let's go to that. I'll show you more footage as well. See, the one on the right. Evil. Absolutely evil. But as you can see, again, while they do that, their numbers are low. The numbers from the security from the regime is very low. There's like 5 you can see in that from this frame. It's probably about 10 to 20 max in that area. So we're not really sure exactly what's going to... They can't claim to have been surprised because they started yesterday. We were talking about this. Everybody was talking about this. Surely the intelligence in the regime knew that these guys are going to come out and continue their general strike and protest. If they were actually surprised, that they are genuinely stupid. But I don't think they were surprised. And clearly, they're planning on doing something really dodgy, and they're just allowing the protests to gather momentum for now. This is the only logical response. Now, going to Malad in Iran, just outside of Tehran, protesters chanting as usual, "No to Gaza, no to Lebanon. My life is only for Iran." These guys don't like the Palestinian cause. No Gaza, no Lebanon. My life is only for Iran. Now, the Iranian regime's IRGC intelligence units are now sending warning text messages to citizens around the country. We can now confirm this is what we received. These are the text messages that the government are now sending out to people, literally everybody, just sending out in bulk to all the phone numbers in Iran. The message is basically sent to residents, especially in Tehran, like this one, warned people not to attend illegal gatherings and are urging them to stay away from protests, which is obviously a move. It's obvious that it's a sign of desperation and massive panic inside the security forces that they have to send out text messages begging people not to go. Now, the direct mass texting by the security agencies has been used before. It's usually a way to control obviously when they lose control of the streets overall and the authorities basically collapsing. This is an emergency psychological deterrence that they use. Now, as I said, one of the main issues is that they are now on the defensive and they are being reactionary. Sending out these messages maybe worked before in 2009, but right now, because back then people used to freak out. In 2009, when the rigged election happened, the Green Movement happened, and that was the beginning of the technology where the government could send out these mass text messages to everybody. People were freaking out because they were saying, how do they get my number? But it's just a system. They have access to all phone numbers. But now people know it's basically like spam. Just ignore it. So this level of threat is no longer working. Now, that aside, the crowd in Ahvaz as well, in another city in the south of Iran, are chanting that Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, is a murderer and his leadership is void and illegitimate. Basically cancelled. Cancelled the supreme leader.
Sorry guys, so I just want to say this is 2C's live stream. I decided to play it while I went on a quick break. I am back now. I didn't catch the first part of what he was saying, but I know that there are a lot of developments. So we're going to continue. We're going to continue watching this live stream, and then I'll go back to my own coverage. And guys, I have some great news. Armin will be joining me in about half an hour to go over the coverage as well. So get ready for that. Armin will be joining me. Of course, he's going to be simultaneously live streaming from from his YouTube channel as well. So yes, you can count on the Iranian YouTube streamers to be coordinating and working together. Of course, given that Mahir Tusi is now providing coverage, we're going to go back. This is the latest. This is the latest, right? So we're going to watch this because, like I said, the up until now, all the videos that I've shown you, that's only from like up until Monday morning. This is like the most recent developments, and again, I haven't even gotten to like all the crazy stuff. So let's continue watching. By the way, Ahvaz is the city that I'm from, the city that I was born in. So even Ahvaz is rising up. Like this is huge. This is huge, guys. All right, let's continue.
It's insanity, right? We have also now received a video message and statement by the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, or Reza Shah II. We can quickly go to that video that has now just been released. Let's go to...
I shared this video with you guys earlier.
It's got subtitles for you guys underneath when he speaks.
درود میفرستم به شما بازاری‌ها و مردمی که خیابان‌های تهران را به دست خود گرفته‌اید. وضعیت اقتصادی مملکت تا زمانی که این رژیم سر کار هست رو به زوال خواهد بود. زمان این رسیده است که همبستگی خود را بیش از پیش حفظ بکنیم. از تمام اقشار جامعه می‌خواهم
ask all sectors of society to come join their compatriots who have taken to the streets and call for an end to this regime.
In
particular, I have a message for the security and police forces. Take your destiny into your own hands. The regime is collapsing. Don't stand against the people. Join the people. Victory is ours because our cause is just, because we are united. And that chant at the end was, this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return, which takes us to the next video we received from Hamadan. People chanting, this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. Absolutely insanity. A tiny minority of Islamic radicals taking control of this country with rich heritage, tried their best to turn it into an Islamic country, failed miserably. Now, Hamadan again, people chanting, long live the king. Let's go. I saved the flag. The flag is back. I found it again. It fell on the floor. We got it. It's coming home. It's coming home. The first ever British pub will open in Tehran under my name and Tusi TV. Of course, it's going to be called the Lion, the Crown, and the Crown and the Lion, or the Lion and the Crown. You help me in the live chat. Should we call it the Crown and Lion, or the Lion and Crown because of the British Crown, British pub? Lion is because of the Persian lion. So the Lion or the Crown, or the Crown and Lion? Let me know in the live chat. These are the important things that we have to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very important issues. Now, Juicy Tusi would be your drag name. Yeah. Again, Michael is also focusing on the important issues. As you can see, Trudy, thank you for your super sticker. Libel says, the mainstream media will be quiet when it happens in our countries. Yep. Marcus says the Iranian regime are now obsolete. Yep. Because they've just lost support of their own people, their own supporters. Like, I know it was a tiny minority. It was about 5% of the country are the Islamic occupiers.
Okay, so I think that's probably the end of Tusi's update. because he's now going into the super chats. Guys, I missed the first part because I was taking a quick health break. Again, I have been doing this live stream for the last 3 hours. 3 hours. So and we're just getting started, guys. There's so much to go through, so much information that I need to share with you all. As you can see, the videos that Mahyar Tusi is talking about, I haven't even gotten to that yet. But I just wanted to let you know that we now have Armin with us. So let me fix my how do I do this? Let me fix my layouts here. Sorry, guys. This is like me still trying to where is this? Here we go. There we go. Armin, welcome.
Hi.
How are
Thank
you?
Hey, nice to see you again. I miss talking
Great.
to you.
You were just speaking with who?
No, I said I missed talking to you.
Oh, yeah, I definitely missed speaking with you as well. Let me see if I can fix this. Wait. Rectangle.
No worries.
How do I want to make it like, oh, fill. There we go. Okay, there we go. I figured it out. Okay. I'm learning the how to do like layouts. So here we go. I think this is much better. Thank you so much for joining, Armin. Armin, of course, the host of Atheist Republic.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, exciting times, Armin. So, I was actually just speaking about you earlier in my live stream, and I was like, I should reach out to Armin and see if he's interested in joining. So, and then you reached out to me, so I'm so glad that happened, and now here we are. So let's get started. So just to put this in context before you begin, I started this live stream about 3 hours ago, and I've been sharing videos starting from yesterday, because I kind of want to show every single video and show non-Iranians how we went from a demonstration that was about the collapse of the Iranian rial, and very quickly it turned into anti-Islam pro-Shah demonstrations. So I'm still showing videos from like Monday morning. I haven't even got to all the crazy stuff that has happened recently. So would love to hear from you, and welcome, and let's go. The show's yours.
Well, I mean, I think the key thing that we need to focus on, as you just did, is the pro-Pahlavi nature of the chants, which is the current red line of the Islamic Republic. Like, we have passed like the days of Zan Zindagi Azadi or death to the dictator. These are not or taking off your hijab or even being anti-Islam. These are the old red lines. The regime has given up those battlefields, and the new red lines are supporting Pahlavi and supporting Israel. So I don't know if people know here. Let me know what you think about this, Goldie, because the regime not only is not as sensitive as it used to be about hijab or anti-Islamic content or opinions, it actually is encouraging them now. Did you? Because it's trying to use those types of narratives to focus on being anti-Pahlavi and anti-Israel. And there are many fake opposition in Iran who are trying to tell the world that they're the real opposition, and they're leftists, and they're communists, and they're the MEK, and they're the reformists, and they're trying to convince the world that Iranian people, they represent the Iranian people, and they're anti-Israeli, they're anti-Pahlavi, they're anti what they call imperialist West, and they're anti-Pahlavi. But the Iranian people, we were telling everybody constantly that the Iranian people are pro-Pahlavi. They're more, every day they're becoming more Israeli, more pro-Pahlavi. They are very pro-American, and the commies, the leftists, and the reformists, and the MEK does not represent the Iranian people. And we were called liars. The Iranian support for Pahlavi were called bots for by the Haaretz. They were called fake. They were called regime officials coming into the streets and saying Javid Shah. I don't know for what reason, a whole bunch of conspiracy theories. And we told them that this is there were so many content creators trying to dismiss how pro-Pahlavi the Iranian people are. And they came up with so many different weird excuses. And we told them on my Persian channel, by the way, I don't know, Goldie, I don't know if you know about my Persian channel. I have dedicated my Persian channel to going after anti-Pahlavi content creators. Like almost 1 out of every 2 of my shows on my Persian channel is going after anti-Pahlavi Iranians. And I warn them all the time that, guys, at some point it's going to be undeniable and you all are going to look retarded. Okay? Like the Iranian people are going to come into the streets and they're going to shout Pahlavi's name, and we are going to come after every single one of you, and we're going to remind everybody what you were trying to convince them of. And this is the day. We knew this is going to happen because we could see what the Iranian people want, and the Iranian people want Pahlavi, and now they're making it clear. I have so many videos coming out of Iran, and the main chants are pro Pahlavi. So I have my videos as well. I don't know if you want me to share them, but yeah.
So I mean, so what I've basically been doing with this particular live stream is I went back to yesterday, and I've just been sort of going through this account. Etilaf is one of the most reliable accounts for news coming out of Iran, and so I've been going through their videos. Is there? I mean, I would love to see your videos as well. Do you know if there's a way for me to give you access or control, or do you have to send me
I already have access.
Oh, you have access?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're able to change the screen to whatever,
no,
go ahead.
I can't change the screen. I can add a video and then you could bring it up.
So
if you click yeah.
Okay, so let's do that here.
So let me know which ones should I show, because is this something you already shown? Because I have no recent
I haven't shown any of the recent ones. So yeah, whatever you want to bring up, you just bring up, and we'll go through your videos as well. Because I was just kind of going back and starting from back. But honestly, Armin, the videos that are coming out, it's so hard to even keep up with the news, because it's just snowballing, it's crazy. So all right, so let's just go through all the videos you want to share. So what's this first one here? What are we seeing?
Okay, yeah, so this one is from yesterday, and people are shouting Reza Shah Ruhat Shah, which I think the best translation is King Reza, blessed be your spirit. So yeah. Reza Shah, is that a good translation in your opinion? Yeah, okay.
Reza Shah, bless your soul, basically.
Bless your soul. Yes, that's better, actually. You're right. So that's the first Pahlavi king. Okay, so this is a good chant. Not my favorite, because it mentions there's 3 Pahlavis, and I keep telling people that the most important chant is the one that mentions the 3rd Pahlavi. Okay, because if you keep talking positively about Reza Shah and Muhammad Reza Shah, which are the 1st and 2nd Pahlavi, a lot of people excuse it away by saying oh, this is just nostalgia. Even if Iranian people have a positive feeling towards previous Pahlavis, then don't want the prince, they don't want the 3rd Pahlavi to come back to Iran. And also because one of government propaganda techniques right now is to actually have content creators who are pro Reza Shah and Muhammad Reza Shah to be then anti the prince.
Yeah,
right. To
exactly.
say oh, we respect Reza Shah, we respect Muhammad Reza Shah, but this 3rd one, he's not very good. Only the first 2. So this is why it's important for people to mention the 3rd Pahlavi, not the 1st and 2nd, right? So, but it gets better. It gets better. Let me see. So that was the first video. By the way, let me know if you if I'm speaking too much. Okay, I don't want to
No,
come
not
and
at all.
steal your
This
show.
is a welcome break for me because I've been
Okay.
speaking for 3 hours. So please,
Right.
please take the reins for a little bit.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. So then we have a second video that I just uploaded. If you want to show that one.
Okay.
Okay, so this one is saying Javid Shah, which means long live the king. This
Mhm.
one is a favorite among Pahlavi supporters. And again, this is in the bazaar in Tehran from yesterday. And you can see the crowd is big and they're shouting Javid Shah from inside Iran, which is a pro Pahlavi chant. But it gets better because, for example, by the way, I have a lot of videos. I don't even know if we could go through all of them.
Oh, we
But
are going to go
here's
through them all. Just grab a
okay.
coffee. Grab a coffee. It's going to be a long day, Armin.
Okay.
And you are 3 hours behind, so you have no excuses because I know you're in Vancouver, so you're 3 hours behind me in the terms of the time
Sounds good.
zone.
Sounds good. Okay. All right, so before I play the rest, let me translate this one because this one is now mentioning the third Pahlavi. This one is saying, and again, guys, this is from Tehran from yesterday, saying that this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. So Pahlavi will return is clearly mentioning the third Pahlavi because obviously first Pahlavi and second Pahlavi, they're not alive anymore. So this is talking about the living Pahlavi, which is Prince Reza Pahlavi. So let's listen.
هشتم دیماه به چهارراه استانبول به سمت فردوسی.
I just wanted to say something. So he pointed out the date. He said Hashtom Day Mah Chara Ferdowsi. That's really important. Armin, can you explain why Iranians in occupied Iran, when they're sharing videos, why do they always add the date to their videos?
Because I think what you're pointing out, I might be wrong, is the fact that so many people will claim that this is fake. This is an older video that is you're reusing a video from another time. So that's why people, when they're recording, they mention the date so that people can't say that this is an old video. That's the reason. Right?
Yeah, and that's because, again, like you were saying, there's a lot of regime apologists. There's a lot of social media influencers out there who are working with either the regime or the Marxist, communist, leftist, whatever, and they will try to claim that these videos are old or fake or whatever. And so one of the ways that Iranians in occupied Iran counter that propaganda is they have learned to now say the date and the location of the video as a way to counter that narrative that we have been fighting for the last 47 years.
Exactly. Perfectly said. So, so I don't know. Have you seen this video? Because this is like this one has become the symbol. You know how every time we have one of these uprisings, there becomes one image that becomes a symbol of the movement, right?
Yeah.
This picture, right, this video at the second half of this video became now is becoming the symbol of this movement because of the bravery that this man is showing. So let's watch it. You have shown this already?
No. I was going to say I have not shared this video yet, but let me just do something really quickly here. I want to see if I can just change the layout to make the video bigger, but I have to.
Yep.
No, give me one moment here.
Yep. Okay. No.
Okay,
Right.
and then
that gives me time to go find this image that Ali Karimi posted. So I'm gonna.
Okay. Let me do this, and then this one here. Sorry, guys. I'm literally learning on the spot. This is how you can tell this is not like this isn't
pre-recorded.
It's not pre-recorded. Yeah, it's definitely not pre-recorded. And we're also, like I don't no, I don't like that. How do I do this? Fit. Sorry, guys, give me one moment. I also don't have like a fancy like production team that can help me out here. So let me just fix this here.
That makes it more authentic. So it's okay.
I guess. So here, all right. I found a good layout here. There we go. All right. So this way we can maximize the videos, and we're just kind of in the corner there. Are you okay with that, Armin? I've kind of been using this. I've kind of been using this format all day just to make sure the videos are much bigger. So okay, all right,
That's
go ahead.
good. All right, so let's watch this. So the guy behind the cameraman in the house is saying what happened, and then the cameraman says they threw a tear gas. They threw a tear gas, and the guy says, "Oh." So this is what's becoming so symbolic. This is a historical moment right here. So this man is sitting in front of this in the middle of the street, trying to block the Basijis from moving forward, but by himself. Just one person. Look at what's in front of him. So this is extremely brave because he's basically accepting whatever could happen to him. He's just accepting it, and he's just like sitting there trying to block them. And I uploaded a picture. Can you show that one? I uploaded 2 pictures. So
okay. All right. So the first one here.
Yeah, so a lot of people are comparing him sitting in front of the Basijis, like the China's Tiananmen Square, right? And the second one just shows, it's a good picture to show what he was dealing with, just sitting there trying to block them by himself. So that just became like a really historical video that is going viral on Iranian social media. So yeah, so that was that. Let me show you. Let me just upload the next video.
Yeah.
By the way, is this helpful? Yeah, go on.
I was just going to say, like, I actually shared, like, when I started my live stream, I started with this image, but like I haven't even gotten around to explaining it yet. So I'm really glad that you did, that you are talking about this image, because this is becoming like you know, the Iranian version of like the Tiananmen Square moment. It's this image right here where like guys, so this is a perfect example of Iran, right? This man here, he's Iranian versus the Islamic Republic, which is all of those Basij, you know, militia forces on those motorbikes there. So that's why this image is going viral amongst Iranians. Okay, let me go to the next video.
So he first gives the date, and you can see he changed his audio for security reasons. He's showing the riot police helicopters passing by. He's saying there are 3 helicopters. So he's saying, he gives the date. He said, this is Tehran. Just showing the anti-riot police helicopters trying to go get to the protests. So he ends his video saying, death to Khamenei, no to the Islamic Republic, and Javid Shah, which is, again, a pro-Pahlavi. Basically means long live the king. All right, so that one video. So then we have,
now we have a photo.
No, it's video.
Oh, video. So where is this?
This is in Tehran Bazaar, the bazaar in Tehran. and they're saying bebandish because this is technically a strike by the Bazari people, by the store owners, and they're basically telling the other store owners who haven't shut down their store to shut it down. So bebandish, which means shut it down, because this is supposed to be a strike.
Okay. Now, Armin, I mentioned this a little bit earlier in my live stream, but what are your thoughts on the importance or significance of the Bazaris being the ones to initiate this nationwide strike?
It's a big deal because the Bazaris are traditionally pro-regime, pro-mullahs, right? And they also were a significant part of their Islamic revolution in 1979. So the fact that they are now protesting against the regime and they're chanting pro-Pahlavi chants, for a lot of people is symbolic because that's how the Islamic revolution was successful. So this brings a lot of memories back, and a lot of people think like, oh my God, if they're turning against the Islamic Republic, last time this happened, the regime fell. So maybe this time the regime will fall again, So it's a, and also given their historic allegiances, it shows that the regime has no friends. So that's the significance as well. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I guess the next video.
Yep. Yeah. So the chant "Bi Sharaf," you hear it usually when the regime forces with the anti-riot police is probably doing something that the crowd doesn't like. So, for example, if they're hitting somebody or if they're arresting somebody, the crowd usually starts chanting "Bi Sharaf," which means without honor, or without basically telling honorless, like you have no honor. That's I just wanted to show some of these. By the way, I have the videos as we go. We're going to see more pro-Pahlavi and anti-Palestinian chants. I have a lot of videos that are pro-Pahlavi and anti-Palestinian, and the anti-Palestinian chants are very significant. A lot of people might not understand why Iranian people, like why are they so obsessed about being anti-Palestinian, which when we get to, we will explain, right? So,
Absolutely.
but I wanted to make sure that people understand what Bi Sharaf means, what like these words mean, so that when they see it on the news, they could understand them better, or when people use it.
Yeah. No, you make a great point. And I actually did play one of the anti-Palestine chants from, this was from Monday morning. And I spoke about it a little bit, but I think it's going to be important to replay that, the videos that you have, and then hear your explanation on the topic as well, because it is huge. And, one of the things that I said to non-Iranians who are watching this stream, and I just want to remind everyone, keep in mind, these videos are coming from people in occupied Iran. You don't see a single keffiyeh. You don't see any like Palestine flags. You're not seeing any violence here from the Iranian people. You're basically just seeing Iranians who are dressed normally, and they're fighting against Islam. They're not dressed up like terrorists, and none of like the keffiyeh nonsense, right? Because we know what terrorists and terrorism look like. And so pay attention to all of these videos that you're watching from Iran, from various cities across the country. You're not going to see a single keffiyeh. You're not going to see a single person who has like their face covered with
well, you might see a keffiyeh on the anti-riot police from the regime forces. So you might see the regime officers.
Well, the regime forces, yes, of course, the regime forces, they will wear the keffiyehs, but I'm referring to the Iranian people themselves, right? Like Iranians do not dress that way. It's only the terrorists who have the keffiyehs and dress like jihadis. So, and that's the big difference here. So,
by the way, while you show the next video, can I just go say something to my wife? I'll be right back.
Yeah, absolutely. Take your time. Okay, so here is the next video. So as you can see, this is where tear gas, the forces of the Islamic regime have now started to throw tear gas into the crowds of peaceful Iranians who are just walking down the street and they're saying, "Long live the king." And like I showed you in earlier videos, no violence, no looting, no nothing. They're just peacefully walking, and that's enough for the Islamic dictatorship to react with violence. And so we're starting to see tear gas here. Is that correct, Armin? That's what this is in Lalazar, right?
Yeah, that's it. Was it? I don't know where it was, but it was a tear gas. It was a tear gas, and that's what the guy is coughing about. I just wanted to see if people see this the conflict there. But the next couple of videos I'm going to show, the next 2 videos, I want to just show the crowd sizes. Yeah, so because it's actually bigger than I thought. It's weird that it was this big, because usually it takes a couple of days for the momentum.
And
but this one, all of a sudden,
this is happening less than 24 hours.
Yeah, and it's ongoing.
Yeah, okay, so here we go. Okay, let me just fix this here. So, okay, let's do this so that I can actually, because I couldn't read what the video is saying there. So the video says, Park Shahr روبروی پاساژ خیام. Park Shahr روبروی پاساژ خیام. So again, guys, this is a different passage. Remember I told you passage is just another Iranian word for like shopping mall, shopping center, bazaar. So this is another massive crowd in a different part of the city of Tehran. So this nationwide strike is literally happening not just all over the city of Tehran, but all over the country of Iran. Wow. Okay, let's go to the next one.
Oh, Harris is in the chat. Oh.
Who? What?
Harris Sultan is in the chat.
Oh, is he?
He's saying, yeah.
Where is he?
Saying he's
oh,
we have a celebrity here. yeah. He's saying, Harris, is this the biggest? Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna know. So Harris is saying, is this the biggest uprising yet? Looks more people than ever before. I think it is. So,
well, I think not yet. It's the second biggest. I think it was the second biggest, but it's the fastest growing in my opinion, because this is day one. So it's one of the fastest growing. Like I've never seen all of a sudden just one day, like the day before nothing, and then the day after, like this video especially is crazy. Like this video, like it's weird because it's day one. Like how did all of a sudden, like it, to me, it shows that even if this dies down a little bit, we will keep seeing this, because the economic situation in Iran right now is so bad, and it's only getting worse, and there is no solution. Like even the Islamic Republic has fucked up the economy so bad that even if they wanted to fix it, they wouldn't be able to fix it. Like there is no fix for this. So I just think that it will just continue. Like and many people predicted that as soon as the gas prices increase, this will happen. And that's exactly how 2 days after the gas prices increased, we had, remember the Bloody Aban? That was like 6 years ago. That was
2019, November 2019. Yeah.
Yeah, that was in response to fuel prices increasing. So this is exactly similar to that. And now we have fuel prices increasing and so many other things on top of each other. So it's inevitable for many of these to keep happening. Yeah. But let's look at the crowd sizes here. It's crazy.
And is this video from today, Armin?
This from yesterday.
Yeah, this is okay. So this is still yesterday. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Big.
Wow.
Really big.
Okay. Next one.
Oh. Let me give you the context. So what's happening here is that you have the anti-riot police realizing that they cannot actually control this crowd. There was a video. Did I show you the video where they were running away from the crowd? I don't know if I showed that.
No,
Oh,
we haven't seen that one yet.
Okay, so I will find that. But here they're realizing that they cannot control the crowd because the crowd is too big. So what they were doing, it was that they were making them some promises to try to negotiate with the crowd. And then the crowd started chanting "Duruggu, Duruggu," which means liar, liar, liar.
Yeah.
So they're not believing their promises. So that's what this is.
Okay.
So you want to, yeah.
All right, let's play this.
So now they're saying, so the guy is trying to talk to the protesters, and now they're chanting "Marg bar dictator," death to the dictator. Okay, so they're saying let him go, let him go. They're probably arresting somebody there. That's when they say let him go is usually in response to somebody being arrested. So the cameraman is saying, oh, people are enough, like apparently there's a fight somewhere. Now they're saying be sharaf, be sharaf. Probably somebody's being arrested because now they're saying honorless, honorless. Okay, so the next video is the one with the people running away, the anti-riot police running away from the crowd.
Oh wow! Is this from yesterday or today?
This from yesterday.
Okay.
So this is really quick. If you see those people in white, they are the anti-riot police, and the crowd starts running towards them, and they start running away.
He even says in Farsi, the guy who's filming, he says "Farare like niru intizami az dast mardom," which means the running away of the riot police by the hands of the people.
Exactly. Perfect translation. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Next one.
Yeah. This is our Israelis in the chat. This is for you. Okay.
Wait,
so
but
listen to this one.
Before you play it, I also just want to say, because I do have a lot of Lebanese fans and supporters, I already contextualized this earlier, but I just want to make it very clear that when Iranians here are chanting about Lebanon, they don't actually mean Lebanon, the country, or the Lebanese people. They're referring to Hezbollah. So they're referring specifically to Hezbollah, which is occupying Lebanon. It's just, I guess, the way that they chant it, it's just like more poetically whatever for like a slogan. So I do want to contextualize that because I know for me personally, I get really frustrated when people say Iran when they're referring to the Islamic Republic. I like to make that distinction, and so I
Right.
just want to like for Iranians, we already know what they're meaning, what they're saying. We know the context behind saying Lebanon. They're referring to Hezbollah, so we don't have to explain that to ourselves when we're speaking in Farsi. But because there are a lot of non-Iranians who are watching, I do want to put that in context. All right, so now that we know that we're referring to Hezbollah, not Lebanon. All right, Armin, go ahead with
Yep.
explaining this.
And also, but let me add actually more context. It's more about Iranian resources going to Lebanon.
Well, going to
It's about
Hezbollah.
Iranian. Yeah. Well, I mean, Lebanon. We want the best for Lebanon, but with their own resources. The Islamic Republic resources going to Lebanon is like it's supposed. The Iranian resource, Lebanon's resources should be used for Lebanon. Iranian resources should be used for Iran. So Iranians, because this is the issue is. By the way, they actually don't say.
Well, like I said, I mean, the resources going to Lebanon are not actually going to the government of Lebanon. They're going to Hezbollah.
Yeah,
like Hezbollah is fully funded by the Islamic Republic. And so, one of the things that I've constantly said is that one of the best ways to free Lebanon from Hezbollah and, all the Islamic jihadis there is for Iranians to overthrow the regime, because as soon as Iran is free, Hezbollah is going to literally lose all of their resources, and they're going to be able to, they won't be able to terrorize Lebanon anymore. So what's happening in Iran is actually very, very good news for Lebanon as well.
Right. Hold on. Am I getting cut? Hold on. Am I okay? Do you have my audio well? Because I was getting cut.
No, you're kind of cutting in and out.
How about now? I closed a whole bunch of windows. I had too many things open. Is it okay now?
Now it's better. Yeah.
Okay, now it's better. Yeah. So yeah, you're completely right. I have a video that Lebanon is mentioned, but however, this video they mention Palestine and Gaza. The text on the cover is kind of wrong. They don't actually mention Lebanon here, but all the context you provided is important for the chant. Like they do mention Lebanon in future chants. But let's play this one, and I will translate it. So,
can you play it, or do I need to play it?
Oh, me? Okay. So here, they're saying Palestine, ham Gaza, har do fadai Iran. They're saying Palestine and Gaza sacrificed them both for Iran. That's what they're saying. So, Goldie, you're right about Lebanon, okay? But with Palestine, Iranian people are actually anti-Palestinian.
Oh, 100%. Oh, 100%. Like I only make that contextualization and distinction with Lebanon because that's the situation in Lebanon. But no, when it comes to Gaza and Palestine, Iranians, we're totally against it. And that's why again, you don't see any kafiyas anywhere. And Iranians, we're not like a savage Islamic jihadi terrorist society that hates Israel whatsoever. So yeah, like Iranians despise everything to do with Palestine and Gaza. So I mean, guys, I just want to say, you think I'm bad when it comes to like my thoughts on Palestine? You have no idea what people in Iran say, do, or think when it comes to Palestine. So yeah, like,
and they hate Palestine with a passion, because the whole, like, for a lot of people, Gaza and Hamas and Palestine is like, this is the area with some Hamas terrorists against Israel, okay? But for Iranian people, Palestine represents the source of most of their problems, because the Palestinian cause is the tool the Islamic Republic uses for its imperial agenda in the Middle East and North Africa. And it's basically the entire ideological reasoning behind using Iran to build an Islamic empire, a Shia Islamic empire. it's all with the excuse of the Palestinian cause. So given that the Islamic Republic is more for Palestine and anti-Iran, the Islamic Republic is considered, the reason why the Islamic Republic is considered a foreign invasion, a foreign occupation of Iran, is because it's for Palestine and it's not for Iran. That's the reason why Iranian people are anti-Palestinian, because they think they're represented, the regime represents Palestine and not Iran.
So Armin, it's even more than that. One of the foundational pillars of the Islamic regime is the whole Palestinian cause. I mean, they're the ones who created Al-Quds Day in 19. So, like, one of the first things that the Islamic regime did when they occupied Iran in 1979 is they created Al-Quds Day. You know, that fake hate celebration where even Al-Quds Day wasn't invented by the Palestinians. Even their own like jihadi hate fests where they celebrate terrorism, even those weren't even invented by them. Like, that's how fake Palestine is. And in fact, as you can see here, Yasser Arafat and the Palestinians were played a key role in destabilizing and occupying Iran back in 1979. And so here you can see him, literally his, ugly jihadi face with his terrorist keffiyeh at a press conference in Tehran in 1979, right? He was the first foreign leader invited to visit Iran mere days after the victory of the revolution. And get this, he declared he was coming to his own home, right? Like, these people are literally parasites. They want to colonize everywhere. They want to take over everywhere. Like, the audacity as like an Arab man born in Egypt to like come to Iran and declare you're coming to your own home. Like, it's insane. It's insane. But this is where a lot of the disdain and hatred for the fake Palestinian cause comes from. It stems from the Islamic Revolution itself and Yasser Arafat.
On top of that, even before the 1979 Islamic Revolution, it was the Palestinians, the so-called Palestinians, who were training the communists in Iran, the leftist communists, they were arming them and training them for terrorist activities against the Shah, right?
Yeah.
And we even have video evidence. Ziba Kalam in Iran, who is now a reformist. This is how we know the reformists are actually more radical than the Islamic Republic itself, like more than the hardliners themselves. They were the leftist commies who were being trained by Palestinians to do terrorist activities against the Shah in Iran. Eventually, and so this is how the Islamists eventually got the upper hand, because the Islamists and the leftists were working with each other, and then eventually they got rid of the leftists and basically created the Islamic Republic. But this goes, so the DNA of the Islamic Republic is Palestinian.
Yep.
From the very start, it's not Iranian, it's Palestinian. And that's why,
sorry, go ahead.
No, that's why the Iranian people hate Palestine, because Palestine represents their occupying regime. Yeah. They're being occupied by Palestine.
Yeah. And that's why I say that, like, first of all, I point out that many people involved with the Islamic Republic aren't even Iranian, right? So it's a foreign Islamist jihadi occupation. And yeah, like, this is why Iranians want nothing to do with the fake Palestinian cause. So that gives you a little bit of context as to why Iranians right now are basically saying, to hell with Gaza and Palestine. All right, let me wait. So let's go back to that video, because I don't think I think this is a video, right?
Yeah, that's the video. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So now we can go back. So now we have a little bit of context as to why Iranians literally right now are out in the streets and they're chanting, to hell with Gaza and Palestine, right? I would sacrifice both of them for Iran.
Yeah. So Palestine, هم فلسطین هم غزه هر دو فدای ایران. Both Palestine and Gaza, sacrifice them both for Iran. So now they're saying bebandish, bebandish. They probably passed the store that was open and it's supposed to be a strike. And now they're saying bebandish, bebandish, which means shut it down, shut it down. Yeah. So
Wow.
there's that. Yeah.
Okay, so I go to the next one now.
Yeah, let's go to the So this one is the one with Lebanon. They say no Gaza, no Lebanon, my life for Iran. My life sacrificed for Iran. So that one was the one with yeah.
Lebanon.
in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're referring to Hezbollah pretty much.
Hezbollah, yes.
Yeah.
All right. So let me actually, which one was this? This one, Sarah, number 4. Okay, let's go to the next video while I upload the next one. So you can see, guys, these videos are from a few hours ago. And you can see this one is also saying no Gaza, no Lebanon, my life for Iran. You can see how popular of a chant this is, which shows how not how different the agenda of the Iranian people is from the Islamic Republic. Like they don't want it to have anything to do with Hamas or Hezbollah. This is why Iranian people cheer every time a Hamas leader dies. This is why they cheer every time a Hezbollah leader dies, because they consider them to be the enemies of the Iranian people. But you can see these are multiple different videos from yesterday and a couple of hours ago with the same chants. So then we have another video.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I was just looking at something on X. Here, let me add the next one.
So here they're saying bebandin, bebandid, bi sharafid nabandin. They're telling the store owners who haven't joined the strike. They're saying shut it down. You are without honor if you don't shut it down. So they're telling all the store owners to shut down their store. That's what they're saying. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So next one is from this one is not that. No, let's actually go to the next one. This one is not that significant. This one. So this one starts with the chant "Na Gaza, na Lebanon, Janam Fado Iran," which means no to Gaza, no to Lebanon, my life for Iran. But I think so the camera lady, the camera lady says Ben Nazar. How do you translate that, Goldie?
I don't know. Let me do a Google Translate here.
Ben Nazar. I don't think there's a good word for it in English.
Benazam. I don't know. Let me see. Benazam. No, there's not a good translation. Google Translate translates it as I will, but no. Okay, so the best way that I could describe Benazam is I don't know, imagine someone does something cute or fun or whatever that you like. And then so, one of the ways you can respond is you can be like, Benazam, I love what you're doing, so usually it's reserved for if a little kid does something really cute, right? Let's say
that was old. That was old. That was the old meaning of it. The new meaning of it is love it so much.
Yeah.
I think as kids we grew up our parents telling us that. So now we use it as adults for when we see something wholesome.
That's true. Right? So so you know what? That's the best translation. I love it. So Ben Azam here. So she's seeing all these people walking down the street in Iran, and they're saying no to Gaza, my life for Iran. And she's like, I love it, Ben Azam.
Oh, somebody just gave a good translation. It means right on. Yeah, that's a good translation. Right?
Okay.
Right on. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone says it's like June. I know it's like June, but then I would have to translate June as well. So I mean, if I said
Oh,
Benazam is like
June sounds
June,
like you're flirting. Yeah.
yeah,
June
but
sounds
no, but someone's like
flirtatious.
anyway. So yeah, so she's basically saying I love it. I love it.
Yeah, yeah,
All right.
yeah. All right.
Okay.
Oh, let me. I forgot. I'm the one who plays this. Okay. So I think this. So this video is very important because the second part of the video, now they're saying a different chant. They're saying in آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده. This is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. The reason why I love this video is because you could see that the same people who chant against the Palestinian cause are the same people who are chanting pro Pahlavi chant. This is why I like to show that this is the same crowd. So the second part saying in آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده, which means this is the final battle. The Pahlavi will return, which is also, I love this chant because again, it's not referring to the first Pahlavi. It's not referring to the second Pahlavi. It's referring to the living Pahlavi. It's referring
and that's
to
important.
Pahlavi.
That's very
That's important. Right, because it cannot be misinterpreted. Yeah. Oh, the camera lady joins in. She says, "This is the final battle." she got emotionally affected by that,
Yeah.
which is, yeah.
She did.
She did.
Okay,
And
the
now
next one?
I have more. Yes, my next one. I have more.
I love this.
Yeah. So did you see this? You can see how popular this chant is. This is from a few hours ago, by the way. So saying this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. So this is the same chant again.
Do we know which city this is? Do we know which city this is?
Oh, I could look at the
So
because
you know what, that's fine. So what we'll do for now, Armin, is I just want to go through all of your videos because there's so much of them. These videos are all available on X, and so afterwards, like, you know, I'll go back and I'll, like, you know, share the information. But I just want to say to everyone, these demonstrations are now happening all across the country in various cities. And for those of you who were watching Mahyar Tusi's live stream update while I was taking a break, he did point out that you know, this is happening all across the country of Iran.
I just checked. This is Hamadan.
It's Hamadan? Okay.
This is Hamadan. Yeah, I just checked. Yeah. Yep. So that was one was from Hamadan. And then I could actually, because the people who send me, they sometimes tell me where it comes
honestly
from.
it's okay. It's okay if you don't know, because right now it's just so much footage is coming out, but we know it's happening all over. There's demonstrations in Ahvaz, Tehran, Mashhad, Isfahan, Hamadan, Kerman, Malard. Like it's literally all over. It's all over the country at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, I have a video from Prince Reza Pahlavi himself in response to this, which we will get to.
So I played that earlier. More than happy. We should play it again because it is very important. And so for all of the new people who have joined in, 100%, we should replay his message. So you let me know when you want to replay it.
Okay, but let's go through these first. So this is again from a few hours ago saying Reza Shah Ruat Shah, which means like King Reza, blessed be his soul. You said I used to say spirit. Soul is better.
Bless your soul. Reza Shah Ruhat Shah, which means Reza Shah, bless your soul.
Bless your soul. Yeah, that's actually a better translation. By the way, some of the chants that are coming up are going to get really radical. Is it okay if some of the chants are 18 plus? We're not there yet, but is that okay?
That's fine. I already translated one person who was calling the leftists and communists Harumzadeh. So I mean, I just, you know, I translated as the word that starts with a B and ends with asterd. So I mean,
I'm going to be more direct if that's okay, because is that okay?
I mean, sure. All right, that's fine. As
Okay.
long as you're saying it, not me. But I'll let
Yeah.
you deal. I'll let you deal with the radical stuff. But you know what? You know, it's I guess it's important to share this so that people actually know what Iranian people in occupied Iran are actually saying and thinking. So
Yes.
yeah, go ahead. I mean, I'm certainly not going to be censoring what Iranian people are saying. So yeah, go ahead. Feel free.
Yeah. I mean, we're not there yet, but we're getting there soon. So yeah, we're gonna get there soon. But also, Goldie, because a lot of Iranians are constantly told that, oh, you should be like, oh, the Iranian people are swearing too much, and these are not legitimate protests because they use vulgar words. So the response by many Iranians was to just double down. To say like, you know what, you're not going to be able to language police us. If you're going to say that we're not proper opposition because we're swearing, well, let's actually get even more vulgar. That's how people respond. They're basically breaking all taboos because they're tired of this.
Yeah.
being
And we are
police.
generally very, very polite people. Like, it's just, yeah, but they're breaking taboos because they're sick and tired of dealing with savage Islamic jihadis, right? Like, their lives are literally on the line here. Their lives are literally on the line.
Yeah, I would say we're either very polite or very, very. We don't have a middle.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? We're 0 or 100, right? There's no in between. There's 0 or 100. It's like that song, it's like 0 to 100, real quick. Real quick.
Exactly.
Have you heard that song? And like even the protests, the demonstrations that started yesterday, it went from 0 to 100 within literally like an hour.
Yeah.
An hour. So yeah. All right, go ahead.
All right. So can you bring up the next video, because I can't bring them up. I can only
of course.
pause.
Sorry.
Okay, I think this is Malard. Guys, am I pronouncing the city properly? Malard. So this is another city. You can see the crowd sizes are big. So this is a completely different city, not even a major city, but you can see the crowd sizes even in non-major cities are big.
Mm-hmm.
So that one. So let's go to the next one. And also they were saying Reza Shah Ruhat Shad. It's amazing how many of the videos are pro Pahlavi. Like it's
all pro Pahlavi.
Taking over.
Yeah.
It's like so you can see this is from Hamadan, just a few hours ago, and it's saying again, this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return.
This is from today.
Yeah,
or
this is just
yesterday?
a few hours ago. No, this is from a few hours ago.
امروز 8 دی ماه آره دیروز هفتم بود. Yeah, okay. This is from today. Yeah, this is Monday.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah. But Goldie, I don't know if people understand how big of a deal it is for us that now the chants are so pro Pahlavi, because people are like, oh, okay, so you guys are pro Pahlavi, got it, noted. But for us, this is a major breakthrough, because like back on we have been fighting all the other opposition who were trying to pretend that the Iranian people are not pro Pahlavi and this is all just made up. And for us, the recent Mashhad protests and now this, we feel so vindicated. Like we feel like this, the Iranian people have demonstrated what they're asking for, and there is nobody can deny this anymore. Like they have made it impossible to deny. Like a lot of us have been waiting for this for so many. Like this is such an I told you so moment for us against the commies and against the anti-Israelis and against the anti-Pahlavis. This is such a big day, a couple of days for us. So this might be for people who don't know the history of this, we have crossed a major red line, and now the DNA of this national revolution is now all Pahlavi. Like people understand that the opposition, if the DNA of the Islamic Republic is Palestine, then the DNA of the opposition is Pahlavi. That's what we know today. That's what has been established now.
100%. I mean, I would say that the floodgates have pretty much been opened. The dam has crumbled, and it's just Pahlavi everywhere. And like you were saying, it's not even just the older chants, right? The chants and the slogans are about the current Pahlavi, Reza Shah II, the current Shah of Iran in exile, and people are chanting "In akharin nabard Pahlavi barmigarde Javid Shah," which means this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. They're referring to the current Shah of Iran in exile. They're saying he will return, and they're saying, long live the king. This is something that cannot be co-opted by the Islamic regime. It cannot be manipulated by the communists. It cannot be mistranslated by the left, right? The leftist progressives, right? All these people who claim that there's, all these fake opposition leaders, all these people who claim that Iranians don't support the Shah, don't want the return of the Shah. They cannot co-opt this message. And this is a lesson that Iranians have learned the hard way, because in the past, any other chant or slogan that they used, for example, Women Life Freedom was co-opted by the communists, by the progressives, even by the Islamic Republic itself. That's why today, we are seeing hundreds of videos coming out from occupied Iran literally within the last 24 hours. Hundreds of videos. We haven't even like touched over half of them. Not a single video is mentioning any other person, right? Not a single video is mentioning any other opposition leader. That's because all those opposition leaders are fake. They have literally zero support inside Iran. And not a single video. You're not hearing Woman Life Freedom anymore, because Iranians have gone past that. Why? Because when they were chanting Woman Life Freedom, that was being co-opted by the communists, by the progressives, by the leftists. They were calling the national uprising 3 years ago a feminist movement. The reason that they were calling it a feminist movement is because they were trying to dominate the space and basically claim that as a feminist movement, Iranians don't actually want the Shah. So they were even using the term Woman Life Freedom to try and block out the legitimacy of the Shah of Iran and the Pahlavi dynasty. So Iranians have learned from that mistake. And that is why today, all of these videos, no one is chanting Woman Life Freedom or nothing like that. People are chanting Javid Shah, long live the king, and they're chanting In akharin nabard Pahlavi barmigarde. And in this video, I want to replay this video. This is coming from women. These are Iranian women in Iran who are calling for the return of the Shah. This is something that cannot be taken away from Iranians. And I mean, if anyone has seen a video where Iranians are calling for any other person's name, let me know, because that's news to me. Or if they're chanting anything other than like pro-Pahlavi chants, let me know, because we're not seeing them. Iranians have made it very clear who they want and what they want. And they want the Shah of Iran, the king of Iran, to return.
That was perfect, Goldie. That was fantastic.
Thank you. All right, so let me just replay this video again that we have on stage before we go to the next one, because now we have some context for it. There we go. All right, so should I go to the next video?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Okay, so here's the difference between this and the other videos. So here you could also see people chanting "In akharin nabard Pahlavi barmigarde," but apparently they were doing it in front of the anti-riot police, which is
a big deal.
New. A big deal. Yeah, so they're chanting while they're screaming it at the anti-riot police. So the next video is my favorite chant. Like, I always think that this should be the main chant. Okay, so if you could bring the next one up. So not at the beginning. So the first part, they're just saying Reza Shah Ruat Shad, which means Reza Shah, bless your soul. But the second part is the chant that mentions Reza Pahlavi by name, which I think that's the reason why I love that chant more than any chant, because it becomes the most undeniable pro the third Pahlavi chant that there is out there. So I was so happy to see this yesterday among the chants. So let's go through the first part where they say the same chant, Reza Shah Ruat Shah. This is the chant. This is the chant that I love. It says Reza Reza Pahlavi in as Shoar Milli, which means Reza Reza Pahlavi. This is the national chant. Okay. So now they're saying Bighayrat. Apparently a store was open and they're saying Bighayrat bebandish. You without shame, close your store. Shut down your store.
I just want to point out, Armin, like, look at all these videos of all of these like Mossad agents and, you know, Israeli bots, right? All these Mossad agents and Israeli bots in occupied Iran, right? I mean, wow, there's so many of them. This is why I like to say we're all Mossad. You are Mossad, I'm Mossad. Everyone in Iran is Mossad. Everyone in the YouTube live chat, you know, they're all Mossad. So yeah.
I mean, why even topple the regime? Apparently, we're all Mossad. The regime is Mossad. It's just basically we're all Israelis now. Yeah,
I know, pretty much. There you go.
Yeah.
So you know, all these Israeli bots. All right, so let's go to the next.
Actually, Goldie. To that point, there was a joke is that, you know, when the regime officials in Iran, whenever they are sure that they close the doors and nobody's listening to them, they start speaking in Hebrew because they're mostly Mossad agents.
Too funny.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay, let's go to the next video here.
All right. So this is warning. This is 18 plus. Okay. So these are some Iranian women chanting, and they're all women. And just warning I'm going to translate this as it is. So if you want to get offended, it's not my fault. Okay.
You know what? How about I do this? Wait. Before you start, I'm going to, I'll take a quick little break and I will, I'll turn my camera and mic off and you go ahead. You go ahead, and then you know, that way I can pretend like I wasn't because I like to keep my show PG.
But I won't pretend like I want to see your reaction. I want to see your reaction. I want to see your face. I want to see your reaction.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Like I personally avoid the more, you know, but okay.
Okay,
right. just this one video.
There's two videos, just two videos. Okay, two videos. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
So, guys, this is the voice of the Iranian people, guys. Okay, and also just take away your kids. Just take away your kids. Okay, so let's watch. So they're saying, these Iranian women are saying, neither this way or that way, my dick inside Khamenei's house. Okay. And again, they're saying this as women. Basically, they're saying naim vari naum vari kiram to beit rahbari, which means
so
my dick
rude.
up.
That's so rude.
Okay. Wait, okay. So, by the way, this is a metaphorical dick because these are Iranian women. The next one is very bold. So the next one is very, very, very brave. It's rude, but also very brave. So let's watch the next one.
Can I take a break now for this one while you play this one and explain it?
Okay, sure. Okay. So
I like to avoid these things, but I will let you go for it. Go for it. Take your time explaining it. I'll be back in like 30 seconds too.
Okay, but you're listening, right?
Oh, yeah. I'll be listening. I'll be back in like 30 seconds to a minute.
Okay. All right. So let's switch this then. Okay, so this is pretty intense because this is a man holding his camera, recording, and walking towards the anti-riot police. You can see the two bikes with the 4 men on it. These are actually, there's more. So these are the anti-riot police. So it's not that the anti-riot police are coming towards him. He's going towards the anti-riot police, recording. And what does he say? So he's telling the Basiji, the regime armed forces, walking towards them, recording them, and saying, "My dick inside Khamenei's wife." My dick inside Khamenei's wife, as he's walking towards the anti-riot police. And they're like looking back at him like, who the fuck is this guy? Look at him. Guys, this is insanely brave. Like when I was in Iran, you would disappear immediately by saying Khamenei could say something wrong. Just by saying, oh, Khamenei could be wrong sometime. That would be the end of you. This man is walking towards the anti-riot police and saying, my dick inside his wife. And now he's saying, my dick inside the wives of the Basijis, you know, the morality police. And now he's saying, my dick inside the wives of all of you. And he said, I fuck your mother. Okay? So let's go through this one more time. But they say, hey guys, my dick inside Khamenei's wife. My dick inside the wives of Basiji. My dick inside all of your wives. And I'll fuck your mothers. So that was, again, this was the bravest thing I've seen. And the anti-riot police is like weird. Okay, oh, Goldie's back. Okay, guys.
Oh my gosh, like that was. Okay. I was listening and watching. That was so rude. That was so rude.
It was brave though.
Yeah, I mean it's brave, but all right. Did you want to play that again? I can. If you want to play that one more time, I'm happy to like leave and then come back after.
No, I'm done. I'm done. Sorry.
Okay. No.
Goldie, okay, yeah.
No, that's okay? That's okay. Listen, I don't mind. Again, like yeah, like, you know, it's very rude. It is very rude. But the thing is, I also like so to contextualize this for people who aren't Iranian. So again, we are like a very, very polite society, right? So politeness, proper words, this is very important to us. So it takes a lot. It takes a lot for Iranians to swear like that. And I mean, we have different levels of swearing. Okay, so you know, like we have like the kind of like the basic generic ones, and then you know some things that are a little more spicy. But the swear words that deal with genitalia, those are some of the rudest, or in fact, they are the rudest type of swear words. And so to put that in context for what you guys just watched, the fact that Iranians are using the swear words that deal with genitalia, that just shows like how fed up Iranians are with the Islamic Republic, that they are literally tossing politeness aside, and they are just going right after these people. It's basically what you are witnessing is 47 years of frustration by the Islamic dictatorship coming out, right? Like people just can't hold back anymore. So that's sort of the context behind this video and the swearing.
But also people are dying, people are poor, people can't afford
Yeah.
their medicine, people are breathing in the most polluted air in the world. People can't pay for their their mother's medical costs. People cannot afford to buy good food for their children. People like they don't care about being polite. Like they're dying, they're not living. This is whatever people are doing in Iran, they say we cannot call this living. Like they're dying. So they're like, yeah, we're like, don't, like, in their mind, don't tell us to be polite, we don't care about being polite.
Yeah. I agree. And so, having dealt with that severe level of oppression, Iranians
Right.
have gone to the point where they just don't care about being polite or not anymore, because like you said,
Right.
they're literally dying, they're starving, there's no water, there's no food, there's economic and financial collapse. So yeah, before we go to the next video, I just want to share some of the messages in the super chats, because we have a few and I haven't gotten to them. Armin, do you know if someone sends a super chat to your live stream, does it show up on mine as well so that I can share it?
Yep.
Okay. Oh,
It
perfect.
does.
Okay, so we'll go through your super chats as well. So we have one from George, just dropped a note at White House contact about this opportunity. Thank you. Learning Language sends a super sticker. Thank you so much. Appreciate your support. Amir the Cricket, Armin Navabi, aka Atheist Republic, channel name. Go support him. He is within the best on YouTube. Armin is the best, 100%. Armin, are you able to edit your name to like add your YouTube hashtag? Like your YouTube handle name?
It's okay.
Well,
It's okay. If they search for me, they will
add
come.
it.
No.
Okay, well, you should add it anyway so that, people who are following me but are not necessarily familiar with your channel, they can find you and follow you on YouTube as well. Guys, Armin is fantastic. Armin is actually the reason that I'm streaming, because he encouraged me to get started on YouTube, and he actually helped me out with everything.
I was bragging to my team in our discussion group about how right I was, because I told them that I told Goldie that if she comes on YouTube, she will like her channel will blow up immediately.
No pun
And
intended.
I think, yeah, right. Not in an Allahu Akbar way, in a good way, right? But and it did. Like I was right. See, like, did you believe me when I told you that how fast?
No.
I mean, you. Oh no. Okay.
No. Like, I mean, I didn't believe you because I just didn't think I would grow so quick. But now I realize, like, you're absolutely right. And like, so I literally started live streaming 3 months ago, October 1st, and you were there with me for the first live stream because I was so nervous about that. And now today, and so 3 months ago, I was at what, like 1,500 followers on YouTube, because my YouTube channel was pretty much inactive. Right now, I just checked my numbers. I'm at 99,382 followers.
Yeah, you're bigger.
In 3 months.
You're bigger than my. You became bigger than my channel within like 3 months.
I'm still like flabbergasted by all the support, but no, this is great. Thank you so much.
I told you you're going to be a star. That's why I told you it's a crime that you're not on YouTube, and now it's
I guess I'm fixing that crime now. There you go. I'm fixing that crime. So, but everyone, make sure that you're following Armin as well, because he has the most amazing live streams, and I'm really glad that we're able to collaborate and do this together to draw even more audiences in. Papa Wolf sent a super sticker. Thank you. So Reincarnation Entertainment sent a super chat from Armin's channel. Good luck, Armin. Down with Islamic extremism. You can disprove Islam. Anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, Islam needs to be proven first before we disprove it. It hasn't been proven ever. So something that hasn't been proven doesn't need disproving. But
Oh
yeah,
my
I
gosh.
appreciate that.
All right, let's go to the next super chat. This is as well from one of your supporters on your live stream. Go ahead.
So it's saying, Agent Helicopter. Oh, helicopter who murdered helicopter Agent Helicopter who murdered President Raisi, who was a 10-year-old Palestinian journalist girl working for UNRWA. Okay, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So
Too
yeah.
funny.
So apparently, like, I don't know, do people know President Raisi? A lot of people speculate that he was killed by Mossad. So I don't know if a lot of people know that, because it was just so weird that, I mean, everything worked out so well for the Iranian people and for Israel ever since he went down in his helicopter. So we think that, like, a lot of people think that cannot be such a coincidence. Like, he must have been somehow assassinated.
Oh yeah.
By Israel. Yeah, that's what it is.
Absolutely. All right, so the next super chat, Jeffrey Schweitzer says, "It's great to see how excited both of you are by this. I remember clearly watching the 1979 events and am happy to still be here to see the tide is finally turning." Thank you so much, Jeffrey, for your support and your comments. Oh my God, I'm thrilled. Like, guys, like, so for those of you who have been following me for a while, you guys know that I do my usual daily live stream at 12 noon, and then I take a break, I make a couple of videos to upload to YouTube, and then I start my evening live stream. And in the evenings, for those of you who've been following me for a while, you know that I always have a bubbly. Guys, I've already cracked open my bubbly. It's cranberry flavored. And I'm just morphing this into an evening live stream. Armin, I have no idea how long you're able to live stream and be here with us, but of course we'll have you for as long as we can. But to my followers, especially for the evening show, like, guys, I've already broken into the bubbly. Like, this is going to be a long, long night. I might even have to get another coffee at some point. So thank you, Jeffrey. Really appreciate that. Nail Bunny, Revolution is televised thanks to Goldie and Armin. Thank you so much for that. And thank you for being here. Guys, make sure you're all following Armin as well on YouTube. So,
by the way, Nail Bunny is the reason why we're streaming together, because she came to me and she came to you and she told us that we need to be doing this together. So Nail Bunny is who connected us for the stream right now. So.
Oh, I love that. Thank you, Nail Bunny. Yeah, we were speaking about that earlier today, and I was like, yeah, I should reach out to Armin. So, thank you so much. Oh wow, we have oh my gosh, another super chat here. Goldie and Armin, thank you for educating me in Atlanta, Georgia. I am old enough to remember 1979. This is amazing. Thanks for your pro tips. You are a great teacher. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. So Armin, he's referring to Iranian here with another pro tip for anyone who's not from the Middle East.
Oh
right?
my God, those are amazing. People love them, and everybody's sharing them. Like, people like oh my God, this person is sharing it too. This person, and a lot of Iranians are like, I go into like the Persian social media, Telegram accounts and Instagram, and they're all posting it. They're all posting. People put Persian captions on them. Those are going viral everywhere. Like, you are becoming like the main representative of Iranians in English. I think you're number one. Yeah, you are.
That's first of all, that's a huge honor. I don't take that lightly, and I do want to thank all the Iranians who are sharing my videos and messages. And one of the reasons that I say Iranian here is because the things that I'm sharing, it's not necessarily just my opinion. It's literally the opinion of the vast majority of Iranians. I'm not connected to the social media channels like in Farsi or whatever, but I don't doubt you. I've actually had a lot of Iranians come under my posts in Instagram and say, thank you so much for this video. Like, I share your videos with my non-Iranian colleagues because you're great at explaining situations and things like that. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, David 4741, for your kind words. and for your support. Great to have you here. I'm glad that you're learning. I was gonna make an Iranian here video today, but of course I've been live streaming for 4.5 hours. Probably not going to get to it today. We have a lot of info to go through, so I'm just going to go through the last final few super chats, and then we will continue with the live stream. So Amir the Cricket, go support Goldie. Her channel is Goldie Gamari. She's within the best. Oh, thank you so much. Your supporters are so funny. Einstein was Palestine. That's from Armin's channel. Another message from Armin's channel. Love from Mexico. Aw.
Oh,
you have the best supporters, Armin. Such nice people.
I do.
But I have to say, I'm a little bit biased. I think my supporters are better, but I'm biased that way. I have to say.
Well, Goldie, my supporters support you. So
of course, and my supporters support you. So we literally have the same following. So I want to make sure that everyone, guys, make sure you're following Armin as well. So okay. All right, let's go to the next video message here.
So the next video is one that we just saw, but because I have a second video that is recent about the updates, what happened to that man, I just thought we should show it again so people who just joined know what we're talking about before I show the update.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. So...
کجاست؟ چی شد؟ اشخابر زدم. من دید نداشتم. دیدی؟ بفرم. چی بود؟ بدبخت کی نشستم؟
So for people who are joining, this is becoming a major, like a video that everyone is sharing because of this one man who just basically sat in the middle of the street trying to block the anti-riot police to go forward. It's like a Tiananmen Square moment in Iran where he's just sitting there trying to block, single-handedly trying to block them from going forward. So we have a more recent video where people from Iran sent me, my friends from Iran sent me, which is this video after, which we saw, a couple of seconds about what happened after. So there's an update. So the motorcycles come toward him and he gets up. So he starts trying to talk to them, and the cameraman thinks that maybe he's with them, but then something happens that they realize that that's not the case. All right. So you can see, they start to hit him.
Yeah,
so that, they start beating him. Yeah, exactly. So I just wanted to share that video. Oh, also, we should actually play. I mean, you already showed this.
I know. I was actually gonna see when you want to play the video message by His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi. So we should go to that one next.
Okay, I have it uploaded.
Okay.
Maybe for this one, because there's subtitles, maybe you want to make us small again and make this video big.
All right. So what I'll do here is
yeah, like that.
But then no, we're hiding his face. Give me one moment because I don't want to be disrespectful. Let me just make ourselves even smaller so that we're not hiding the face of the Shah of Iran. That would be kind of disrespectful. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so I've already played this several times and I've explained it and then I've gone back and I've contextualized different portions of it. So I'm gonna let you take the reins on on this one. Actually, why don't I do this? Let's just actually play. Let me just play the message itself without us, and then afterwards
Yep.
I'll add you
You
in.
could full screen it. You could full
Yeah,
screen
yeah.
it.
I'm gonna full screen this. So,
Yeah, like that.
but let me
So
just do something really quick because
while you do that, can I ask something in the chat so that they could tell me?
yeah, absolutely.
Guys,
Go ahead.
so when the prince starts talking, the English parts has, I mean, when he speaks, it has English subtitles. Do you want me to read them, or do you want to just read the subtitles yourself? Because sometimes when I read them, people are like, we can read Armin, stop reading that. Like it's already. Just let me know in the chat if you want me to pause. Okay. Because sometimes I think somebody might be driving, somebody might be doing the dishes, somebody might be walking the
what I
dog.
did, Armin? I'll tell you what I did. So what I did is I played the message in full, completely uninterrupted. And then, because
okay.
it's only 1 minute long. So I played the message in full, completely uninterrupted. And then afterwards, I went back and then I basically like went through clip by clip and read out each, subtitle. And, I also translated what people were saying in the various clips that he's shared. So that's what I would suggest you do. Play the whole thing and then go back and then contextualize it.
Right. By the way, this is the official video released by his website. So that is very significant because that means the edits of that means that the videos that they chose to put in between his words were chosen by his official website as well. So
and they were chosen for a reason as well.
Yes. Good. Yeah, exactly.
So I gave my reasons earlier. I look forward to hearing your reasons because I'm interested to see if we're thinking the same thing here for the reasons. But I'll just let you go with this for the next few minutes.
Oh wow! Now I feel pressure.
No, there's no pressure. There's no pressure.
Now you feel now like, oh, Goldie noticed something that I didn't. Okay. All right. So let's play this. Just kidding.
درود میفرستم به شما بازاری ها و مردمی که خیابان های تهران را به دست خود گرفته اید. وضعیت اقتصادی مملکت تا زمانی که این رژیم سر کار هست رو به زوال خواهد بود. زمان این رسیده است که همبستگی خود را بیش از پیش حفظ بکنیم. از تمام اقشار جامعه میخواهم که به سایر هممیهنانتون که در خیابان ها هستند بپیوندید و شعار سقوط نظام را سر دهید. و به خصوص پیام من به نیروهای امنیتی و انتظامی این است: سرنوشت خود را به دست خودتان بگیرید. این نظام در حال فروپاشی است. در مقابل مردم نایستید، به مردم بپیوندید. ما پیروزیم چون حق با ماست و متحد و یک صدا هستیم.
Okay. This was really good. So let's go from the beginning and then
wait. Let me fix. I got the wrong one. Okay, this is better. So we're not covering his face. All right, go ahead.
All right. So I was actually quite surprised that they started with this chant. So let's watch this. So first they start with Na Gaza na Lebanon janam fadai Iran. So no to Gaza, no to Lebanon, my life sacrifice for Iran. The fact that they started with that chant, the video by the prince reacting to the people protesting started with that chant, to me shows how central the idea of Iranian people being against the whole imperial agenda, using the Palestinian cause, like how central that is, not just to the people who are protesting, but also to Prince Reza Pahlavi. Like that is that they started with that one, which is very significant. What do you think about that, Goldie? The fact that they started
well, 100% I agree with you. Like we spoke about earlier, the fake Palestinian cause is one of the main pillars that resulted in destabilizing Iran and overthrowing the Shah. And Yasser Arafat and the Palestinian terrorists, Gazan terrorists, whatever, because Palestine is fake. Yasser Arafat and his Palestinian terrorists were actually training Islamic regime soldiers. And so one of the foundational core pillars of the Islamic dictatorship is the fake Palestinian cause. And so the fact that well, I mean, you say the prince, but I say the Shah. The reason that I say the Shah is because when his father, the late Shahanshah Aryamer, passed away in 1980, the current Shah of Iran actually swore the oath of succession. So in 1980, he swore the oath of, I guess, whatever you want to call it, succession. And so, in my eyes and in the eyes of many, he refers to him, he is the Shah of Iran. So I just want to point that out. But in my opinion, the reason that the Shah, his team, and I know he prefers to be called the Crown Prince. I get that. There's political reasons for that, and whatever.
I'm okay with both. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no, but I'm just saying, like, that's fine. But I mean, I know for a fact that he prefers to be called the Crown Prince. There's a lot of political reasons behind that, but I just unapologetically refer to him as the Shah. But anyway, so the fact that the Shah's team started with this message, I think it's a direct FU to the Islamic regime, because again, one of the core foundational pillars of the Islamic dictatorship is the fake Palestinian cause. And that's one of the, so the fact that Iranians are chanting against Gaza and Palestine, that's huge. And so the Shah and his team are acknowledging and recognizing that. And you're right, the fact that they chose this video as the first one is incredibly significant.
Exactly. All right. So yeah, and also that I think it's okay to call him the king or the prince. Of course. I go with the prince. I go with the prince because that's what he prefers, but I think 100%. It's also fine.
Oh yeah,
fine
no. I just want to say I'm not here to tone police. Like,
yeah, I know.
Call him whatever. But no, the only reason I said that is because I want to give context to non-Iranians so that they don't get confused as to why someone might refer to him as the Crown Prince or the Shah or the king or whatever. It's just some context for non-Iranian followers who are interested in learning about this. So that's all.
And I
think not a criticism.
And I think, guys, there was the anti-Pahlavi people were trying to make this a source of the reason why we're talking about this is because the anti-Pahlavi people were trying to cause division between the pro-Pahlavi people by making the people who use the word prince and the people who use the word king or Shah to turn against each other regarding what is the more correct terminology to use. But it didn't work because it seemed like the people who were saying King Reza Pahlavi are tolerant of the people who say prince.
Yeah.
And the people who are saying Prince Reza Pahlavi are tolerant of the people who say king. And they're all, neither side is trying to tell the other side what to use. And it didn't work. They weren't able to divide us over something so, not important, right? As long as we're pro Princess of Pahlavi or King Reza Pahlavi, that's what matters. So we're not
100%. So no, but you know what? It's also, I think, important to talk about this because, like you said, this is how the progressive left and the communists and the Islamists, they try to create internal divisions between Iranians. And yet at this point, like, none of it works anymore. None of it works. Like, we are literally beyond all of that. And their biggest nightmare has come true, which is we have all united behind the Shah. And it's not just people who want to go back to a constitutional monarchy. There's also people who are fighting against the Islamic Republic. They don't want a constitutional monarchy. They want a republic for whatever reason. Like, I'm not going to judge. But they have also united behind the Shah of Iran as the legitimate and official leader of the Iranian opposition. So again, all of the people who want to free Iran have literally united around this figure. Some people call him Prince, some people call him Shah. We've all united behind him, and that's the critical part here. And this is the worst nightmare of the Islamic Republic.
So 2 points about what you just said. Sorry, I'm like commenting on your comments because you're making such good points. First of all, the fact that the prince himself prefers being called the prince and not the king shows how democratic he is, because he thinks that he shouldn't be king until the Iranian people choose him as a king, right? Until the Iranian people first choose if they want a monarchy or not.
Mhm.
So he's not saying that he says that there should be a referendum.
Yeah.
There should be a referendum to see what the Iranian people want. Do they want a constitutional monarchy or a republic? By the way, both of them are secular and democratic. So it's a constitutional monarchy, not an absolute monarchy, right? So it's going to be, both of them are secular and democratic. But he says that he doesn't consider Iran to be the revolution to be pro-monarchy or anti-monarchy. He considers the revolution to be pro the Iranian people making that decision in a free and fair referendum. That's what he's for. And even
100%.
if even if Iran becomes a constitutional monarchy, then they have to decide whether or not they want him as a king. So that's what he is for. He's for Iranian people making this decision. But the other point, go on.
No, I was just going to say, no, go ahead with your points and then I'll add something after. Listen, I'm so grateful that you're here, because these are things that I just kind of say on my own and I don't have anyone to like have a conversation with back and forth. So this is fantastic. I'm really enjoying this commentary. It's also a learning experience for all the non-Iranians too.
Yeah, you're right, because usually I'm talking to people who don't know these details, and you do. So this is so much fun for me. Yeah. So I think you agree with this second point as well, that the people who support Prince Reza Pahlavi, whether they're monarchists or they want a republic, they're not fighting against each other, and they both have decided, the vast majority of both sides have decided that they're going to respect the results of the referendum. Mm-hmm. So the monarchists who support Prince Reza Pahlavi, they have agreed that if in the referendum, the result of the referendum is that Iran is going to turn into a republic, then Iran has to become a republic. That's what the monarchists have agreed. And the Republicans who support Prince Reza Pahlavi, they have also agreed that if in a referendum Iranian people decide that Iran is going to be a constitutional monarchy, then Iran has to become a constitutional monarchy. This is what they both sides have agreed on. They both sides have said that they're not going to be fighting against each other, and they're just going to let the referendum decide what Iran is going to become, which is a really good thing. Yeah.
You make an excellent point there. I want to go to some of the super chats before I continue, but I just want to say, as a former politician, someone who was in politics for 10 years, as someone who was an elected official for 7 years, I can tell you right now that based on the videos coming out of Iran, I have zero doubt in my mind that when the Islamic Republic is overthrown and the transitional government comes in place, and when we have that national referendum to determine whether or not we want to have a republic, or whether or not we want to go back to the constitutional monarchy, I can guarantee you right now, this is my professional opinion as a politician with 10 years of experience, we are going to go back to a constitutional monarchy. It's too soon to talk about this stuff. Yeah.
No, you're right. As a Republican myself, I'm almost sure that the result of the referendum is going to be a constitutional monarchy, and I will celebrate that, because it's the choice of the Iranian people.
I love that. And, at some point in the future down the road, when Iran is free from the Islamic dictatorship, I look forward to having, these conversations about what sort of secular democracy we want to have. But it's too soon right now, because right now we're still in the throes of what might be the beginning of the revolution. We don't know yet. We don't know, but it's big. It's big. But that's a conversation for another time.
The Iranian people now know how good they had it under the monarchy of Pahlavi, and that memory is going to make so many people just want to go back to that.
100%.
I mean, come on.
Come on, Armin, you and I, like, we live in a constitutional monarchy. So constitutional monarchy is also democratic, right? Like, we're literally,
of course.
Canada is a constitutional monarchy, and it is a democratic system as well.
So is the UK, so is Norway, so is Sweden, so is Denmark. Yeah,
all these other countries. So, all right, so let's go to some of the super chats, and then we'll go back to the message.
Make us a little bit bigger. We're too small.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because.
Okay, well, let's just go to some of the super chats, and then I want to go to the video, so I'll have to make us small again. So the first super chat, Joe says, in 79, my Iranian friend changed seemingly overnight from a happy college student into a mean misogynist. May the Iranian people be happy and free once again. Thank you so much, Joe. Really appreciate that. Appreciate the support. Delta, this question is for you, Armin. What are the logistics for getting Pahlavi back in?
What are the logistics? I don't
so I think they're referring to Nufti's emergency booklet, the 10-day plan, or the 100-day plan.
Yeah, so there is actually, this is something I want to talk about based on this video as well, because that's actually very interesting, because some people were skeptical about Princess of Pahlavi coming back or not. Okay, but obviously that I read the 100-day plan. It doesn't talk about the logistics of the prince coming back to Iran, because the plan is not about whether Prince Reza Pahlavi. So it's about the management of the government, the structure of the government, the policies that we have. It doesn't discuss logistics like that, right? But I'm assuming that it would just be as simple as waiting for it to be safe and getting on a plane, and as long as getting to a point where we do have an army and a police that could provide safety for the prince and his family, and then when you have that, you just get on a plane and you fly to Tehran. Which, by the way, Goldie, imagine that day. Imagine that day when we are watching, where everybody is watching and everybody's tracking the plane of the prince flying to Tehran, and the Iranian people waiting in the airport to receive him. Wouldn't that be the day?
Have you seen some of the AI generated videos of His Royal Highness stepping out of the plane? Oh my gosh, guys, AI is phenomenal. AI is magical in terms of how they have in terms of what they are doing. So I actually shared an AI video of the late Shahanshah Arya Mohammad Reza Pahlavi at the beginning of my live stream. I'll share it again in a little bit, but we should probably go back to the video by His Royal Highness, because we played it one time, but I know you want to go back and contextualize every clip. One more super chat. One more super chat, and then we'll go. So Leaning Language says, Qatar will do everything to ensure that nothing succeeds for the people of Iran. You're 100% right. Qatar is a terrorist state. They are the enemy of the Iranian people. They are actually like the allies of the Islamic dictatorship. So yeah, I have.
And also Saudi Arabia too. Even though Saudi Arabia is the enemy of the Islamic Republic, right now they're acting as their lobby, trying to stop Israel from attacking the Islamic Republic, even though they're enemies.
And that's because they need that boogeyman. They need the boogeyman being the Islamic dictatorship, so that they can justify getting more arms and weapons and military, and that's how they pretend that they're the good guys. But that's a conversation for for another
It
time. I
also
don't
has a
wanna-
lot of economic reason, which I'm not going to get into right now because that would be
Mhm.
a long conversation. But there's
Oh
also
my
a lot
gosh,
of
yeah.
whole economic.
100%.
Yeah,
We,
yeah.
you know what? We should do another live stream later and talk about that as well, because I'm sure people would be very interested in knowing about
Right.
how and why the Gulf countries are
Persian
supporting
Gulf.
the Islamic Republic. So okay, so let's
Oh,
go back to the
by the
video.
way, Goldie, one thing we have to be careful about. We shouldn't call it Gulf. Okay, so this comes from the Persian side.
Oh
We
yeah,
want to make sure that
that's true.
we should also always mention the full name, the Persian Gulf.
Persian Gulf, 100%. The Persian
Yeah.
Gulf countries, because yeah, they tried to change the name. Of course, they were
The name,
unable to do so. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So let's go back. I'm gonna now let you let's go back. I'll stop interrupting because I know you want to contextualize each of the clips. So go right ahead.
Yes.
The stage
So we
is yours.
already went over it. Well, thank you. Okay, well, we went over the first chant. Okay. By the way, Delta's question is going to be addressed here as well once we go through this. So now the second chant they're showing is that this is it actually. Okay, they're showing the chant that this is the final fight, the final battle, and Pahlavi will return, which to me is significant that Prince Reza Pahlavi is showing this because some Iranians are worried about whether or not Prince Reza Pahlavi would return, right? Because they say, why would he? He has a comfortable life in the United States. He has a family. He has everything he needs. Coming back to Iran would risk his life. He will always be in danger. He already, like, his children grew up in America, having their friends. They have roots in America, right? They have, like, they grew up not most of their lives not doing anything else other than everything that they saw in America. So coming back to Iran is just basically cutting ties with all the friends that they know, all the people that they grew up with, and going to a country where there will still be people who want to kill you or your family, with basically zero childhood friends or anything like that. And for a people, and this is not my words, some other people, for a people that betrayed your father and caused your brother and your sister to commit suicide, right? So, by the way, I don't know if people know here, that Prince Reza Pahlavi's brother and sister committed suicide.
Yeah.
After the things that happened after the Islamic Revolution and them losing their father and all the things that they had to go through. So a lot of people think that if they were Prince Reza Pahlavi, they would just like say to the Iranian people to hell with all of you, to hell with all of you. But there's like, I'm done. Like, we're gonna go just live our lives peacefully and not be in politics ever again. Like, I lost my father, I lost my brother, I lost my sister, so I'm just gonna go, and I already have a lot of money. I'm just gonna go be living a rich, comfortable life with my family and be done with this whole political mess. But no, he doesn't do that. He's a man that cares so much about Iran and so much for his people that he is sacrificing everything trying to save Iran from the Islamic Republic. After so many Iranian people say, like, look, after everything that they did to him, he's still coming back to serve his people, right? So, but some people are worried. Some people are like, would he come back? Like, maybe he doesn't want to come back, right? But then in this video, this is why this part is very significant to me, is because they're showing his website. He is showing the part that people are cheering, the fact that Pahlavi will return, which makes me very hopeful. Like, we all want to be sure, like, oh, I hope he comes back. I hope Iran's father comes back and takes care of his children, like that. Something like, it's kind of like, will dad ever come back home? It's kind of like that. Some people, kids, like, there's this thing about this kid leaving for, and like always hoping that one day dad comes back home. This is kind of like we Iranians feel like as children, that we have lost our father and we're just waiting for our dad to come back home. And we're kind of sometimes nervous that what if he doesn't want to come back home? So this is why emotionally this part was very like significant for me. I was like, oh my god, he's playing this part that Pahlavi will
But
return.
I,
So he
I,
believes that he's yeah, okay.
I
Yeah,
also
go
I
ahead.
also want to say something before you play it. So you're absolutely right about this worry about whether or not he's going to come back. And I think this is why the final few seconds of the video, and we'll get to that, the chant that his team plays in the final few seconds of his video message is so critical. But we will get to that as well. But all right,
Yeah.
continue.
Okay, so
درود میفرستم به شما بازاری ها و مردم.
oh wait, this is the text. Can you read it? Because the way I have it set up
Let me
is really
let me
small.
let me make
You-
it the video bigger so you can go ahead and read the
Okay, okay.
text.
All right, so it's saying greeting to my compatriots in the bazaar
درود میفرستم به شما بازاری ها و مردمی که
and to those who have taken the streets of Tehran into your own hands.
خیابان های تهران را به دست خود گرفته اید. وضعیت
As long as this regime is in power,
اقتصادی مملکت تا زمانی که این رژیم
the country's economic situation will only worsen.
سر کار هست رو به زوال خواهد بود. زمان این
The time has come now more than ever to keep up your solidarity.
رسیده است که همبستگی خود را بیش از پیش حفظ بکنیم.
So right after he talks about solidarity, they show a chant. Look, the fact that we have a chant for everything from just a few hours ago and yesterday, it makes this so powerful. So he says, keep your solidarity. So we're showing chants of people saying, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. We are all together.
از تمام اقشار جامعه
I ask all sectors of society.
می‌خواهم که به سایر همیهنان
Oh, this is significant. He's saying, I ask all sectors from society to come join their compatriots who have taken to the streets. So this is probably his first official Farrakhan for mass protests. This is a big deal. Like this is what is a Farrakhan in English? Do you know?
Kind of, I guess like command, directive. It's his first
Directive.
official directive. Yeah,
Yes.
to calling people to go to the streets. Yeah.
So we have been waiting for this for a very long time. He actually now gave the directive. So this is why this video is a historical moment for us.
که در خیابان‌ها هستند بپیوندید.
By the way, good translation, Goldie. Directive.
I'm
Yeah, that's good.
trying.
Yeah, you're doing great. Okay. So to come to join the streets, okay, to join their compatriots who have taken to the streets
بپیوندید.
and to call for an end to the regime.
شعار سقوط نظام را سر دهید.
And then, oh, well, actually, the translation in English wasn't that good. He says, "Shu'ar suqut nizam ro." So he said, like, basically, give chance for the end of the regime. And as soon as he said that, the video goes to people chanting, "Death to the dictator! Death to the dictator!"
و به خصوص پیام من
In particular, I have a
Can I just
message
point out
for.
something as well? I spoke
yeah,
about
of
this
course, yeah.
earlier on in the beginning of the day, but the show, like the slogan "Magbar," right? So death to. It's very significant that Iranians are saying this. So the reason that it's significant is because one of the slogans that the Islamic jihadi savages created when they were destabilizing Iran in 1979 in order to, take control of the country was this Magbar slogan. And so in the 1970s, late 1970s, all of these savage Islamic jihadis and communists and whoever, they were chanting Magbar. I can't even bring myself to say it. So I'm going to put quotations so that no one clips me. They were saying Magbar Shah. Like I hate saying that, but they were literally chanting death to the king, right? Like it's just such a horrible thing. And then after they took over Iran and occupied Iran, then they started chanting, Magbar America, Magbar Israel. So this death to this evil satanic chant of Magbar, whatever, it originated with the Islamic terrorists, and it originated with them saying it about the Shah of Iran. So the fact that now Iranians have co-opted that slogan and they are saying death to the dictator, مرگ بر دیکتاتور, that is huge, huge, right? Because that is the slogan that they used to destabilize and overthrow the Shah of Iran in 1979. And now Iranians are using the exact same slogan to overthrow the Islamic dictatorship. And I think the fact that the team of His Royal Highness chose to include that slogan in his official video message to Iranians, right? This is, in my opinion, looking at this from as a politician from a political lens, this is basically a big political FU to the Islamic dictatorship. This is the Shah of Iran saying to the Islamic regime, you chanted this about my father? Guess what? 47 years later, you have failed. Your Islamic dictatorship has failed. And guess what? Iranians have turned the tables and now they're chanting that about you. So I think that's the reason that the Shah's team chose to include that slogan in his official message to the Iranian people. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
No, yeah, it was perfect. That was fantastic. That was great analysis.
There we go. I like to provide a little bit of, because of my political experience, I have a lot of sort of political knowledge and know-how of, how to do and say things. And a lot of times, politicians will communicate in a way that a lot of people might not get the message, but there's a very, very important reason why the Shah's team decided to include the very violent phrase "death to the dictator" in his official message to Iranians. Just my 2 cents on that.
No, you're it's not, you're very smart. You analyze these things very well. More, I mean, better than most people. Better than It's really
for what it's worth, I was in politics for 10 years. I was an elected official for 7. And
it's a
used
great
my
company
brain to get involved in politics. So
and you also have a lot of deep knowledge about Iranian history. So you're. By the way, I don't know if I told you this, but we are very proud of you. Like on the Persian side, when we see your videos being shared, we always look at it and we're like, that's actually a good way. Like this is what we want people to hear. So we feel like we are being accurately represented when we see people sharing your videos. So this is like, we celebrate that. So you make us proud.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, you guys are like making me emotional now. I'm honestly just like, I've always tried to be a voice for Iranian people, and so I've always tried to just be open and honest about what's happening. So all right, let's go to some of the super chats and then we'll continue here with the Shah's message. So we have Mordred saying bankrupt OPEC by going renewable and fusion power. I mean, sure. That's something to look into for sure. Only One Chance says love the work you both do. The next super chat is weird. I don't know what to make of this. Okay, I'm gonna save the next super chat for later, because it's kind of weird. I don't get that. I'm gonna have to like try to figure out what they mean there with that super chat. But we got another one. So Mojtaba says, "Long live Iran, long live the Shah, King Reza Pahlavi." Miga, of course, for those who might not be familiar, it means make Iran great again. So thank you so much for that, Mojtaba. All right, let's continue with the Shah's message here. I'm going to minimize this. There we go. Okay.
Yes, okay. All right. So here's an important message. And again, this is something that Prince Reza Pahlavi always wanted to insist on is to try to get people from the regime to join the people. Like, this is the center of a lot of his activities, right? So there are three forces against the Islamic Republic: foreign pressure, the people of Iran, and defection from the regime itself. Okay. And Prince Reza Pahlavi really always insisted on focusing on the third one as well. So here he says, in particular, I have a message for the security and police forces. Let me actually play this.
نیروهای امنیتی و انتظامی این است. سرنوشت
Take your destiny into your own
خود
hands.
را به دست خودتان بگیرید. این نظام در
This regime is
حال
collapsing.
فروپاشی است. در مقابل مردم نایستید.
Don't stand against the people.
به مردم بپیوندید.
Join the people. And then right after that, they play a chant by the people saying, Niruye Antizami Himayat Himayat, which means the armed forces support us, basically join the people. So this is very significant because a lot of people don't understand that because the Iranian people are unarmed, these protests by themselves would not be able to topple the regime, even if we're high in numbers, because they are armed and we are not armed. And Prince Reza Pahlavi and his team have accurately came to the conclusion that the way to succeed is for the protests to convince the armed people who are with the regime to join the people. Because we don't have weapons, that is the way. And that is why they're insisting on that so much. So we have to work on trying to get more people from the regime to join the people's side. And that would be the day that the regime would topple. So it is indirect. And it says, victory is ours. And this is why we were so encouraged to see some people from the Artesh pledging allegiance to Prince Reza Pahlavi, because it might have been the beginnings of that actually happening. So then the princess, victory is ours because our cause is just and because we are united.
پیروزیم چون حق با ماست و متحد و یک صدا هستیم.
Right. So I love the fact that they keep saying they keep playing that chant. This is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. You know, the prince used to be shy about highlighting how much of a support he has. He used to be a little bit shy about that, but now he's like a lot bolder than I remember. Yeah.
Well, you know, the reason for, I think, that he used to be a little bit more, you know, apologetic or shy is because of, you know, all of the historical revisionism about his father, the late Shahanshah Aryameh, right? And all of the propaganda and Islamic communist jihadi nonsense by the jihadis that would basically claim the Shah was a dictator, right? Meanwhile, the Shah was not a dictator. He was never a dictator. In fact, he is the one who was protecting Iranians from the Islamic extremists, right? He is the one who was basically the floodgate. And it's so unfortunate that for the last, not even 47 years, for the last like 60, 70 years, it's just been this Islamic jihadi propaganda about the Shah of Iran claiming that he was a dictator, but they never have any facts to back it up. They never have any proof to back it up. And so I think one of the reasons he was, the current Shah of Iran was shy and maybe a little bit apologetic is because of the fact that he was dealing with all of this propaganda from the Islamic jihadis and the communists
and
about
leftists, yeah,
of course, the leftists as well.
Yeah.
You know, who would they would claim all of this stuff. None of it was ever true. None of it was ever true. It was all false. I've actually done a number of live streams where I go over documentaries about the history of the Islamic Revolution, and I basically call out every single lie. So those live streams are in my my YouTube, page. You guys can go find it. It's all there. But the reason I think that now he has become more confident is that he realizes that Iranians have seen through the propaganda, they have seen through the nonsense, they have seen through the lies. We know that the Shah, his father, was not a dictator. The Shah of Iran was a kind, benevolent, patriotic man. He was modernizing Iran. We didn't even have a women's suffrage movement in Iran because the Shah of Iran himself realized that one of the ways to modernize Iranian society was to ensure that women were treated equally to men. And so in 1963, the Shah of Iran basically gave women the right to vote without Iranian women having to fight for it. And that in and of itself actually pissed off the jihadis and Islamists because they were like, women should not have the right to vote. So there's a lot to unpack there, but what you're saying is 100% true. I actually want to share a video. Did I bring it up here? Let me see if I can find the video.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead while I find the video. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if you agree with this, but I think if there is any criticism for Mohammad Reza Shah, is that he was, if there is any criticism, is that he was too democratic.
100%, I agree. 100%. I have said this in my previous live streams where I've spoken about the Shah of Iran, and my only criticism of him is that he was too nice, he was too kind. Right. When all of these Islamic jihadis were being jailed and they were being sentenced to death by the independent court, again, they were being sentenced to death for treason. The Shah's only mistake is that when the independent courts would sentence, for example, Khomeini to death, his mistake was he showed too much mercy. And he said, you know what? I don't want you to die. Why don't you go into exile instead? That was his only mistake. His only mistake is that he was too kind and he showed too much mercy to these savage Islamic jihadi terrorists who have now occupied our country. His only mistake.
He was fighting Savak over this all the time, right? Like he would call Savak and he was like, "Can you free that person?" And Savak like, "No." Yeah. I'm like, "I'm ordering you to free that person." Savak like, "Your Highness, you don't have that authority. We're keeping this person." Right? There's actually documents of them fighting over this, right? And then he forgave the person that shot him.
Yeah.
The king, he set him free. The person that shot him, that tried to assassinate him, he set that free. And he was constantly trying to make Iran more democratic. So he had Savak write a report to what happens if we have like completely free elections. And Savak came up with a report showing that the communists will win and the Soviet Union will probably take half of Iran, right? And
he was fighting the Islamists and the communists. And
but the Shah was angry with the report. He was like, "Oh, you guys just want me to just be a dictator? Like, what the hell is this report?" And the Savak was like, "Well, Your Highness, this is the report." And like but he was really trying to basically make Iran more free. And every time he tried that, it was the commies and the Islamists who would basically make him, backstab him and make him it was really difficult.
And that's actually one of the reasons why Iranians right now today are chanting all of these pro-Pahlavi, pro-Shah chants, right? Because we know how much our Shah and the Pahlavi dynasty were good for Iran. We want to go back to that. And I'm so thankful that the current Shah of Iran, Reza Pahlavi II, is more confident, right? He's because it's hard. It's really hard, especially since he has had to deal with this fake news and propaganda since the Islamic Revolution in 1979 on his own. And so it's taken this long. And it's not through his own fault. It's our fault as Iranians that we were not confident enough in fighting back against the fake news and propaganda about the Shah of Iran. But I believe
Right.
the reason that he is now more confident is because he is seeing that Iranians have learned from the mistake of 1979. But more than that, Iranians in occupied Iran know that everything about the Shah was a lie. And that is giving him the confidence. I actually want to share a video. So this is an AI generated video of the late Shah of Iran. And this AI generated video is going viral on Iranian social media. I played this at the beginning of my live stream, but that was, 5.5 hours ago. So I want to play this again. And Armin, I would love your thoughts on this video. That is on Instagram, and it's pretty much going viral there. So let me just minimize the screen. All right, here we go.
آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده
ایرانیان آزادیخواه، فرزندان دلیر سرزمین پارس، با جدیت و عزم راسخ از شما می‌خواهم که قدرت جمعیتان را به نیروهای سرکوبگر نهاد جمهوری اسلامی و تمام دنیا نشان دهید. برخیزید و اتحادتان را به نمایش بگذارید تا تاریکی عقب نشیند. از شما آزادیخواهان می‌خواهم که در کنار هم و در یک روز و یک ساعت در سراسر ایران بزرگ قدرت جمعی خودتان را به صورت امن به نمایش بگذارید. نیروهای سرکوبگر توان مقابله با شما را در همه شهرها و خیابانها ندارند. به نیروهای مسلح ملی فرمان می‌دهم در خانه بمانید. در آن روز بزرگ که مردم قدرتشان را آشکار می‌کنند، از مقابله با برادران و خواهران ایرانی خودداری کنید. به یاد آورید که شما نگهبانان ملت هستید، نه ابزار سرکوب. کشورهای خارجی تنها برای پیشبرد اهداف خود عمل می‌کنند و نبایستی مسئولیت تغییر و جایگزینی حکومت را بر گردن بگیرند. این حرکت نهایی بر دوش شما مردم آزادیخواه خواهد بود. پیروزی نور بر تاریکی قطعی است. به نام ایران و به حکم رسالت تاریخی از شما می‌خواهم که به یاری ایران بیایید. افتخار شما در نگهبانی از تمامیت ارضی ایران و جان و مال ملت ایران است. برخیزید. آزادی شما در همبستگی و شجاعت شماست.
Wow. Goosebumps. I have goosebumps. That was
Isn't
powerful.
that wild?
That was crazy. I
Yeah,
mean, I
like-
could imagine him saying exactly those things. They chose the words pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the magic. Like, I'm getting goosebumps too, but I mean, like this video has gone viral on Iranian social media. And for those non-Iranians, I mean, this is how much we Iranians, we love our Shah. Like, we love him. Again, the vast majority of us, I mean, Armin, what is it? I think like 70% of the Iranian population is below the age of 40, I think.
Mm.
Right? So 70% of Iranians in Iran and around the world, we're millennials, we're Gen Z, and we're Gen Alpha. So, I'm a millennial. I have never experienced a free Iran under the Shah. And yet the Shah right now, the former Shah of Iran, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi Shahanshah Aryamir, he is more beloved today than he was back in 1979.
That's exactly what I said on my Persian show. I said, guys, do you realize that more people say Javid Shah than when Shah was with us? More people say Javid Shah today than the time that Shah was with us.
Yeah. And it's interesting, Armin, again, like you and I, we've never experienced a free Iran. We've only ever known an Iran that has been occupied by an Islamic dictatorship. And yet look at what, like, this project by the Islamic dictatorship to indoctrinate Iranians and to make us into savage Islamic terrorist jihadis who just chant Allahu Akbar and whatever, it has completely failed. It has completely failed. It is literally a totalitarian Islamic dictatorship, right? Everything is about Allah and Islam and jihad and Muhammad and whatever.
Right.
And yet Iranians have pretty much rejected Islam, and they're going back to their Iranian identity and heritage, and they want the Shah back, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you were in Iran longer than me. What are your thoughts on this?
No, that's completely true. Like, I think like people, the young people in Iran rediscovered the Shah without actually living with the Shah. They found out what was stolen for them, and they're shocked. And they look at their parents and their grandparents like, "This is what you had? Like, how did you lose this?
I
What did
know.
you do?" Like, they weren't born with the Shah, but they're looking. It's amazing that they discovered it, even though they didn't experience it. They're looking at their parents like, "How could you lose something so great? Like, what did you do to our country?" And they're angry with them. And sometimes it gets actually very aggressive. Sometimes like a younger generation tells, because there are still so many of our parents and our grandparents who are still anti-Pahlavi. We call them Panjo Hafti,
Mhm.
or the 50-70-ish, right?
Well,
With that
well,
mindset.
Well, 57. So let's just contextualize that. So we say Nasl Panjo Hafti because the Iranian calendar year is different from the Gregorian. So the Islamic Revolution in Iranian years happened in 57, but in English it was in 1979. So when we say the generation of 57, if we were going to translate that into English, it would be the generation of 79. Just want to contextualize that, because we're not talking about the 1950s. We're talking about the 1979.
And sometimes we talk to the people from that generation, and we talk, and they are still anti-Israeli, they're still anti-Pahlavi, they're still anti-imperialist and shit like that. And it's like, some people from that generation, we think like this is a disease. Like, there is no logical arguments that could make them be not anti-Israeli. So this is why some Iranian people, the newer generation, tells them to just die. They're like, "We cannot wait for you to die."
Yeah.
Because the only cure for that generation is to just die, so that we could, like, Iran, we could get rid of you. We will. The cure for this disease, the disease of 57, is for the people of that generation to just die and let us fix the newer generation fix things. I mean, no offense to people from that generation who don't have this ideology, but yeah. But Goldie, you gave us a very emotional video. I went and I showed this on my Persian channel, and it made many people cry. And when they came to the Discord server after the show, on my Persian Discord server, they mentioned me like, "Armin, you made us really cry with this video." So I uploaded it. If you wanted to show that,
you uploaded it where?
It's right here. It's on here.
Oh my gosh! Is this the one where he's like looking
Watching
and
TV.
smiling?
Yeah,
God,
that one.
This is gonna make me cry.
Yeah.
Oh
So,
my gosh. Okay. Let me make this small. Wait, I don't want to cover his face. Wait, I don't want to cover Shahanshah Aryamir's face. I'm gonna go full screen. I'm gonna go full screen here. I'll play the video.
Remove this one.
Yeah, I'll remove this. I just want. Okay.
Wait. So before I play it, wait.
Okay,
yeah,
pause. All right.
Yeah, I got it. So before, I want to just give people context. The reason why this makes a lot of Iranian people cry is because what a lot of Iranian people think that we really betrayed our king, right? And they wish they could see us. We wish that he could see us saying Javid Shah.
We wish that he could see us making up for the mistake of our parents and grandparents. And so this makes it very emotional.
Because he loved us so much, and we kicked him out of the country. His entire life was dedicated to make us happier and more prosperous and increase the well-being of his country. Every second of this man's life was dedicated to making Iran better for Iranians, and we repaid him by saying Marg bar Shah, death to Shah, and kicking him out of his home country, the country that he loved so much. We rewarded all of his dedication by kicking him out. And so many Iranians wish that he could just be alive for 5 seconds to see Iranian people adore him, see Iranian people recognize, because he died thinking that Iranians didn't appreciate him. He died thinking that Iranian people thought that he was a dictator, that thought he was evil. He died with that thought in his mind that Iranian people don't love him. So a lot of Iranians wish that he could just see that Iranian people love him again today, and that's why this video touches them so much. So that's the context.
All right, go ahead, you can play it.
Oh, you want to make it bigger or just, okay, just listen. Okay, like this.
Yeah, just go ahead.
Okay. This last part, when him watching people celebrating his son, is very like on TV, is very significant, because in his last will, his last wish, his last request to the Iranian people was to protect his son, protect the prince. To that, he said, "I'm leaving my son to you. This is what I have. This is what I could give you. So please keep that. Keep the prince." And then, so this is why this last scene, him watching Iranian people cheering his son, is very significant.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Armin. Wow. Jeez. You have to stop making me emotional. Stop making me emotional.
Oh.
Like, oh my gosh. Yeah, but you know what? You're absolutely right. I agree with everything you say. And yeah, all of us. I think the reason we get emotional is because the way that not just the Shah, but his entire family were treated in those last few years. It's just such a shameful and dark part of our Iranian history. And you know, the only saving grace, I guess, for me is that you know, at the very least, the Empress of Iran, you know, his wife, Shahbanu Farah Pahlavi, at least she is still alive, and at least she can see that we have learned from our mistake, and that we are making up. We are making up for the mistake of our parents and grandparents. And I say our parents and grandparents like in general, right? Like generically. Like I'm not like my parents specifically weren't even involved in the Islamic Revolution. My dad wasn't even he wasn't even in Iran at the time. He was actually a university student in Texas. And when he came back to Iran, the Islamic Revolution had already happened, and he was like, "What the heck is this?" And then that's when he immigrated to Canada. So, but I say that in general. So, we are now making up for the mistake of our parents and our grandparents.
So Goldie, I even know a couple of people who are dedicating all their lives to free Iran, and what they tell me is that they're not even doing this. I mean, I'm not saying this is the right way of looking at it, but I'm just saying how strong this is for some Iranian. They're saying that they're not even doing this for the Iranian people. They're saying that we wronged this family, like they're doing this for this family because they think that, like one of them told me that we just did this family that loved us so much, we wronged them so much, and we owe them a debt. And I'm doing this because we fucked up so much, and we need to repay that debt to this family. That's what some people say. I mean, I don't think I don't think this is even repaying that debt, because all we're doing is putting them back into the power that was a curse upon this family. So, but like it's not like a huge favor. Like it's like serving the Iranian people has not been easy, right, to this family. But I know so many people who think that they're just doing this out of the love for if a sense of betrayal as Iranian to this family that they have done, and they have to right that wrong, and also a sense of revenge to everybody who spread all these lies and who basically made this family suffer so much. The Khandan Pahlavi, the family, the dynasty of Pahlavi, who did nothing but serve Iranian people. So it's a sense of revenge against all the leftists and the Islamists who did this, and a sense of duty to basically repay this debt to this family, rather than anything else. And they say, like, I would retire. I don't have any other purpose than to right this wrong. That's what they say.
I mean, I can definitely understand where they are coming from, and I appreciate that. And everything they're saying is 100% true in terms of the wrongs done to the Pahlavi family and the Pahlavi dynasty. And everyone has their own reasons for doing this. The reason that I'm doing this is because, of course, it's less about revenge and more about righting a wrong, right? So my intentions and motivations behind why I speak out about this and why I'm a big supporter of the Pahlavi dynasty is because I recognize that there was a huge injustice done to the Pahlavi family, but also to Iranians, right? Because the Pahlavi family represents modern day Iran. The Pahlavi family, starting with Reza Shah the Great, the grandfather of the current Shah of Iran, the father of Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, he is the one that took Iran out of a 7th century Islamic Sharia law hellhole and began modernizing Iran. And so in Persian, we call the Pahlavi family Khandan Iransaz Pahlavi, which means the Iran building Pahlavi family, because they literally built Iran. Like modern day Iran and Pahlavi are synonymous. To me, modern day Iran and Pahlavi, one and the same. We would not be where we are today without the Pahlavi family. And so for me, it's about, fixing the wrong that happened back in 1979. But there are a lot of different reasons. Yeah.
One thing, for example, Prince Reza Pahlavi mentioned about the failure of his father was that he didn't communicate how much, because here's the thing, Mohammad Reza Shah was somebody who didn't feel like he should show his emotions to people, right? And that happened to people because his father was Reza Shah, and Reza Shah was this strict military man, right? And he grew up under, he thought that he should be like his father, and the way to show strength is to basically show a lot of iqtidar, or like authority and strength. Okay, but what Prince Reza Pahlavi saw that he wished that his father communicated to Iranian people more was little things. Like, for example, he knew that every day his father, the first thing he'd do, he would check the weather to see if it's raining, because he was concerned about the
Rain.
farmers.
Yeah.
Right. He was always wanted to know if it's going to rain, because if it's going to be good for the farmers or not.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's like there were so many things. Like Prince Reza Pahlavi would go to the farthest villages, and he would sit in classes in villages to watch if the quality of the teaching for kids is good in the most rural areas, to see
Yeah.
whether there's a he would sit there and he would watch the teachers teach to the kids, because it was very important that everybody was getting the best education. And
He was actually
Yeah.
building 4,000 brand new schools a year. This man right here, right? So this so-called
Right.
dictator, right? This so-called
Right.
dictator was building 4,000 government-funded schools a year all across the country. And he mandated that children must go to school, must be educated, must become literate. And by the way, he was also building schools for adults, because he wanted to make sure
Yes.
that adults who were illiterate were also learning how to read. So, like, this is why I get so frustrated with all the jihadi Islamist communist propaganda. How can you claim someone was a dictator when he was literally spending government funds to build schools in order to combat illiteracy? Like, it's just, when you look at the facts, you realize how much lies and fake news and disinformation is out there about our beloved Shahanshah Aryameh.
Yeah, these were the same people who are saying, the same people who said that the Shah was torturing people in prison and he was a dictator, are basically the same people who are saying Israel is committing genocide today in Gaza. It's basically exactly the same people. Yeah.
And it's the same people who are claiming that, Charlie Kirk, God rest his soul, Charlie Kirk was racist or intolerant or whatever. And it's the same people who are celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination. It's the same people, the same ideology, the same exact mentality. They go after patriots. They go after patriots because part of the Islamist communist agenda, in order to destabilize your country, is to go after the patriots and to smear their names, smear their record, put out false news, fake news, disinformation, propaganda. But we Iranians, we know the truth about our Shah, and that's why we love him. That's why Iranians are calling for the return of the Shah. I want to go back to Armin, with your permission. I want to go back to more videos about what's happening in Iran, because there's a lot to go through. I want to go through some of the super chats as well. So what do you want to do first? Do you want to?
If it's okay, can we show the image that I uploaded? Because it's
of course, 100%.
I don't know. Have you seen this?
No.
Okay, so Mossad, the official Mossad in Persian account posted this, which is this is the first time Israel has directly told the Iranian people to come into the streets.
Official, right? Unofficial.
No, it is official.
No, I know it's official, but it doesn't have a gray tick, right? So plausible deniability. That's why I'm just putting in quotation marks. But we all know this is the actual Mossad account.
Well, the reason why there's two things that makes us know that this is the actual one, because first of all, this account interviewed Menashe Amir as Mossad.
Oh, yeah.
And Menashe Amir confirmed that it was Mossad.
Well, I also know it's Mossad independently, because as soon as this account was created, I actually reached out to my contacts in the IDF, and I was like, "Is this real?" And they were like, "Yes, it's real." So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I have my own independent sources.
Yeah, and also because it was posted by Walid Gadban as well.
Yeah.
Like, it was reposted by Walid Gadban, who is apparently an Israeli diplomat and political counselor of Israel's United Nations mission in Geneva. So this is an official Israeli politician reposting this.
I
So that's
also
why it's
have,
official.
I don't think you've seen this yet, but in the last few hours, Naftali Bennett also put out a video message. So why don't you, read he
Oh, I
did.
haven't seen it.
I know you haven't
Okay.
seen it because we've been so focused on, like, I'm telling you, the news is coming out faster than we can even keep up with it. So
Jesus.
why
Okay.
don't you read and translate this, and then I will play Naftali Bennett's message after.
So, guys, this is Mossad. This is the official message from Mossad to the Iranian people in Persian, which says, "با هم به خیابان ها بیایید. Come to the streets together. وقتش رسیده. It is time. ما همراه شما هستیم. We are with you." Mossad is telling the Iranian people, we are with you. And then continues, نه تنها از راه دور و شفاهی. So we are with you not just from far away and just with words. در میدان نیز همراهتون هستیم. We are also with you in the field, in the battlefield. We are with you. So it's like, this is not just like, what it means is that this is not just moral support. This is not just thoughts and prayers. We are going to be there while you're fighting. We're going to be there to help you. So this is a major news to Iranian people, because a lot of Iranians were hoping that Israel will actually help them fight the Islamic Republic. And this apparently is a Mossad statement that, yeah, we're going to be helping you, which is crazy.
This is, to me, this is confirmation that Mossad is there. And, I also want to point out that there are a lot of Iranian Jews as well. And so you literally cannot distinguish. Between an Iranian who's Jewish and an Iranian who is not Jewish. So I have a feeling that the vast majority of these, Mossad agents who are potentially in occupied Iran right now are Iranian, right? So
yeah, they're Iranian. I think most Mossad agents today, are Iranian.
Yes,
I wouldn't be surprised.
And you know what? I just want to give a shout out to all of them. I know, like Armin, you and I, we get accused of being Mossad all the time. I wish I was Mossad. Like that would be like
I actually for years before October 7th, I on my Persian channel, I would like, hey Mossad, I'm available for hire, and I'm actually available for volunteer work for free. Like, and I'm not joking. Like, I
think a lot of Iranians would be available for well, actually, so one thing I do know is that one of the reasons Mossad is pretty successful in occupied Iran is because a lot of Iranians are actually volunteering and working with Mossad. So I'm not a Mossad agent. I mean, I wish I was, but to all the Mossad agents,
that's what a Mossad agent would say, though.
I know. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, Mossad agents, they don't show their faces, right? But I'm going to say is Mossad, if you're watching, if you need like a new spokesperson, someone who's, a little nicer looking, a little younger than Menashe Amir, I'm here. Like, I'm not Jewish, but I have been to Israel and I love Israel.
Nicer looking than Menashe Amir?
Just saying. I mean, I am kind of nice looking than him, right?
Yes,
so,
you are, that for sure.
There you go. So Mossad, if you need
now I don't have a chance. Now I don't have a chance anymore. Now
no, you don't. Not compared to me. But anyways, so so that's.
But wait. Can I just before
yeah.
we're on this topic? Do you remember when the Islamic Republic tried to bomb Mossad's headquarters in Tel Aviv?
Yeah.
Then Mossad responded like, "It's okay. We're all in Tehran anyways." Remember that? That was such a joke. Like, oh, it's okay. We're not even in our headquarters. We're all in Iran. Yeah.
They are all in Iran. So, all right, let's go to some of the super chats. And then I want to play the video message by Naftali Bennett, the one that you haven't seen yet. I haven't seen it either, Armin. Yeah, but we'll go to some of the super chats and then we'll go to that. So, Mojtaba already said, long live Iran, long live the Shah. Sue Rohit Rusu. Hi, Armin and Goldie. Do a Google search for Shahin's Bisog, and you will find footage of Mohammad Reza Shah's visit to my country, Denmark, in 1959. Oh, fantastic. Okay, I look forward to that. There's so much footage of him going around everywhere. There's even footage of the former Shah of Iran going to Disneyland as well. So, but thank you for that. He visited Disneyland at some point. Yeah, he did.
Okay.
All right. Avest Bavari. Do you all think the Crown Prince would do a video wearing his original F-14 flight suit? Would this help or hurt the cause? I don't think he's going to do a video in his F-14 flight suit. I don't think it would help or hurt the cause either way. I just don't think that like the way he dresses and looks now, I feel like is more befitting of like a political leader. So I don't know, Armin, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why he would do that,
Yeah.
but I did saw a video of him discussing, maneuvering plane strategies with some old Iranian
From the Imperial Air Force.
military.
Yeah.
Yes, and they were like, it was so cute. They were like, the a whole bunch of like really old former high-ranking pilots of the Iran's Artesh, and I could see you could see they were all into it. Like the prince was talking about like I don't know what, and the rest of them were listening to it like about their old memories. So it was kind of cute to watch him talk.
That was, I remember that video. That was really, really
You remember
nice.
that? Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we have Gol Sorkh Son. I appreciate and respect you both. Thank you for everything you do for our land and for humanity as a whole. Thank you so much. Appreciate your support. Thank you for being here. Thank you thank you to all of you for being here and helping promote our live streams and helping us get the word out there, because there's going to be a lot of fake news and propaganda. Again, guys, the Islamic Republic spends upwards of $1 billion a year, on propaganda. They hire people, they spend over $1 billion to push out their fake news. Whereas, myself and Armin, we're just two Iranians with minimal, limited resources, and we're just doing a live stream to raise awareness and share the truth about what's happening in occupied Iran. And so I just want to thank all of you for helping us raise awareness by, liking and sharing and everything, liking, sharing, retweeting our live stream feeds. So thank you so much for that. We will continue. All right. Wyatt says, guys, Trump and Bibi are meeting in Florida today. One of the many topics is Iran. Bibi wants to hit Iran again. Trump and most of MAGA don't want another bombing of Iran. Do you think it would hurt or help the protest movement? So first of all, I just want to say I do not support bombing Iran. I support bombing the Islamic Republic that's occupying Iran. Two completely separate things. And in the summer, the conflict wasn't between Israel and Iran. It was between Israel and the Islamic Republic that's occupying Iran. That conflict actually gave Iranians a lot of hope. It made them feel more confident in going out. And in fact, one of the reasons that we're seeing all these demonstrations right now, and one of the reasons that I think that the demonstration is growing so quickly is because Iranians know how weak the Islamic Republic is because of the strikes by Israel against the Islamic Republic. So my personal opinion is that if Netanyahu does go after more Islamic Republic targets, that would be a huge morale boost to the Iranian people. And I think this message here by Mossad is also very important. And we haven't even gotten to Naftali Bennett's message yet. But Armin, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, first of all, we don't want Americans to be involved in this war. Just stay out of it. Last time it wasn't very helpful. At first, it seemed like you're going to be Americans don't want to be involved. Well, guess what? We don't want you involved either. Okay, just give the green light to Israel. Stop stopping. How about this? The only thing we need from America is for America to stop getting in the way of Israel. Right? I know you guys. This is not your fight. You're so far away. So all you have to do is just let your ally do what it needs to do to protect itself from a hostile government and not get in its way. Last time America got involved and they bombed Fordo and Natanz and the nuclear site in Isfahan, all it did was gave Trump an excuse to say, well, the war is over, and pressure Netanyahu to pull back its planes and not continue the fight. And that the planes, the last bombing, the last round of bombing, I don't know if you know this, Goldie, but those were supposed to be the biggest ones.
I know.
And they were also supposed to kill Khamenei, apparently, and the main politicians of the Islamic Republic. And if that went through, there would probably not be an Islamic Republic right now, right? We would have been. So Trump saved Khamenei. Trump saved the Islamic Republic. Unfortunately. I mean, we still appreciate Trump killing Qasem Soleimani.
Oh yeah,
but we don't appreciate him saving Khamenei. Okay, so we don't appreciate that at all. So yeah, we don't. We are hoping for an Israeli strike, not an American strike. I mean, America could still be. I mean, probably will be involved in the fueling and the intelligence sharing and all of that, but not with the strikes. Israel is already more than capable enough to eliminate its enemies. Where all we need for America is to just not stop Israel. That's all we need for America.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I agree 100%. With that. So okay, the next super chat. Armin, can you show the video about Beta's release? I was actually supposed to make a video about Beta's release today, and share that. And then with all the news coming out about what's happening in occupied Iran right now, I haven't even been able to speak about her. But I personally do plan on making a video about her. But if you have a video or something that you'd like to share.
However, Beta has not been released. Just because she's out of jail, that doesn't mean she's been released. Because first of all, they have held her mother, which is Beta's greatest weakness. Okay. And if they held her mother, even though she's out of prison, that means they have held her. Beta doesn't care about being executed, being imprisoned, being tortured. She doesn't care about that. But what Beta cares about is what they do to her mother. So they have found her weakness, and that's why they keep arresting her mother, and that's why they keep threatening her mother, and that's why they have kept her mother. So she is out of prison, but she's technically still, in prison, because they have her mother. So
do you have a video? Okay, let me add it to this page.
Beta. So this is Beta coming out of jail, and they're just opening the door, and she's out. So I don't know what they did to her there, because
she looks like she's 19. She looks like she's aged 20 years. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible.
By the way, let me tell you something. The BBC Persian doesn't cover Beta.
Of course not, because it's Ayatollah BBC. BBC Persian is the propaganda channel of the globalist communist leftists. BBC Persian is actually, and just BBC in general, one of the main culprits in influencing people to support the Ayatollahs and overthrowing the Shah. BBC Persian is the one putting out all the fake news. Not only BBC Persian, BBC English, they put out all the fake news about the Shah being a dictator. So of course they're not going to cover someone like Beta, this 19-year-old Iranian girl who was literally jailed. This 19-year-old Iranian girl was literally jailed for the crime of supporting the Shah. This is how much the Islamic Republic is afraid of the Shah. They literally jail and torture 19-year-old girls who just say they want the Shah to return.
So BBC Persian keeps highlighting Nargis Mohammadi, and now they're working on Taraneh Ali Dosti. These are people who they're trying to. So for people who don't know, BBC Persian is part of the BBC who does Persian content, and everybody who works in the BBC Persian are part of the reformists. So their agenda is to try to create another leader of the opposition who is not Prince Reza Pahlavi. So they work on Tumaj or Masih Alinejad or Narges Mohammadi, and now they just came up with a documentary on BBC Persian, Taraneh Ali Dosti. These are all leftist, anti-Israeli people who are just not Prince Reza Pahlavi, and they keep highlighting these fake opposition while they run no stories on Beta because she supports Prince Reza Pahlavi. That's why they don't cover her.
Yeah. 100%. And, and like I said earlier, guys, you've now been, watching. Well, for those of you who've been with me from the beginning, I've been live streaming for 6 hours now.
Wow.
And yeah, I know I need to go on a little 10-minute health break soon, actually. But,
okay.
I've been live streaming for for 6 hours now. And every single video that I have shown, every single video that Armin has shown, the only thing you're hearing is people calling for Pahlavi to return. No other names. So all of these names that Armin just mentioned, no one in Iran is calling for these people because we all know these are fake opposition. And yet BBC and all these other globalist, leftist, communist media outlets are promoting those names, right? Even though people in Iran are only chanting for Pahlavi. And even though Iranian people like Bita here, this 19-year-old girl, was jailed for supporting the Shah of Iran, but you're never going to hear about her on BBC News or anywhere else. This is the stuff that you're never going to hear in the mainstream media because the struggle and fight of the Iranian people, it goes against the narrative. It goes against the narrative of the pro-jihad, pro-Islamist, pro-communist narrative about, what Iranian people actually want.
Right. By the way, the fact that so we're complimenting Goldie a lot today. She's beautiful, she's smart, she has a lot of experience. But the reason why I think she also works this hard, I think she's also a hard worker, but I think you can't do 6 hours of live stream unless there's something you really care about. Like, I think you could see her crying, a couple of times. I think a lot of this hard work comes from a great passion that you have for seeing a free Iran. And I think this is the reason behind your success is also because you're not doing this you actually genuinely want this to happen and you're working towards a goal. This is why she's streaming for 6 hours.
Wow.
You don't get this much dedication unless you actually care about the
Thank you. I mean, I actually, I do care a lot. And, again, I was a politician for 7 years. I could have very easily kept my mouth shut and not, rocked the boat. And I was actually warned several times to stop speaking about Iran, stop raising awareness about Iran, because it was, the fact that I was speaking out against the Islamic Republic occupying Iran, it was upsetting a lot of the jihadi Islamist donors because they didn't like the fact that I was speaking about how the Islamic dictatorship is occupying Iranians. So I was actually warned several times to stop speaking about Iran. I never did. I never did because, even though I knew that eventually it would lead to the end of my political career or whatever, I don't care. And I do not regret for a second what happened. And yeah, this is I'm going to continue speaking out against it. And I mean, I am passionate. So, I mean, I could have been like every other Iranian politician out there and just, kept my head down, kept my mouth shut. But
that's right.
I didn't. And so here we are.
I actually talked to by the way, Harris Sultan in the chat is saying, I love Goldie. She's so passionate about this, with her heart. So Harris Sultan is saying
thank you.
But I also talked to it. Yeah. I also talked to, you're so right, because I talked to an Iranian politician and I had her as a guest on our Persian channel. And I asked her, do you talk about us? Do you talk about Iranian people a lot? Do you talk about Pahlavi? And she was like, no, that's not how you succeed in politics in the West.
Oh, that's true. I know.
And she's like, that's not they don't want to hear that. They're like, if you want to know, why would I do that? Like, that's not what people are interested in. So she said, like, no, I don't talk about Pahlavi. I don't talk about the Iranian people. So, yeah.
And you know what's interesting for me is that I also like I spoke about this stuff in my spare time. So it's not like I spoke about Iran and Pahlavi in my official capacity as a politician. Like I still did all my, political work. I focused on my riding of
Yep,
Carleton. I focused on Ontario and Canada. I was only speaking about Iran and, what's happening in my spare time, right?
yep,
And even that wasn't good enough. So
yep. That's what she didn't even do that. She was like,
yeah, I know. Well, I
because
mean, but
they
she's right.
follow.
She's right. The only way you succeed is to keep your head down and follow the Islamist globalist agenda. So they
By
targeted
the way,
me.
we need to speak
Yeah.
about this whole globalist term because
Oh yeah,
I
you're
don't
right. I know.
know.
I we've spoken about
Yeah.
this before, but you're right. Okay, I'll stop saying that. You're right. 100% true. Because it's not
So,
all like I'm a big fan of like free trade and all that stuff. You're right.
free trade, yes, we're for
Yeah,
free.
I'm a big fan of free trade.
If by globalists we're talking about people who don't respect the sovereignty of nation states and the right to their own self-determination, then yes, that's
Yeah.
a bad type of globalist.
Yeah, I'm
that
basically
is a bad.
referring. Yeah, 100%. I'm
To
referring
that,
to like the
to that.
WEF and the UN, right? Like things like that.
Okay, but if by globalists we're talking about trade, more trade between more countries, that's a good thing.
I'm pro trade. I'm 100% pro international trade. I used to be an international trade
yes.
lawyer, so yeah, no, I'm a big fan of free trade and all that. Okay, so one of your members says regime of Tahrir al-Wasila must fall. I don't know what Tahrir al-Wasila is. What is that?
And that's Khomeini, Tahrir al-Wasila. That's
Oh,
Khomeini's
okay.
book. That's the book. That's the book
Tahrir
in which.
oh,
Yeah, that's Tahrir al-Wasila. That's the book. That's the book. It's Arabic. Don't worry.
Do you want to explain what the book is?
Well, that's the same book where Khomeini said that you could have sex with an infant. You don't have to wait until she's 9. You could basically put your genitals between her thighs as young as 0, as young as 0, like basically a baby that was just born hours ago.
Yeah.
It is okay. Khomeini in his book said this is the founder of the Islamic Republic. This is the leader of the Islamic Revolution in Iran. In his book, before the revolution, he actually published this, that the age 9 is for when you could have intercourse with her, but you could still have, but you don't have to wait for 9 for sexual relation. You could do other things. You could basically specifically uses a word about putting your penis between her thighs, and there's no age limit. You could basically do this to a female baby as long as it's female, by the way. So that's the thing. It has to be female.
It's so sick. It's so sick. And like this is a person, that Iranians chose over the Shah of Iran. Like make it make sense. But
yeah, but this is also why Iranian people are like, what the fuck? Like he wrote these things before we made him the leader. Like how the fuck? Like why didn't we not read his books? Like this was published by him in his book. By the way, a book that even today the Islamic Republic puts a stamp of approval on it and publishes it today.
It's so
nasty. We made him. I mean, I think like even some pedophiles will puke over this, because we're talking about an infant that was just born.
Yeah,
like that's yeah.
The entire Islamic Republic, Khomeini, their ideology, everything about them just belongs in the garbage. Like it just belongs in the garbage. They're just sick, savage jihadis. And like it's just so nasty. But
some people are saying, why are you saying these things? This is disgusting. Because you need to be disgusted. Because you need to know.
This is the ideology of the Islamic Republic. This is what they say in their disgusting jihadi book.
Yeah.
Ugh. Anyways, all right. Well, we'll continue on. So, Mr. Kogan Israel says, we in Israel are afraid of the Iranian government. They want to attack us with chemical missiles this time. So first of all, I know you mean the Islamic regime. You should be afraid. I'm afraid of the Islamic Republic. Everyone should be afraid of the Islamic Republic. They are a savage, 7th century Islamic dictatorship that feeds off of jihad and creating a global Islamic caliphate. So this is why we Iranians are trying to overthrow them, because they are savage terrorists. And of course, you should be afraid. I'm afraid. These people are ruthless savages. They look, they literally tortured a 19-year-old Iranian girl for the crime of wanting the Shah of Iran to return. So when the Islamic dictatorship tortures its own people, like this 19-year-old innocent girl, of course they're not going to show any mercy to anyone else. They hate us even more than they hate everyone else. So yeah, they are a real threat to the world, and everyone should take the threat very seriously. I don't know, Armin, your thoughts on that?
No, yeah, I mean, I don't know if they have any missiles that could reach Israel, but yeah, they are I mean, chemical missiles.
I don't know
mean,
if that's true, but they should be a threat.
I don't
They
know
should be
if
seen as a threat.
they are a threat. They are a threat because at the end of the 12-day war, their missiles were getting in 16%, which is too high. So throughout the war, 12-day war, it was like closer to, I think, if I remember correctly, 5% or something.
Yeah.
But at the end of the 12-day war, Israel's defense system was getting overwhelmed, and we were getting to higher percentage, like 16%, right? So this shows that, I mean, it's still good that they weren't able to do that much damage, right, compared to other wars that Israel has been involved with. But obviously they're still the biggest threat against Israel, and they are responsible for, I mean, they're responsible for October 7th.
Yeah.
Right?
100%.
So,
yep.
And they should not be tolerated. I think here's the thing. I think if Israel allows Islamic Republic, we have a very short window of opportunity. The Islamic Republic has never been this weak. It has never been this weak. And if Israel doesn't, like, they're so close to the edge of a cliff. They just need one more push. And if we don't do this, they will recover. They will recover and they will become nuclear. And then they will be with you forever. Because the Islamic Republic has learned there is no way to stop the Islamic Republic going nuclear unless you do regime change.
Mm-hmm.
Because every time Israel attacked, and the whole world should be thanking Israel, because every time the Islamic Republic was 2 months or 2 weeks or a year away from becoming nuclear, Israel did something that delayed it by a couple of years. There was like a virus or an explosion or the killing of the scientists or a missile strike, and it delayed it for a couple of years. But every time the Islamic Republic learned, based on the Israeli attack, on what to do to make it more difficult for the next attack to work. And now they gotten to the point where they are enriching uraniums in more places and deeper underground, and they're going deeper and deeper and deeper. And here's the problem. They're going deeper faster than technology is being able to produce bunker busters that goes down deeper. Like right now, they have a new site for enrichment of uranium, which even American bunker busters cannot go that deep. It's easier to just continue to dig deeper than to invent bunker busters that can go deeper. That's why this is a losing battle. This is why delaying the Islamic Republic going nuclear is not the answer anymore. Regime change is the only answer. And here's the ugly truth. The Israeli government has betrayed the Israeli people if they don't finish this regime. Because the people responsible for October 7th, if you get them this close to complete annihilation, and then you let them survive to recover and eventually become nuclear so that they could never be toppled again, for them to do hundreds of other October 7th sometime in the future, the Israeli people have been betrayed by their own government if your government allows the Islamic Republic to survive after they did October 7th, when they are this close to complete annihilation. You should not, like, every Israeli should not allow their government to get away with allowing the Islamic Republic to live. This is what you have to do. And if the Islamic Republic falls, the Israeli people, for once in their history, can kiss their children goodnight, knowing that there is no force in the world left that it has the potential to destroy their country and their children and their grandchildren ever again. It would be over. That stress and that anxiety that many Israelis live with, thinking that maybe one day all of these motherfuckers will come and behead us all. Without the Islamic Republic, that will be over. Even though there will be people still want to kill you, you have destroyed the main funder and the main trainer of your enemies, and the risk to Israel will not completely be eliminated, but it will be dramatically lower, and more Israelis could leave this life knowing that their children and their grandchildren will be safe, and that Israel will continue living forever. If you say Am Israel Chai, Israel will live. Israel's life, Israel living, would be guaranteed with the death of the Islamic Republic. Anyway, sorry, I'm speaking for too long.
No, I agree with everything that you're saying, and I think that some of the messages that we're seeing coming out from Israel is incredibly encouraging, and I do want to get to all of that as well. Armin, so I've had you for now 3 hours now, without any sort of break or anything. I'm planning on continuing this live stream for several hours to come, well into the night. I don't know how long I have you for.
No, once you take the rest, I'm gonna go. So I'm gonna let you take over the rest of the stream.
Okay, so then why don't we just go through the super chats, because then I do want to take like a 15-minute health break, and there are some super chats here. And people do have questions for both of us, so we'll go through that, and then I'm going to take like a 15-minute break, and I'm going to come back, and then I want to focus on Naftali Bennett's message. But I've had you for 3 hours, so I know you're probably tired.
Can you send me the Naftali Bennett message? Oh, I mean, I'm going to find it. No, I'm just kidding. I'll find it myself, because I want to show it tomorrow on my own stream, and then also on the Persian channel. Oh, Goldie, can I ask you to one day come? You already been on my English channel. The Iranian people love you, so can you like the Iranian people on my channel? I mean, you already know that Iranian.
Let's coordinate.
Can you come on the Persian channel?
Yeah. I'm happy to coordinate. The only thing is, like, when you do the Iranian live stream, that's when I'm doing my regular 12 noon. Yeah. So maybe what I could do is I can coordinate, and I can come on the Persian live stream on the weekends, because I don't do like my daily show on the weekends. So would be more than happy to come on a weekend and speak in Farsi. Absolutely, would love that.
Oh, fantastic! I've never seen your show in Farsi, so that would be good to see.
I never speak in Farsi. I only do English. So okay, so let's go to the rest of the super chats, and then we'll take a quick break. So Possum the cat. I don't know, Goldie. I don't think this is going to happen. I remember 79 and the millions that showed up to depose the Shah. Prayers for you and the people. So I just want to point out as well that the 1979 Islamic Revolution didn't happen overnight. It was an eight-month long process. So it's not like just one day nothing was happening, and then the next day millions of Iranians came out. It was an 8-month long process. I don't even know if millions came out. I think it was more in the hundreds of thousands, and many of them were, again, not from Iran. There's at least 40,000 of them were. It's confirmed now that they were KGB agents from the USSR. So a lot going on there, a lot going on. But again, this is literally just 24. We're in the first 24 hours here, so we have yet to see what's going to happen within the next few days, and I think this next 72 hours are going to be critical.
Yeah, but by the way, guys, this is not going to, like, it comes in waves. This might not be the wave that does the, like, I don't expect this necessarily to be, this is, people are out, the regime will be toppled tomorrow. But because we keep getting these every time that something like this happens, the regime will fall. It's basically like cutting a tree. You never know which swing of the axe is going to make the tree fall. You just know you need to just keep swinging the axe, and we don't know if it's going to be this wave or the next wave or a wave that comes a few months after. It might be this wave, but it might not be. So
Yeah.
all we know that if you keep swinging at the tree, eventually it will fall. That's what we know.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so Yab says there's also the hive of the F-35 Javid Shah. That's true. Mr. Kogan says, Goldie, it's a Mossad channel. I mean, pretty much, yeah. I'm Mossad, Armin's Mossad. You know, everyone,
Yes.
everyone is
Proudly.
Mossad.
Proudly.
I wish. Again, to all the Mossad agents watching, I'm here if you want to hire me. I'm much cuter than Armin, so you should take me instead of Armin as a spokesperson. So Jewish Samantha, communists run the most vicious smear campaigns. It's 100% true. We see it constantly all the time. David says, I hope your broadcast today becomes part of the history of the Islamic Republic. I hope so too. I hope that this broadcast becomes part of the history of how the Islamic Republic was overthrown. I mean, that would be a huge honor for me. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen, but if it was somehow, I would be incredibly honored to even play like a small, minute role in overthrowing the Islamic Republic and returning the Shah back to Iran. BTK, Trump will act for the benefit of America first, as he should, right? Like, again, every leader of every country should be their own country first. And so, of course, we expect that from every single leader.
Yeah, but America first requires for America to take care of its allies. And Americans, I think Israel is a bigger American ally than Qatar. So I think America first means less of Qatar and more of Israel. So that's would be my suggestion to Trump.
I agree 100% on that. I agree 100%. Unfortunately, you have like the Tucker Carlsons and Candace Owens. That's a whole other, rabbit hole that I'm not going to get into. But, at least there's people like Tulsi Gabbard who are, kind of putting out messaging about
Tulsi Gabbard. She's a pro-Assad, pro-Putin person. Tulsi
but
Gabbard.
she put out a speech recently about how radical Islam is the biggest threat. So
true,
yeah.
But she's also pro-Putin and pro-Assad. So
it's challenging. Yeah, I don't know. American politics is weird these days, but anyways, we're not gonna get into that. Mayans says best wishes for the Iranian people, love and peace. And of course, well, you see this prove Islam is against rape of male. I think he was referring to your explanation about that disgusting, nasty pedophile book by Khamenei.
Yes.
So we're not going to get into that. We're not going to get into that because that was just.
No, you want me to go over it again?
No, thank you. No, thank you at all. So, okay. Before I leave, for again, just like a 15-minute break, but Armin's going to leave because he has a life. And I just want to thank you so much, Armin, for joining. But before you go, I just want to play Naftali Bennett's message because I haven't seen it.
Yes, please.
And so why don't we play that? Because I think it's a short message. And then afterwards, I'm going to take like a 15-minute health break. And then I'm going to continue with the live stream to share even more videos with you because we haven't gone through all of the videos.
The Iranian people have a glorious past, and they can have an even more glorious future.
Can you go to the beginning? Because I think we
I think this is the beginning. I think this beginning.
Because I think we missed one word.
Glorious past, and they can have an even more glorious future. That future depends on each and every one of you. So to all the brave men and women now rising up across your country, all the nations of the free world stand with you in your just struggle. Change is possible. There will be a better Middle East.
Short message.
Okay, short message, but here's what I wish they would mention. I mean, we appreciate that. I wish they would mention Prince Reza Pahlavi. I wish in their messages they would mention Prince Reza Pahlavi. That would be, guys. I know a lot of people keep asking us how could they support the Iranian people? The best thing you could do is to pressure your politicians to mention Prince Reza Pahlavi. Okay, put pressure on your politicians to mention Prince Reza Pahlavi. That would be the greatest help that you could offer, in my opinion.
Yeah. Okay, so there's that this particular segment of our live stream. A big thank you to Armin for joining. I really appreciate you being here. I appreciate your input. I appreciate your insight. Any final words or thoughts or comments before you leave us and I take a quick break?
No, just wanted to say, Am Israel Chai, Javid Shah.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I don't know how late I'm going to go. I'm probably still going to go for like another 6-7 hours probably, because there's
6-7 hours.
Listen, when I started this live stream, I promised that I would go through every single video that's come out, and I haven't even touched the surface yet. We haven't even spoken about the fact that the guy who was like the head of the bank in Iran has resigned.
Yeah, but that's just like that's going to have no impact whatsoever. Those people.
No, but it shows that people who are affiliated with the Islamic Republic are scrambling. Like everyone's resigning and running around left, right, and center. But anyway, so we're going to get to all of that. So if at some point down the road, later today or whenever, if you decide to join back in, let me know. Would be happy to have you. Depending on...
maybe like by the rate you're going, probably once I get to my next stream. You're probably still streaming.
Who knows?
I might just join.
Who knows? So yeah, there you go. There you go.
Okay.
But
be
thank
careful.
You so much
by the way,
Goldie,
I'm really impressed about how hardworking you are. But we need you to stay healthy.
Oh yeah, I will.
So don't burn out, because we want you to be able to continue to do what you're doing. So take care of yourself.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Well, something back in the summer during the 12-day conflict, I was actually doing like 12 to 16 hour X spaces. So this is not like new to me. Like I'm already used to like spending all day talking. It's just before it was on X Spaces, I wasn't in front of a camera. But now I'm in front of a camera, so I have to make sure that I look decent and all of that. But no, I'm used to this, so I'm going to be going for a while, giving all of the updates. So Armin, thanks so much for joining. Really appreciate having you with us.
Can I tell? By the way, if you guys don't know me, can I mention people about my 2 channels?
Yeah? Yes. Let me actually, before you do that, why don't I pull up your YouTube channel here? Let me just pull it up so I can screen share it.
I also have a Persian channel. I'm actually more known on my Persian channel.
I know, but all right, let me remove this.
Guys, on our Persian channel, I hunt down anti-Pahlavi content creators, and I basically respond to them. I'm known for that on the Persian side. Like anybody who speaks on the Goldie, I don't know if you know this, but on Iranian social media or YouTube, if anybody speaks against Pahlavi, now everybody is waiting for me to make a show about it. Like they know that there's going to be a response to it on my channel.
Oh, I know. Believe me, my mom watches the Iranian live streams you do, and then she was like, "Oh, good. So did the Army Rajab Morad Vaisi chi goft?" And I'm like, "No, but it was probably pretty critical and harsh." So yeah. But we're not gonna get into that. We're not getting into that. But no, everyone.
Hi, Goldie's mom.
Follow Armin. There is his channel, Atheist Republic. So it's there on the screen, so you guys can see. I've already subscribed, as you can tell. So everyone, make sure you go and you follow Armin as well on Atheist Republic. So
and if you speak Persian, search for Jomhuriye Bi Khodayan for the Persian channel.
Yeah.
For the Persian.
Okay. All right.
Okay, guys.
Thank you so much, Armin. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your input. Really appreciated this. Really enjoyed this. Thank you again.
Oh wait, I need to guys. By the way, people who are watching this on my channel and people who are watching on I forgot to. Yeah, people who are watching this on Atheist Republic. Make sure you subscribe to Goldie's channel. Just hop over to Goldie's channel.
Thank you.
Goldie
Thank you. I
Romero.
appreciate
Yeah.
that. Appreciate that
Yeah,
so
I mean,
much.
you don't need it, by the way. Like Goldie is when, like, yeah, I'm doing fine without your endorsement, Armin.
No,
Thank you
your
very much.
endorsement means a lot to me. I really appreciate that. You're so kind.
Yeah,
You're so kind. And
thank you.
a lot of people in the comments are really appreciating and they're enjoying the fact that we're live streaming together. So we should definitely do more of this in the future as well. I think people appreciate that a lot.
Okay, I would love that.
But you know what? Next time I'll let you run the live stream so that I can take a bit of a break. And I'm not in control of everything. So there you go.
That's good. Okay.
All right. Thanks so much, Armin. All right, you take care. All the best.
Bye.
Bye. So, okay, thank you so much, everyone. So what I'm going to be doing now is I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take about a 10. I know, not 10. I'm going to take about a 15-minute break, okay? So I'm going to take a 15-minute break because I've been doing this for 6.5 hours now. So if you will indulge me, I'm going to take a 15-minute break. And while I'm taking a break, I'm going to play Mahyar Tusi's live stream from a few hours ago. I think is this the most recent one? Let me just double check here. Ooh, what happened here? Live. Oh no, it's this one. This is the one that I wanted to play. So this is his live stream from 3 hours ago. So I'm going to play this one while I take about a 15-20 minute break, and then I will come back and we will continue with all of the latest updates about the anti-Islam pro-Shah demonstrations that are happening in occupied Iran. All right. How do I do this? All right. Okay. So I'm going to go. Where is this? Sorry, guys. Let me just figure this out. There we go. Let me make it big. That's not helpful. Sorry, guys. Okay. I think I got the hang of it. So there we go. I'm just going to add my banner here. 15-minute health break. Show. All right. Okay. I'm going to play this and I'll see all of you back in about 15 minutes or.
Welcome back to 2C TV, ladies and gentlemen. We have some more breaking news coming from Iran as the revolution is still ongoing against the Islamic occupiers, and the regime forces have retreated. Multiple cities and towns have now fallen into the hands of the anti-Islamic Iranians, and at the same time, resignations inside the IRGC have now started. There is a lot to talk about, including a special message of support coming from the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, which we're going to go to as well. We're going to show you all this and all the videos that are coming in from Tehran, Karaj, and all the other cities around the country. I'm going to get your reaction live as well. Just before we start, I need to say directly and honestly, F the mainstream media. It's been hours, technically since yesterday when this started. The international media continue to be silent on this. The global Western mainstream legacy media are continuing to ignore what is actually happening on the ground, but it doesn't matter. We are here to continue our ongoing live coverage from the uprising in Iran. Also, if you want to get more updates throughout the day, make sure to follow our official account on X at 2CTV Official. Go follow that on X, of course, also on Instagram and all the others, if you want to stay up to date, and download the 2CTV app to get all the updates. But let's go to some of the videos that we have. First things first, the head of central bank, the Islamic Republic's central bank governor, Mohammad Reza Farzin, has now resigned in disgrace following the uprising and the collapse of the Iranian currency. The markets have now crashed. The economy doesn't exist anymore. And he's now decided to step down as the Iranian rial tumbles past 1.4 million per US dollar. Now, the general strikes that is happening in Iran is not helping the situation for the Iranian government in general. And the former the economy minister, Abdul Nasser Hemmati, has now been named as the new governor of the Islamic Republic's central bank to bring back some sort of stability. But let's not forget, as an economy minister, he completely wrecked the whole country. So it's not going to be a good replacement. And now, this aside, let's go to the videos that are coming in again. If you didn't watch our first live coverage on this earlier today, make sure to watch that as well. But the chants of "Long live the king" continue to be heard across the country. In terms of the overall situation, the regime forces are struggling to have enough numbers. I just lost the flag. It fell apart. Okay, that's not good. The flag has gone down. The revolution has been cancelled. Everybody go home. Now, as I said, over the last few hours since the protest started and turned into a massive uprising, not just in Tehran, but also in other cities and towns from around the country, the police came out. They can't control it. They brought out the security forces. Earlier on in Tehran, we do have some images and some footage to show you, evidence that they started shooting at the protesters, but the numbers are low. Each corner, when you have the security forces standing, is about 5 to 10 of them. And they are not able to take control of the situation. We don't know exactly where they are. We don't know what's going on inside the regime. Is this a tactic? Because they are now slowing down the internet as expected. Tomorrow might be interesting because the protesters have said that they're going to come out tomorrow, 10 a.m. Local time, to continue this. But of course, we are expecting the regime to now bring out the whole force with checkpoints and everybody else. But we'll see again. But right now, so far, they're nowhere to be seen. There is a small group there that were being chased out by the Iranians throughout the streets of Tehran and Karaj and other cities. This one is from Karaj, Tehran. They're saying that people are chasing the security forces. Crazy time. Now, as I said, one of the main problems right now is that apart from one group that are already based in Iran, and that is the Hezbollah of Iraq, the neighboring country, the Hezbollah of Iraq have a permanent base inside the country. Previously, the Iranian regime were able to bring in Islamic militias from Lebanon, Hezbollah of Lebanon, also from Syria. Of course, they've lost Syria. There's still some Islamic Shias in Syria, but not really an organized force. And the Hezbollah of Lebanon fallen apart. The Iranian regime do have capability to bring in more from Iraq, but again, they are nowhere to be seen so far. I said this yesterday that, well, they should be bringing them out if they want to do a crackdown. It's the only option they have, because a lot of the members of the regime have now started to not obey, and they're just staying at home, or some of them have defected. Let's go to the next video. So that people are just taking control of the streets. This is unbelievable. What you're seeing here, this is not normal. This doesn't happen in Iran. You can't just freely march through the streets. This is insanity. Now, For now, it's an embarrassment for the Iranian regime, but this is a very important point, an important moment for this revolution. The Iranian people get energized because they are not revolutionary people in that sense. They get energized when they feel, like right now, that they are winning, that they are in control. The moment the momentum goes, and they just gets repetitive, people come out the streets, and then the regime manages to regroup and bring out their forces, and then they start shooting at a few people, and everybody gets scared. It's happened before. This is the important moment that the Iranian people have this opportunity to take advantage of this while the regime was still nowhere to be seen, really, continue and keep taking control of more cities and towns. Otherwise, they're going to come out and they're going to do their usual crackdown. More videos coming from the Iranians pushing back the Islamic occupation soldiers. Let's include obviously security as well as the police. They're also insulting the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. Very 18+ insults. It's yes, it's not ideal. A family show, ladies. Now, President Trump is meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu in Florida as we speak. Over the last couple of hours, they had a meeting, and when they were speaking to the members of the press, we can now confirm that President Trump has now given green light to the state of Israel to hit the Islamic Republic of Iran again over two issues. One, the ballistic missile program, and two, of course, their nuclear ambitions. Things are happening very soon, although at this point, I'm not really sure if this is going to be necessary, Israel hitting, but President Trump has finally said Israel can do it.
Will you support an attack?
Wait for his answer.
On Iran if Iran will not have a deal? If Iran will continue with their ballistic missiles and also nuclear weapons?
If they will continue with the missiles, yes. The nuclear, fast.
Yeah. So for missiles, yes. For nuclear, fast. Hit. Don't even think about it. So this is going to change the whole game. The Iranian regime now can see this and realize, well, not only they have their own people to deal with, they also have these two to deal with. It's not going to be an easy ride in the upcoming 2026 for the Islamic Republic. The Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, is still nowhere to be seen since his medical treatment in the hospital the other day, and we don't know exactly what's going on there. There are also rumors about more resignations from the government, including the president himself, Pezeshkian, who, by the way, is just a puppet. The president in Iran doesn't really have much power. He's basically a glorified local councillor in charge of roads and potholes and things like that, rubbish collection. And now, the Iranian regime forces earlier on also started opening fire on protesters. This is in Hamadan. Let's go to that. I'll show you more footage as well. See, the one on the right. Evil. Absolutely evil. But as you can see, again, while they do that, their numbers are low. The numbers from the security from the regime is very low. There's like 5 you can see in that from this frame. It's probably about 10 to 20 max in that area. So we're not really sure exactly what's going to... They can't claim to have been surprised because they started yesterday. We were talking about this. Everybody was talking about this. Surely the intelligence in the regime knew that these guys are going to come out and continue their general strike and protest. If they were actually surprised, that they are genuinely stupid. But I don't think they were surprised. Clearly, they're planning on doing something really dodgy, and they're just allowing the protests to gather momentum for now. This is the only logical response. Now, going to Malad in Iran, just outside of Tehran, protesters chanting as usual, "No to Gaza, no to Lebanon. My life is only for Iran." These guys don't like the Palestinian cause. No Gaza, no Lebanon. My life is only for Iran. Now, Iran, the Iranian regime's IRGC intelligence units are now sending warning text messages to citizens around the country, we can now confirm this is what we received. These are the text messages that the government are now sending out to people, literally everybody, just sending out in bulk to all the phone numbers in Iran. The message is basically sent to residents, especially in Tehran, like this one, warned people not to attend illegal gatherings and are urging them to stay away from protests, which is obviously a move. It's obvious that it's a sign of desperation and massive panic inside the security forces, that they have to send out text messages begging people not to go. Now, the direct mass texting by the security agencies has been used before. It's usually a way to control, obviously, when they lose control of the streets overall and the authorities basically collapsing. This is an emergency psychological deterrence that they use. Now, as I said, one of the main issues is that they are now on the defensive and they are being reactionary. Sending out these messages maybe worked before in 2009, but right now, because back then people used to freak out. In 2009, when the rigged election happened, the Green Movement happened, and that was the beginning of the technology where the government could send out these mass text messages to everybody. People were freaking out because they were saying, how do they get my number? But it's just a system. They have access to all phone numbers. But now people know it's basically like spam. Just ignore it. So this level of threat is no longer working. Now, that aside, the crowd in Ahvaz as well, in another city in the south of Iran, are chanting that Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, is a murderer and his leadership is void and illegitimate. Basically cancelled. Cancelled the supreme leader. It's insanity, right? We have also now received a video message and statement by the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, or Reza Shah II. We can quickly go to that video that has now just been released. Let's go to Pahlavi. It's got subtitles for you guys underneath when he speaks.
درود میفرستم به شما بازاری ها و مردمی که خیابان های تهران را به دست خود گرفته‌اید. وضعیت اقتصادی مملکت تا زمانی که این رژیم سر کار هست رو به زوال خواهد بود. زمان این رسیده است که همبستگی خود را بیش از پیش حفظ بکنیم. از تمام اقشار جامعه می‌خواهم
ask all sectors of society to come join their compatriots who have taken to the streets and call for an end to this regime.
و به خصوص پیام من
In particular, I have a message for the security and police forces. Take your destiny into your own hands. The regime is collapsing. Don't stand against the people. Join the people. Victory is ours because our cause is just, because we are united. And that chant at the end was, this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return, which takes us to the next video we received from Hamadan. People chanting, this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. Absolutely insanity. A tiny minority of Islamic radicals taking control of this country with rich heritage, tried their best to turn it into an Islamic country, failed miserably. Now, Hamadan again, people chanting, long live the king. Let's go.
جاوید
I saved the flag. The flag is back. I found it again. It fell on the floor. We got it. It's coming home. It's coming home. The first ever British pub will open in Tehran under my name and 2C TV. Of course, it's going to be called the Lion, the Crown, and the Crown and the Lion, or the Lion and the Crown. You help me in the live chat. Should we call it the Crown and Lion, or the Lion and Crown because of the British Crown, British pub? Lion is because of the Persian lion. So the Lion or the Crown, or the Crown and Lion? Let me know in the live chat. These are the important things that we have to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very important issues. Now, Juicy Tusi would be your drag name. Yeah. Again, Michael was also focusing on the important issues. As you can see, Trudy, thank you for your super sticker. Libel says, the mainstream media will be quiet when it happens in our countries. Yep. Marcus says the Iranian regime are now obsolete. Yep. Because they've just lost support of their own people, their own supporters. Like, I know it was a tiny minority. It was about 5% of the country are the Islamic occupiers. But that's still a few million people that you're dealing with, but now it's done, because it's not really just about tonight. It's not really just about the fact that they haven't been able to bring out the security forces or the members of the Basij, the IRGC. In recent months and years, every single time they have a gathering, a rally, or some sort of celebration for their stupid anniversary of the paramilitary coup of 1979, the crowd is getting smaller and smaller. Despite the fact that these Islamic families in the IRGC, each one of them, they have like millions of babies every 2 days. But the crowd is getting smaller because a lot of them are just tired. A lot of them have given up, and some of them have been waking up saying, well, this is not really working out quite well. Back in the day, they used to bribe these people to come out to these rallies and protests. But unfortunately for them, the Iranian regime are running out of money. So all the money that's been sent to Lebanon and Gaza, it's been slightly wasted. Adam says, I will give 75% off the day the IRGC or Venezuela government falls. Yes, that's still on the card. I'm getting very excited, sir. But if you go public with the pub, I will pay full price for 1,000 shares. Yeah, but I'm not going public with a pub. Why on earth would I make a British pub a public company? That's a terrible idea. Oh, yeah. So people say, oh, no, go for it, Ron. No, we got the suggestions. Lion and Crown. I think, yeah, Lion should come first. The Lion, and you can't say the Lion and the Crown is weird. The Lion and Crown, or Lion and Crown is probably better. Yeah, the Lion and Crown. Okay, fine. Lion first, Crown second. Got it. Lion first. That clearly is the consensus. It makes sense. Anyway, going back to this. Free Iran from misogyny. Oh, also murder and slavery. Yeah. I thought the only issue was misogyny. I was like, yeah, that's the problem with the Islamic Republic. Yeah. Yeah, as well as murder and slavery. The Lion's Crown. That sounds more like a gay bar, but if I ever open a gay bar, I will call it the Lion's Crown. A gay Lion's Crown. But name the toilet toilet. That's the idea. Yes, I've been writing down notes. The toilets will be called the toilets, and for the ladies it will be the toilets. Toilets. I do make myself laugh. It's quite good. You're gonna have to. Everything's doom and gloomy. We're gonna have to laugh every now and then and fly the flag. Also, in case the IRGC are watching, I'm not just flying this because I know that triggers you. This is gonna trigger you even more. Oh no! I just got paid $7,000 by Mossad to do this. Right.
I find it interesting how all of us who speak out against the Islamic dictatorship, all of us are being accused of Mossad agents, whether it's myself or Armin or, of course, Mahyar Tusi. So that was his most recent live stream about Iran and the anti-Islam, pro-Shah demonstrations that are happening. Guys, if you will indulge me, I took out some frozen food from my fridge. I'm currently heating it up because I literally haven't eaten anything all day. So my food is currently in the microwave defrosting, my frozen food. So I'm just defrosting that. and I'm waiting for that to get ready so I can eat something. So if you guys can indulge me, I'm going to play another video news update by Mahyar Tusi from Tusi TV. So the one that I just played for you is the most recent one from about 3 hours ago. I'm going to now play the live stream that he did about 8 or 9 hours ago. So I'm going to play that one, and hopefully that will give me some time to heat my frozen food and maybe eat a little bit of my frozen food. And I'm here, but I'll just, my camera will be turned off, and we'll watch that earlier update as well. And then I will continue with my live stream, and I will share all of the videos as well, because there's tons and tons of videos coming out. So I'm going to play all of those for you. So, get settled in, grab a drink, grab a coffee. I have my, peach flavored bubbly drink. I just cracked it open. And I will see you guys soon. So here is Tusi TV's earlier live stream from earlier today about what was happening with the anti-Islam pro-Shah demonstrations. So here we go. Thank you guys. Thank you. And thank you for your patience in indulging me with taking a little bit of a break. And I do see all of your starred messages. I will get to all of the super chats when I return after this commercial break. So here we go. Let me just make this bigger. All right, here we go.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and the uprising in Iran has now escalated in Tehran, the capital, and of course in a number of other cities as well. We're going to give you guys the live coverage. The lion has risen. The Persian lion has risen. They are back on the streets. The Iranian regime have now brought in the Arab forces from Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and other countries to do a crackdown on their own people, mostly because of the recent defections from the regime to the revolution. Now, let me give you guys all the videos that we are receiving live as we speak. We got our sources in Iran, and there is a lot to cover. Of course, we're going to get your reaction in the live chat. There is already somebody. I can bring this on for you guys in the live chat. Someone says, I am an Iranian currently on the streets of Tehran. A new wave of public demonstrations is expected to begin in other cities around the same time at around 5 p.m. local time, which is now in a few minutes time. So thank you so much everybody who are also watching from Iran with multiple VPNs. Let's go to Tehran first. The ladies and gentlemen, a flood of Iranians chanting Reza Shah, rest in peace, bless your soul. Of course, they're referring to the previous king, or initially the grandfather of the crown prince, in support of the Pahlavi dynasty. Let's go to the first video. Now, the Iranians who have, this is now the second day technically, because yesterday they surprised the regime. The currency, the official currency of Iran, rial, collapsed yesterday, and it hits the all-time low. The economy has collapsed. The inflation has now reached officially 50%, but actually in reality, in real terms, is about 300%. And so, as you guys can tell, if you live in the West, if the inflation goes from 2% to 2.5%, people freak out. Imagine when it gets to 50 or 300%. And of course, the regime were not expecting the protests yesterday that started in downtown Tehran to reach other parts of the city, including the central part of the capital. And next video shows the Iranians pushing back the regime forces. Now, it's interesting, every single video that we are receiving and speaking to our sources in Iran, you can see the evidence. currently, right now, the regime don't have enough people on the streets. It's only small groups standing next to each other with their bikes and their guns and the batons and everything else, comparing the previous crackdowns and demonstrations where you see hundreds and hundreds of regime forces obviously come out. A lot of them have defected. A lot of them don't want to come out. And so that's why today they are asking the Arab allies, the proxies from Hezbollah and others, to get to Iran, get themselves to Tehran to help with this crackdown. The next video is going to be one of the most symbolic videos in the future, I can assure you. For those who remember what happened in the 90s, in 1990 in China, in Tiananmen Square, where the Chinese man was standing in front of the tanks, the CCP tanks, in the uprising against the communists in China. That picture became extremely famous. This is going to be the next one. This is the Iranian man wearing his coat, sitting in front of the regime forces. Wait for it. So those guys are running that way, but it's going to go to the right. So these are the regime forces. And then on the right-hand side, in a second, you'll see. Yeah, they're still fighting over there. And now, slowly, there's a man sitting right there in the middle of the street, head down, right in front of the security forces, the IRGC. It's insane. He's not moving. That's not a safe thing to do in Iran, by the way, in case you don't know. We still don't know whether this man is still, whether he's safe or alive after this video was taken. But for those who look at footage of protests, oh, by the way, the Tiananmen Square was 89, not 90. Apologies for that. Someone just corrected me. Joseph, thank you, Joseph, for the clarification. Time flies. Now, for those who look at that protests and see the crowd moving around, and people forget that, well, yeah, we've seen protests. I've seen protests in London, in Paris. You're not allowed to do that in Iran. So even if you just walk and march peacefully and chant, you will get arrested, or worse, you get shot. So seeing these people have nothing to lose anymore, and they've come out, this is major. Now, next clip shows that we have a lot of videos coming in as we speak. This is the final battle, they say. Pahlavi is returning. This is the chant referring to the Crown Prince of Iran, or Reza Shah II.
پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده.
We're going to have the live coverage of this throughout the day on TCTV as usual for you guys.
پهلوی برمیگرده.
Now, I can't get into details for obvious reasons, but some of the people I know close right now in the country are unfortunately injured in some of the clashes. I'm trying to get more information about that, more updates shortly on my phone. But furious Iranians continue to drive back the regime forces, but while chanting, addressing the others, saying, don't be afraid, we are all together, we are all united. Let's quickly go to that. As I said, this again shows that so far the regime don't have enough numbers to stop these protests and the uprising. You can see at the bottom a few police officers, and they're walking away. They're walking away. There's like four of them. There we go, down, they've gone. Don't be afraid, we're all united, we're all together. Now, there are a lot of anti-Palestinian chants. Surprise, surprise. Of course, the Iranian people don't like the Palestinian cause. We'll get to that in a second. We're getting more videos coming in as well. Thanks to our TCTV reporter, Niak Warbani, who's gathering the intel online as we speak. The next chant, the Reza Shah of Iran, rest in peace, referring to Reza Shah I. Massive crowd, by the way. It's huge. Look at the numbers. Now, this is just one part of the central areas of the capital, Tehran. More footage showing people chanting, "Long live the king," as in the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. Now, two things, if you chant, compared to anything else, warrants your death, basically, in Iran. One is, if you mention the name Pahlavi, the king or the prince. Secondly, if you say anything bad about Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, who is still, by the way, nowhere to be seen, because since he went to the hospital to get his medical treatments, we still haven't heard from him. The second clip, the next one, shows the citizens in Iran calling for the death of Khamenei, death to the dictator. If you say these things, you will be shot on spot. Right now, they have control of the streets, and the regime are nowhere to be seen. Now they're saying, shut it down, referring to other shopkeepers, close it down. So there is currently a massive general strike right now in Iran. Shopkeepers, businesses are closed, shops are closed, and government workers are not working, factory workers, industries, everything is falling apart. Millions of people are on strike. But one of the other things to deal with is, as we speak right now, in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, today, Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel is going to be speaking with President Trump over the situation in Iran. It's all happening at the same time. We'll keep you guys posted on Netanyahu's visit to Mar-a-Lago shortly after this, later on today. But we'll wait for that as well, because they are also deciding what to do with the Islamic Republic. Now, the IRGC forces started to use tear gas to disperse the crowd. This is at the Istanbul Junction in the center of Tehran. Witnesses have described the heightened tensions as the security forces have lost control. Let's go. They're shot. But there's a small crowd. There's a small group of security. Don't go back to this. So here, when you look back here, there we go. Right here, this is where they shot. There we go. Right there. So that's you can see on the right hand side. But the group of the security you can see on the screen. There we go. That's it. Compare this to previous protests, previous uprisings or attempts of revolution. This is insane. Where is the rest of them? Where are they? So we're not really sure exactly what's going on right now on the streets of Tehran. They can't claim to have been surprised, because this technically started yesterday. If we were talking about this yesterday, saying today is going to be insane in Tehran, surely they should have known. So I'm not really sure what's going on with this. More tear gas being shot at the shopkeepers in Tehran. This is the Bagh Sepah Salar, which is in downtown Tehran. Let's go. The mess. They're terrified, by the way. They are absolutely terrified of directly initially shooting at everybody. So what's going to happen next, in case you don't know the routine, over the next few hours, we're going to have the internet being slowed down and shut down in the country. They are already slowing it down. That's why their videos take ages to get here, and also they're all blurry, low quality. They're going to shut down the internet first. They're going to wait for the Arab forces to arrive from Hezbollah and other proxies, and then they're going to start shooting everybody, and obviously arrest everyone and claim that they're all Mossad agents, and then that's the next stage for the Islamic Republic. This is the same routine that they always repeat. Right now, when they know that everybody's filming and everybody's posting this online, they've just been told, just use tear gas for now, but they don't have enough people right now as we speak to make arrests. So people have taken control of the streets, and the next video shows that people are pushing back against the security forces. Let's go to the next one. This is insane, considering back in June, July, just after the 12-day war, when everybody was expecting people in Iran to rise up, and I said that's not going to happen because the IRGC had checkpoints every corner of the cities. You couldn't get this. It was going to be impossible for the Iranian people to start any sort of gathering. But now, for some reason, the regime have been surprised. So we're also waiting for Elon Musk to confirm the arrival of the Starlink satellite signals in Iran. So that will help, obviously, people in Iran, because over the last year, a lot of people have smuggled in the Starlink receivers, so they should be able to, some people, get access to the internet after they shut this down. Next clip shows the Iranian people chanting cannons, tanks, firecrackers. The clerics must go, as in the mullahs. Yeah. Someone says, why are there no subtitles? Because this is a live stream. It's virtually impossible to have caption or subtitles when it's live. Usually what happens on YouTube, after the live stream is finished, after a few minutes, it takes about half an hour for the full version to be uploaded, then YouTube will add the automatic subtitles. You can't, because right now it could say anything, right? Apple, orange. How is it going to know to do the subtitles? So yeah, that's what, yeah, you always have it after a few minutes after the live stream has finished. Now, the regime continued to lose control of the streets. As we said, we are getting some more videos, but I think that let's go to the next one first. We still have a lot to show you, but I'm just going to quickly verify the ones I've just received. The next one. Okay, now we can go to Lalazar, which is in the central part of the capital. Clashes continue over there. And then I'm going to get some reaction in the live chat while we wait for more clips. Well, the fight back continues, ladies and gentlemen. We have some reaction. We have the first super chat saying, wave the flag, Maya. Yes, wave the flag. It's coming home. I promise you guys, in the summer, that once Iran is liberated, I will be opening up the first ever British pub in Tehran. And we're going to call it the Lion and the Crown. Obviously, the crown as in the British crown, and of course, the Persian lion. Which has now risen. Anyway, let's get back to the serious issues, which is about the so-called Palestinian cause. As you guys know, the Iranian culture don't really like the so-called Palestinian nonsense. And of course, they've been chanting previously, you can shove your Palestinian flag up your backside. And now today on the streets, they're saying both Lebanon and Gaza and Palestine, as they say, we would sacrifice them for Iran. Let's go. Gaza and Palestine, Lebanon, all sacrificed for Iran. Yeah, from Gaza to Lebanon, we will sacrifice them. Amazing. Somebody's, hang on, said, you said you do a 90% discount on annual memberships. No, I didn't. I said I'll do a 75% discount. If I said 90, and if there is evidence of me saying 90%, then I'm going to gaslight you and say you basically edited this and it was AI. I'm not taking responsibility if I was drunkenly promising 90% discount. 75% discount to CTV Plus, I'll do that once Iran is liberated. For now, I'll give you a pre-discount. Yes, it's Christmas, so you can
آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده.
ایرانیان آزادیخواه، فرزندان دلیر سرزمین پارس، با جدیت و عزم راسخ از شما می‌خواهم که قدرت جمعیتان را به نیروهای سرکوبگر نهاد جمهوری اسلامی و تمام دنیا نشان دهید. برخیزید و اتحادتان را به نمایش بگذارید تا تاریکی عقب نشیند. از شما آزادیخواهان می‌خواهم که در کنار هم و در یک روز و یک ساعت در سراسر ایران بزرگ قدرت جمعی خودتان را به صورت امن به نمایش بگذارید. نیروهای سرکوبگر توان مقابله با شما را در همه شهرها و خیابانها ندارند. به نیروهای مسلح ملی فرمان می‌دهم در خانه بمانید. در آن روز بزرگ که مردم قدرتشان را آشکار می‌کنند، از مقابله با برادران و خواهران ایرانی خودداری کنید. به یاد آورید که شما نگهبانان ملت هستید، نه ابزار سرکوب. کشورهای خارجی تنها برای پیشبرد اهداف خود عمل می‌کنند و نبایستی مسئولیت تغییر و جایگزینی حکومت را بر گردن بگیرند. این حرکت نهایی بر دوش شما مردم آزادیخواه خواهد بود. پیروزی نور بر تاریکی قطعی است. به نام ایران و به حکم رسالت تاریخی از شما می‌خواهم که به یاری ایران بیایید. افتخار شما در نگهبانی از تمامیت ارضی ایران و جان و مال ملت ایران است. برخیزید. آزادی شما در همبستگی و شجاعت شماست.
درود میفرستم به شما بازاری ها و مردمی که خیابان های تهران را به دست خود گرفته اید. وضعیت اقتصادی مملکت تا زمانی که این رژیم سر کار هست رو به زوال خواهد بود. زمان این رسیده است که همبستگی خود را بیش از پیش حفظ بکنیم. از تمام اقشار جامعه می‌خواهم که به سایر همیهنانتون که در خیابان‌ها هستند بپیوندید و شعار سقوط نظام را سر دهید. و به خصوص پیام من به نیروهای امنیتی و انتظامی این است: سرنوشت خود را به دست خودتان بگیرید. این نظام در حال فروپاشی است. در مقابل مردم نایستید، به مردم بپیوندید. ما پیروزیم چون حق با ماست و متحد و یک صدا هستیم.
Wait, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong video. I have a different one that I wanted to share with you before we continue. Oh, here we go. Thank you for joining me. That was a bit of a commercial break because I have been doing this live stream for the last 7.5 hours. Not complaining. It's actually an honor for me to have the opportunity to do this live stream and share the real voice of the Iranian people who are fighting against the Islamic dictatorship, who are fighting against Sharia law, and they want their country back because Iran belongs to Iranians. Oh, some of you missed me. I'm so sorry. Guys, like I literally had to go for a bathroom break, and then I took out some frozen food from my freezer and I tried to heat it up, but you know how it is with frozen food? It's like you heat it up and it's like half frozen, half like too hot to eat. So that's literally what I'm dealing with right now. But I'll be honest with you, the fact that, I'm dealing with frozen food issues, nothing. It's literally nothing compared to what is happening right now in occupied Iran. And we have a lot to go through, guys. So thank you to everyone who have been with me from the beginning. Thank you to all of you who have recently joined me, who are sharing my live stream. Guys, if you want to know what is happening in occupied Iran right now, of course, you're following me, which I'm grateful for. You also want to make sure that you're following Armin Navabi. He was on my live stream earlier. He joined me for 3 hours. And of course, Mahyar Tusi. The three of us are pretty much the only Iranians on YouTube and social media who are live streaming in English about what is happening in occupied Iran. And you will get the truth from myself, from Armin, and from Mahyar Tusi. Before I get into the recent news, of course, I want to give a big shout out to all the channel mods. You guys have been here just as long as me, and I know that the chat is full of trolls, full of jihadis, full of the Islamists, full of the communists. So thank you guys for moderating the chat. And I just want to say to all of the mods here, just feel free to ban and block. Like, we do not have the time or patience for the Islamic regime trolls and terrorists who are coming here and trying to, give out false information and propaganda. There is a reason that they're coming into my little live stream. Like, they're literally so threatened by Iranians that they're coming into my live stream and they're, putting out false information. So thank you to the mods. Harris, you know what? Harris Sultan has joined the chat several times. guys, I'm so sorry. Like, it's hard for me to keep up with the chat because there's so many comments here. But Harris Sultan, Harris, I'm going to send you a message on WhatsApp right now. Harris, if you're watching this, come join me. Come join me. Join me on. I'm literally sending you a text message right now. So Harris, if you're here, if you're watching, let me know. I'll send you an invite link. I would be honored. I would be honored if you joined me on my live stream and we can talk about the issues together. Big shout out to Harris Sultan. Harris has been a great friend, a great ally, a great supporter of Iranians fighting against the Islamic dictatorship. So thank you, Harris. All right, so let's go to some of your super chats, and then I'm going to continue with the live stream and all of the updates, because guys, this is the info, right? This is the info you are not going to get from the mainstream media. I don't even think, I mean, has anyone actually seen anyone in the mainstream media talk about these anti-Islam, pro-Shah massive rallies happening in occupied Iran? I haven't seen a single one. I haven't. So let's go through your super chats, and then we're going to get all of the latest breaking updates here. So Mr. Higgs Boson sent a super sticker. Thank you so much, Mr. Higgs Boson, for your support and for your super sticker. Manny Mansour says, your Persian brothers and sisters in Khorasan, Afghanistan, stand with you. May all of Iran Shahr be free from Islamist mullahs. Javid Shah and Payande Iran Bozorg. Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, Manny, I don't know if you're still in the chat or not, but I just want to say, you know, we do speak about the, you know, Afghan Taliban problem that we have in occupied Iran. And of course, there's the situation in Western countries with all of the so-called Afghani asylum seekers who are going there and causing issue. But you and I both know that for some weird reason, it's usually very rarely that the actual Afghans who are fighting against the Taliban and Islamic radicalization that make it into Western countries. It's always those who are the radical jihadis, the radical Islamists, the ones who support the Taliban, who, you know, pretend to be asylum seekers and make it into Western countries. And a lot of people don't know that Afghani people are also being terrorized by these Islamic radicals. And prior to the Arab Muslim conquest of Persia, Afghanistan was actually part of the Persian Empire. And many Afghanis also speak a dialect of Farsi that we Iranians can understand. And many Afghanis celebrate the same celebrations that we do. You know, Nowruz, Yalda, Tirgan, Mehregan. Why? Because our roots go back 3,000 years ago to the Persian Empire, right? Well before Islam was invented. And, you know, my heart breaks for the Afghan people. And, you know, the same people that are terrorizing you are terrorizing us. It's that, you know, Islamic jihadi mentality. But I have a feeling that when Iran is free, that's going to be a huge help to Afghanistan as well, because a lot of these Afghan migrants that are coming into occupied Iran, the Islamic Republic is bringing them in, because these are the same jihadi terrorists who are, you know, not only have turned Afghanistan into an Islamic hellhole, but these are people that are funded by the Islamic Republic, and they have turned Iran into an Islamic hellhole as well. And so this is why, for me personally, I tend to focus less on, you know, ethnicity or country. I focus more on ideology, because there are many, many Afghan people who are fighting against the same enemy that we Iranians are fighting against. And prior to 1979, prior to the Islamic dictatorship taking over, you know, back like 100 years ago, we were allies, because Afghans are our cousins. And it's really unfortunate what Islamic terrorism has done to both our countries. But thank you so much for the support. And yeah, I think that in the future we're going to see a lot of good news coming out of both Iran and Afghanistan as well. Our Shah of Iran, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, he actually spoke about Afghanistan at one of his speeches, and he actually said that if Western foreign policy had actually supported Afghanis when they wanted to reinstate their Shah, their king, Afghanistan wouldn't be in the mess that it was today. I'll see if I can find that speech. I've played it before, but I'll see if I can find that segment, and I'm more than happy to play that. But thank you for the support. Thank you for being here, and all my love to the Afghani people who are being oppressed by the Islamic radicals. These are the same people who are oppressing Iranians as well. And so we are both fighting a common enemy. Thank you for that. All right, so we have a message from Hamid Jafari. I was waiting for your live stream together. Okay, so Hamid's referring to the live stream that I had earlier, where Armin joined me. So thank you for that. I'm glad that you are conveying the message of the Iranian people to the world in these circumstances. Absolutely, of course, I'm honored. It's an honor for me to do this, and all I can say is I hope that I'm doing a good job, and I hope that I am conveying the message accurately. So thank you so much for your support. It means a lot to me. HVAC soldier. Everyone stands thousands of miles behind the Iranian people. Thank you. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. And HVAC soldier, it's an honor for me to know that you understand and you recognize the difference between Iran and the Islamic Republic, because our country has been occupied by the Islamic dictatorship for the last 47 years. And people think that Iranians are the issue. No, it's not. It's, of course, the terrorist Islamic dictatorship and their jihadi 7th century ideology that has caused the problems. And Iranians are fighting to overthrow them. Oh my gosh, I got a super chat from Harris Sultan. Harris, I don't know if you're watching this, Harris. I sent you a message on WhatsApp. If you're watching this, please let me know. Join me. I will send you the link. So you can join me on live stream. I would be honored to have you with me so we can talk a little bit about what's going on. But thank you so much for the support. I know you're in Australia, but wait, what time is it in Australia right now? Because I think it's like daytime in Australia, right? So Harris, you have no excuse not to join me. Wait, let's see what time it is. I mean, it's a few. Okay, so it's literally 12 noon in Australia right now. So Harris, thank you for the support, but you have no excuse not to join me. So if you're watching this, I sent you a message on WhatsApp. Let me know, because I would be honored if you joined me. And I would love to get your thoughts on this as well. But thank you for the support, Harris. I love you. I love your work. Guys, everyone, if you are not following Harris Sultan, I don't even know what you're doing with your life right now. Let me pull up his YouTube account, because again, like, Harris is one of the biggest supporters of the Iranian people. He has always been a huge voice for Iranians. He's always made sure to, share the true voice of Iranians. So let me remove this video. Let me add Harris Sultan's YouTube page. So again, guys, if you are not following Harris Sultan, literally, he has like over 300,000 followers on YouTube. Like, this guy's a big deal. And he has always been a huge voice for the Iranian people. So if you're not following Harris Sultan, go right now, and you follow him. And I'm actually just going to put the link to Harris Sultan's YouTube account in the live chat. So again, literally no excuse not to follow him. Thank you, Harris. Harris, again, I sent you a WhatsApp message. Let me know if you want to join me for this hour. Hamid, please, another live stream together. Again, I will 100% do more live streams with Armin. I think it's a great idea. I love the fact that, us pro-Pahlavi, pro-Shah Iranians are getting together on YouTube in English. We're joining forces. This is the unity, guys. This is the unity that we need in order to overthrow the terrorist Islamic Republic. And, this is the unity that the Islamic Republic is afraid of, 100%. So I will absolutely do another live stream with Armin. And if you guys don't know, atheist. And if you guys don't know who Armin is, you need to go follow this channel right away. Atheist Republic. Okay. I'm going to put this in the YouTube live stream as well. So you need to go follow Armin right away, 100%. 100%. Okay. So the next super chat is history repeating itself. Shahnameh at it again. I actually do believe that history is repeating itself, except what's happening right now is we are correcting the mistake that happened in 1979. Iranians are realigning the universe, and they are correcting the horrible mistake that happened in 1979 when the Islamic dictatorship took over Iran and turned it into a 7th century Islamic hellhole governed by Sharia law. Mr. Kogan Israel, please, Yosef Haddad. I've met Yosef Haddad. I met Yosef Haddad when I was in Israel. Fantastic person. Very, very wonderful. I'm actually good friends with his fiance, Emily Schrader. She is lovely. I'm more than happy to reach out to Yosef Haddad and speak about, Islamic terrorism and, all the stuff that's happening in Israel as well. I will definitely do that, 100%. Amir the Cricket, 99.6 subscriber. I know, right, guys? This is crazy. This is crazy. Guys, I started live streaming on YouTube 3 months ago, October 1st. Okay. I started live streaming on YouTube October 1st. And on October 1st, I only had maybe 1,500 followers. And right now, guys, literally in 3 months, I have gained. So right now, I'm not even joking. I'm not exaggerating. So right now, I am at 99,648 followers on YouTube. So thanks to you and thanks to all of your support, I am literally less than 400 followers away from hitting 100,000 followers on YouTube. And that is thanks to you. That is thanks to your support, sharing my videos, sharing my message, sharing my live stream. Such an honor. Hopefully I will get to 100,000 followers before the new year. I think I'm going to get there, but let's see what happens. Honestly, I'm just so honored to even have this much support and have seen this much growth on my YouTube channel in 3 months. It's interesting. When I started live streaming, I thought that I would get to 100,000 followers on YouTube in maybe a year. I was like, okay, 1 year is realistic. If someone had told me 3 months ago that, when you start live streaming, you're going to hit 100,000 followers in 3 months, I would have laughed. I would have laughed at them and been like, you're insane. You're crazy. But here we are. Here we are today. And guys, I don't have a production team. I don't have researchers. I don't have editors. And it's literally just me and my camera. Like, that's it. That's it. So the fact that I've grown this fast, this quickly, honestly, it's truly an honor. And thank you for your support. Thank you for helping me amplify the voice of the people of Iran who are fighting for freedom and democracy against the terrorist Islamic dictatorship. Thank you so much for that. Israel says, I'm Jewish American and I'm new here. Okay, welcome. Welcome to my channel. So this is a pro-Iran, pro-Israel, pro-America channel. As you can see from my flag, this is the flag of Iran prior to the 1979 Islamic dictatorship occupying our country. So you are in the best place to be right now because we Iranians, we love Israel. Prior to the Islamic dictatorship occupying our country in 1979, Iran was one of the biggest allies of Israel. And we are looking forward to the day, hopefully sooner rather than later, that we Iranians can once again, we've always been allies of Israel, but hopefully now, once the Islamic dictatorship is overthrown, we can return to officially, as part of our official government policy, once again being allies of Israel, because the history of Iranians and Jews goes back thousands of years, well before the invention of Islam, right? So, over 1,000 years before Islam was invented, Iranians and Jews had history, and it goes back to Cyrus the Great, the founder of the Persian Empire. And Cyrus the Great freed the Jews from their Babylonian enslavement, took them back to the Promised Land, and using money from the Persian Empire, he helped them rebuild the Second Temple of Jerusalem. And so, yeah, we Iranians and Jews, we have history. That love that Iranians and Jews have for each other goes back over 1,000 years, right? Thousands of years, and no invented religion will ever take that away from us. So welcome to the channel. Thank you for being here. Yisrael Chai, and of course, Javid Shah. Major actual. The protests are being carried online, but not in the leads. You have to know about them to search for them. It's like being buried on page 10 in the old days. Kind of nostalgic. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's like the only way to find out about the news of the protests in occupied Iran is if you're searching for them, because I still literally haven't seen mainstream media talk about this. I still have to do a search, but I haven't seen anything from mainstream media speaking about this. You know what's interesting? So here's a little bit of intel for you, political intel for you. Given that I'm a former politician in Canada, right? So I'm a former Canadian politician. I was in politics for 10 years. I was an elected official for 7. What's really interesting is that I have had at least, let's say, between 5 to 10 major Canadian politicians, not politicians, reporters. So I've had between 5 to 10 major Canadian reporters, broadcasters, TV hosts, radio hosts reach out to me. I'm not going to say the exact number because I don't want to give any info that gives anyone away, but between 5 to 10 major people in Canadian media have reached out to me asking for my opinion on what's happening in Iran. This happened between yesterday and today, right? So they've reached out to me. They've asked me for my opinion. I've given my opinion, frank opinion. All of them have literally responded by saying, yes, we agree with you. This is amazing. Good luck to the Iranian people. But do you know how many of them have actually reported on this? Do you know how many of them have actually ask me to go on their show and talk about this or interview me? Zero. So why am I sharing this information with you? Why am I saying this to you? I am sharing this with you because you need to understand something. The mainstream media knows exactly what is happening in occupied Iran. They know exactly what Iranians are saying and doing. They know that Iranians are staging anti-Islam, pro-Shah demonstrations because they are literally reaching out to me because they want my opinion in the background behind the scenes. But not a single one of them actually has the guts to invite me on their shows or to interview me to talk about it. So, for those of you who are wondering, why isn't the mainstream media reporting on this? Do they not know? The mainstream media always knows exactly what is going on. The reason they are not speaking about it publicly is because it doesn't fit the agenda. And this isn't a criticism of the reporters and, broadcasters themselves. It's more a criticism of who they're working for and where the funding comes from. So there you go. Little bit of, political insider knowledge, right? Like, again, I was a politician for 7 years. I was in politics for 10 years. I know exactly how these things work. So there you go. Mainstream media isn't reporting about it, not because they're unaware. They are fully aware of what's going on. They're not reporting on the anti-Islam protests in occupied Iran because it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit the, Islam is a religion of peace propaganda that, they're pushing in Western countries. It doesn't fit the, you can't criticize Islam because that's Islamophobia, right? Like I've said before, my literal identity as an Iranian is Islamophobic. The fact that Iranians in occupied Iran are demonstrating against the Islamic dictatorship, that's considered Islamophobic in the West. But do Iranians care? Obviously not. So there you go. Now you know why Western media isn't reporting on this. Western media isn't reporting on this because they don't want to offend all of the jihadi Islamists who are out there and they're like, Islam is a religion of peace, right? Meanwhile, Iranians in occupied Iran are saying death to the dictator, death to the Islamic Republic. We want the Shah back. So there you go. But thank you for being here because you're going to get the real news. All right, next super chat. So Yisrael says, you are not just beautiful, but also smart. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the comment. So David, what about the mass crowds chanting death to America? Excellent question. So let me show you what exactly I'm talking about. Oh, wait, this is the wrong. Oh, man. Let me go back here. I don't want to lose my place on X. You have asked a very, very important question. So I'm sure you're referring to this like CNN or whatever that basically shares footage. Like CNN recently. Okay, so this is probably what you're referring to. Okay, because David, I hope you're still here. I hope you're still in the chat because this is for you, and this is literally for all of the Americans who mistakenly think that Iranian people are chanting death to America. Wait, let me find this. Okay, sorry guys. Okay, here we go. So, David, what you have probably seen is images and videos like this. Okay, wait, let me media presentation. Sorry, let me just here we go. Okay, I just wanted to change my layout so I get the right one. Sorry, I'm not like super tech savvy here. But so here's a very good example of what you've probably seen, right? Because the mainstream media loves to claim that, you know, Iranians go out and all we do is we chant, you know, I don't know, death to America and all that nonsense. And so this is what you've seen. So here is video footage from the Islamic Parliament, right? And I've actually posted this myself. So I posted this on July 7, 2025, and I said Islamic terrorists occupying Iran literally chant death to America in their legislature on a daily basis. But these Muslim radicals want you to believe that death to America doesn't really mean death to America. And what's even more frustrating as an Iranian for me is that Tucker Carlson actually did an interview with the president of the Islamic dictatorship. And the president's like, oh, death to America doesn't really mean death. No, it 100% means death to America. So Iran, my country, is occupied by an Islamic dictatorship. Okay, so I'm going to share this video with you. So this is the Islamic regime. This is the Islamic regime in control of Iran. I call it occupied Iran. And here they are literally chanting death to America.
When they say death to the United States, it doesn't mean death to, they don't mean death to the people of the United States.
No, right? So this is the president of the Islamic regime, right? And there's his like disgusting crab flag behind it. By the way, guys, I just want to make something very clear. So do you see this flag? It's different from mine, okay? So my flag is the real flag of Iran. This is the lion and sun flag of Iran. This is the flag of Iran that existed prior to the Islamic dictatorship taking over Iran, okay? So lion and sun flag. This disgusting crab flag here, this is the flag of the Islamic occupiers. First of all, I just want to be very clear. We Iranians were not Arab. We do not speak Arabic. We speak Persian. Okay, Persian in Persian it's Farsi, right? So we speak Persian. This here, this in the middle, that says Allah. That's Arabic, okay? And then do you see this like white stuff here? So this white stuff is actually writing that says Allahu Akbar. You know, right? Allahu Akbar. God, Allah is great, right? So prior to 1979, when Iran was a normal secular country, this was our flag, the lion and sun flag of Iran. After the Islamic dictatorship took over, they even changed our flag and replaced it with this disgusting crab flag that says Allahu Akbar. Again, I'm Iranian. I'm not Arab. I don't speak Arabic. Why the heck is the current flag of occupied Iran a flag that has writing in a foreign language? Do you know why? Because Iran is occupied by foreigners. Iran is occupied by Arab Islamic jihadi foreigners. We don't speak Arabic, we speak Farsi. And yet our flag has been co-opted by terrorists that says Allahu Akbar, this disgusting jihadi Islamic terrorist flag, which we hate. So, and then not only that, you have like some Tucker Carlson, who's been paid by Qatar and the Islamic Republic. He literally platforms these terrorists, and he lets them say, "Oh, when we chant death to America, we don't actually mean death to America," right? Listen again. Listen to how idiotic and frustrating it is. So again, the government, and I put government in quotations, the government is of course the Islamic regime, right? Because Iran is occupied by the Islamic dictatorship.
When they say death to the United States, it doesn't mean death to, they don't mean death to the people of the United States or even to the officials of the United States.
It means exactly that, right? So he's saying, like, and Tucker Carlson has a huge platform. He has a huge platform. So he is platforming Islamic terrorists who then come and they say, oh, when we mean death to America, we don't mean death to America, which is utter nonsense, right? But this is why I say Tucker Carlson is not America first. Like, this man has been bought out by the Islamic terrorists. He's been bought out by Iran. Sorry, not Iran. He's been bought out by the Islamic regime. He's been bought out by Qatar. You know why? Because he has a huge platform, and he had an opportunity to respond back. He had an opportunity to call out that nonsense lie. So let me show you what Iranians actually think about Americans, okay? So this is a video. I'm about to share a video with you from 2018, okay? So this is, you will never, ever see Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens or anyone else share this video, because this video goes against the narrative, right? Like these people want you to think that Iranians are the enemy. The truth is that Iranians are not your enemy. It's the Islamic dictatorship that's your enemy. Sharia law is your enemy, right? The Islamic regime is your enemy. But they don't want to say that. So instead of going after the ideology, they go after the Iranian people because that's easier for them. So let me share with you this video. This is from 2018. So what the Islamic regime loves to do is they will, paint the flags of America and the America and Israel on the ground, and then they want university students to walk over them. Of course, university students in Iran are very smart. They respect America. Like we love America. Like, we've never had an issue with America. And prior to 1979, America and Iran were huge allies. And we Iranians have never forgotten that. So here's what actually happens when the Islamic regime tries to force Iranians to walk over the flag of America.
Oh, کجا؟ بیشرف 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 بیشرف
So there you go. Again, this video is not new. This video is from like a decade ago. But I guarantee you, if you're not Iranian, you've probably never seen this video before, even though we Iranians have constantly shared this video. Why haven't you seen this video? Because it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit the mainstream media narrative, right? It doesn't fit the narrative. Because Iran is not the enemy. Iran is not the bad guy. The bad guy is the Islamic dictatorship and their 7th century Islamic jihadi ideology that took over Iran in 1979. But as you can see, like, look, this is a huge crowd of university students. They are all literally walking around the American and Israeli flags. By the way, guys, this is why I say that people in Western countries have an Islamic jihad problem. Because in Western countries, you have all of these pro-Palestine, communist, Marxist, whatever, jihadi savages literally in your own countries, and they are chanting death to America. They're burning the American flag. And yet, meanwhile, look at this. Iranian university students, they literally refuse to walk on the flag of America and Israel. And then as soon as like these few jihadis, these few Islamic regime supporters walk on the flag, everyone starts booing. They're jeering. They're like, and then they say Bisharaf. Bisharaf means honorless. Okay, so let's watch this again now that you have the context. Again, this is from like 10 years ago. And I guarantee you've never seen this in mainstream media. What you see is like the few clips that the Islamic Republic sends to the media because they want non-Iranians to think that we hate America, we hate Israel. Nothing is farther from the truth. It's not Iranians, it's that Islamic ideology. The one that has infiltrated your own country, by the way. So again, let's watch this video.
Oh, کجا؟ Oh.
So when he says ho koja, so ho is like jeering, and then koja means where. So that's slang for like, where are you going, right? So by doing this, he's like, why are you walking on the flags? Like, why are you disrespecting the flag of America and Israel, right? Again, these are Iranian university students in occupied Iran, and they're calling out the minority that are part of the Islamic dictatorship. And as you can tell, the vast majority of them are walking around. They're walking around the flags because they don't want to disrespect Israel and America, because Iranians, we have no issue with Americans. We have no issue with Israel. It's just the narrative that you're hearing from the mainstream media.
Oh, کجا؟
کجا؟
بیشرف 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 بیشرف.
Right? So again, like, compare the crowd. The vast majority, like I would say like 99% of the Iranian university students are walking around the American flag. And there's what, like 1, 2, 3, 4, I mean, let's say 10. So there's thousands of university students walking around the flag of Israel and America. There's maybe 10 students. We don't even know if they're students. They could just be part of the regime, right? Because the regime has spies everywhere, the Islamic regime. They're standing on the flag of America. And how do the Iranian university students respond? They respond by jeering at them, and they're yelling Bisharaf. Bisharaf means dishonorable, okay?
Bisharaf, Bisharaf.
There you go. So, you asked a very valid and legitimate question, and I understand where it's coming from, David, because when non-Iranians look at Iranians or check mainstream media, all you see is a bunch of like angry, savage Islamic jihadis who are out there. They're like, "Yo, Magbat on recall," all that nonsense. But they're not massive crowds. They're not massive crowds. It's very, very small, very small. And those are the videos that the Islamic dictatorship puts out to the mainstream media, and then the mainstream media just goes with it because of course it's clickbait, it generates content, it's controversial, whatever. But this video has never been shown in mainstream media because this goes against the narrative. In fact, Richard Nixon had a lot of very very important things to say about what happened to Iran after the 1979 Islamic Revolution coup d'etat. Okay, let me find it. I know I've posted some videos about Richard Nixon. So okay, so here are two videos these are like quotes by Richard Nixon, an interview with him. This was like shortly after the Islamic dictatorship took over Iran. Again, prior to 1979, Iran and America were very, very strong allies. So I'm just going to share these two videos with you, and I'm going to go to the rest of the super chats, and then I'm going to continue with updates about what's happening in occupied Iran.
For just a moment and look at him very fairly. He actually was a progressive in a number of ways. He instituted a land reform program. He instituted a literacy program. He sent thousands of students from Iran to the United States, and particularly the United States, to study, and in other countries as well. Putting it very bluntly and very simply, the Shah was trying to move Iran into the 20th century. His opponents, Khomeini et al., wanted to move Iran back into the Dark Ages, and that's what they've done. Now, there was some repression, true. Now there is total repression. There may not have been enough land reform. Now there is none whatever. What I am simply suggesting is this, that when we look at the Shah, we have to look at him in terms of what he confronted. He confronted revolutionary forces there that were not working, in my view, for what was best for Iran, and certainly not best for ourselves. And most important, from the United States standpoint, instead of having a friend in Iran, we now have one that is not only not a friend, but one that considers us to be the great Satan. Let's look at the Shah.
Did you catch that? So this is Richard Nixon back in 1980, and he's literally saying that when we had a friend in Iran, the Carter administration, the Democrats, instead of supporting the Shah, they decided to side with the Islamic jihadis, and look where that got us today. Richard Nixon. So we Iranians actually have a lot of love and respect for Richard Nixon because Richard Nixon, aside from the president of Egypt at the time, Sisi, not Sisi, Sadat. Sorry, it's been a long day. It's been over 8 hours that I've been live streaming. But aside from President Sadat, Richard Nixon is the only other political dignitary that attended the funeral of the Shah of Iran. And so we Iranians actually have a very big love and appreciation for Americans, and specifically the Republican Party. When Iranians talk bad about America when it comes to the 1979 Islamic Revolution, they're referring to Jimmy Carter and the Democrats. We love Republicans. We love Richard Nixon. So much respect and admiration for him. Richard Nixon was a true friend of the Shah. I want to play one more short by Richard Nixon. And I hope that this gives you a little bit more context into the situation.
Can you say that if you had stayed in office that you would not have allowed the Shah to fall?
I would not have, no. I would have been steadfast throughout. I would have made it very clear down through the bureaucracy that there was to be absolutely no contact with those that were trying to overthrow him. I would have had a very good study made of Khomeini's background and would have found that exactly what kind of person he was, because by studying his background, they could have known that he was going to do exactly what he's going to do. The man is a radical reactionary. He's not a progressive in any sense of the word. See, the choice basically was not between the Shah and somebody better. The choice was between him and somebody worse. And it's very easy for me to make that choice.
Can you say that if you had stayed in office that you would not have allowed the Shah to...
So there's a little bit of American history that many of you probably haven't seen before about how Richard Nixon was actually a good friend and ally of the Shah of Iran. So to answer your question, David, I know it's very, very long answer, but I had to give a lot of context here. There's no mass the mass crowds of Iranians, so-called Iranians, chanting "Death to America." They're actually not Iranians. They're part of the Islamic dictatorship. They are the same people who have been occupying us Iranians for the last 47 years. They're the ones who have turned our country into a 7th century Islamic hellhole. And they're the ones who want the outside world to think that Iranians are the enemies of Americans. Why? They want you to think, they literally want you to think that we are your enemies, so that when Iranians rise up and try to overthrow the Islamic dictatorship, the rest of the world will be like, well, we don't care because they hate us. They don't hate you. They don't hate you. The biggest occupation in the Middle East is Iran. It's occupied Iran. Iranians have been occupied by a brutal Islamic dictatorship for the last 47 years. They are trying to overthrow the Islamic regime, and all Iranians are asking for is your support in helping them by not enabling the Islamic dictatorship. And again, this video literally from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, Iranians, there's so many more videos like this, but I'm not going to get into them all because I do want to get into, recent news and videos about Iran. So Israel Bethel says, Israel loves Iran. We pray for you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support. Israel, hi. Acts of Kot says, long ago, I wrote an email to our dear Farah, and she responded, light will prevail over darkness. So Farah, he or she is referring to the Empress of Iran, Shahbanu Farah Diba Pahlavi. And she responded that light will prevail over darkness, and Iran, like the phoenix, will rise from her ashes. Love you, and thanks for all you do. Thank you so much for the comment. Thank you for the support. Kevin gave a super sticker. Thank you for that. W Sky X ABC. We need to beat the leftist Marxist communists by getting the silent majority to vote. In NYC, 5.5 million registered voters didn't vote. That's why Mamdani won. Please use your platform to encourage voting. 100%, I agree with you. It's very scary what's happening in the United States. The news, who is funding the legacy media. My main income stream is journalism. I know exactly what they're doing and why they are not your friend. Major, 100% agree with you on that. W Sky X ABC, most Western media is controlled by leftists, Marxists, communists, which is why they support Islamists and oppose freedom in Iran. They also get funding from Islamic groups tied to the Muslim Brotherhood and Qatar. Absolutely 100%. Israel Bethel, please listen carefully. Please, my heart goes out to your people. I have a Persian friend like you by the name of Fatima. She hates her name. I don't know. So I can tell you why she hates her name. So she hates her name because Fatima is an Arab Muslim name, right? And we Iranians, we are going back to our Iranian identity, roots, and heritage. And so many Iranians are, in fact, rejecting their Arab, Muslim, Islamic names, and they're going for more authentic names. So, for example, my name in Persian is Golsa. Golsa means like a flower. I like to joke around that my name should have been, sorry, I like to joke around and say that my name should have been Kharsa, because Khar means thorn, and I'm more like a thorn. So my name should have been, like a thorn, but that's fine. But Golsa is an authentic Iranian name. And so if your friend Fatima is saying that she hates her name, it's because Fatima is an Arab Muslim name, and many Iranians, again, they're rejecting the ideology and religion of their colonizers. They are going back to their Iranian roots, and so many Iranians are changing their names. So that's why she doesn't like her name Fatima, because Fatima is not an Iranian name. It's the name of the Arab Muslim occupiers. Acts of Kant, also, they never showed Iranian people mourning the 9/11 victim. You know what? You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right about that. Here, let me see if I can find that. Give me one moment here. I'm gonna find that. Let me go. Sorry. Let me go. I have so many tabs open here, but I will find that video, because you make a very, very good point, right? So where is it? Okay, here we go. Okay, so here, literally, here's Iranians after 9/11. So I also want to make it very clear, because a lot of the pro-Islamic Republic propagandists out there, they will share this video and they'll say, oh, Iran is not the enemy. No, Iran is not the enemy, because we Iranians, we've never been the enemy of America. It's the Islamic dictatorship that is the enemy of America. And these vigils that Iranians held because of 9/11, this was done despite the Islamic dictatorship, not because the Islamic dictatorship actually celebrated 9/11 like the savage Islamic jihadis they are. Meanwhile, Iranians were literally risking their lives to hold public vigils for the victims of 9/11, right? So here you go. So I just want to translate here. So here, where they're so they're saying, America, condolences. For those of you who've been watching my live stream from the beginning, and you've seen some of the videos of footage and protests coming out of occupied Iran, you're already familiar with the clapping. So part of the way Iranians chant and demonstrate is they clap their hands, right? So here they're clapping and they're saying, Amerika, tasliyat. So of course, Amerika is America. Tasliyat means condolences. So they're holding candles, white candles. They're out in the streets and they're saying, America, condolences. And then, so for David, for your benefit, again, this is literally 2001. So this is like what, 25 years ago. Instead of seeing massive crowds out there saying death to America, instead, Iranians are chanting death to terrorism. They're saying mag bad terrorist, which means death to terrorism. Who are they referring to? They are referring to the Islamic terrorists who murdered Americans on 9/11. This is from 25 years ago. But again, you've probably never seen this video in the mainstream media because this doesn't fit the narrative, right? Right? So that's what Iranians were actually doing. But I also want I want to find another video, and I want to compare this. So I want to compare the reaction of Iranians on 9/11. Okay, so let's watch this video again. So now that I've shown to you that Iranians on 9/11 were holding vigil. Again, this is an occupied Iran, right? This is the country where the Islamic dictatorship yells death to America. This is what real Iranians were doing despite what the Islamic dictatorship says. And then I want to compare this to the reaction video from the Palestinians. Remember the savage jihadi Islamic terrorists who've taken over your country? Let's compare how Iranians reacted to 9/11 versus how the Palestinians reacted to 9/11. So let's go. Okay. So there's the Iranians. Now, let's go to the Palestinians. Here we go. Are you guys ready for this? And of course, this is from American media. So American media broadcast this. Let's see how the Palestinians, right? Those savage Islamic jihadi terrorists who are literally now occupying and trying to destabilize your countries. Let's see how the Palestinians responded to 9/11.
We're going to show you from the West Bank. These are Palestinian celebrations in the wake of Tuesday's terror attacks in the United States. How apparently Palestinians took to the street chanting, "God is great." People were throwing candy, distributing candy to passersby. The U.S. government obviously has become increasingly unpopular, particularly in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, because Palestinians feel that the U.S. government has sided with Israel. One man, Nawal Abdel Fattah, wearing a long black dress, threw sweets in the air saying, actually that's a woman, pardon me, saying she was happy because, quote, America is the head of the snake. America always stands by Israel in its war against us. Meanwhile, Yasser Arafat, we're going to show you from...
Any questions? Any questions? So again, let's go back. Let's watch the Iranian reaction. So let's see how Iranians responded to 9/11. By the way, that video by Iranians, you didn't see that in mainstream media. Why? Because it didn't fit the narrative. So here are Iranians, right? Here are Iranians reacting to 9/11. So Iranians are lighting candles, they're holding vigils, they're saying, America, our condolences. And then here's how the Palestinians, right? The Palestinians chanted, the ones that your governments are importing into your countries, right? So here are how the Palestinians celebrate, how they reacted to 9/11.
From the West Bank, these are Palestinian celebrations in the wake of Tuesday's terror attacks in the United States. How apparently Palestinians took to the street chanting, "God
Bunch
is
of
great."
disgusting
People were
savages.
throwing
Look at
candy,
them.
distributing candy to passersby.
And then they say, Allahu
Government
Akbar.
obviously has become increasingly unpopular, particularly in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, because Palestinians feel that the U.S. government has sided with Israel. One man, Nawal Abdel Fattah, wearing a long black dress, threw sweets in the air, saying, actually, that's a woman, pardon me.
That's actually my favorite part, where the reporter's like, one man. Oh, wait, actually, that's a woman.
Saying she was happy because, quote, America is the head of the snake. America always stands by Israel in its war against us. Meanwhile, Yasser Arafat.
There you go. So this is literally from 25, 26 years ago. The Palestinians were celebrating the death of Americans, and yet for some reason, they are allowed to demonstrate in your countries, but Iranians who are fighting against the Islamic dictatorship, the mainstream media wants you to think that Iranians are the enemy. No, the enemy is actually Islamic terrorism that has been occupying Iran. Okay, so let's go to the next super chat. We are one. We love you from your eternal friends in Israel. May the jewel of the Middle East be reborn. Soon we hope we can visit each other again and celebrate Yalda with you next year. Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind words. I really, really appreciate that. And we can't wait until Iran is free and we can once again have, direct flights between Tehran and Tel Aviv like we used to have prior to 1979. Thanks, Goldie at 67. There is hope again. I hope so. I mean, it's looking very good. It's looking very good. Oh, Scott, thank you so much. So Scott says, here's to the return of the Shah and to the end of others. You know what, Scott? From your words to God's ears. Let's get there sooner rather than later. And guys, I have a lot of videos to share with you. So hang tight. Doug, lost some tools when the overthrow happened. Hope they are still there. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you're referring to. I mean, are you referring to the American embassy? I don't know, because the American embassy has been co-opted by the jihadis, right? So I have no idea what's going on in the American embassy. Look at this. This is my sister. So Rosie says, good job from your number one fan. You are like a sister to me. Girl, I'm your only sister. So there you go. My sister is trolling me. Golpar, I love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. So kind of you. And I love how you say I'm like a sister to you. That's because I'm your only sister. And I've literally been like WhatsApping you all day, or trying to anyway, but thank you for the support. You know what's really cute? My sister actually sent me like a WhatsApp message earlier today, and she took a photo of her TV. I feel like now I can say this because Golpa, now that you've like sent me a super chat, I can like expose all of your secrets. So oh, and she just messaged me. She said, you are almost at the Silver YouTube Plaque Creator Award. That's when you hit 100K. I'm so excited, guys. I'm so excited. But here, now that like my sister sent me the super chat, I just want to share with you some things. So I just also want to, thank my family, and especially thank my sister for being such a huge fan, a huge supporter of me. So this is actually something she sent me earlier today. So this is her, and she sent me like this photo of like, her TV, and that was that's basically like she was basically waiting for my live stream to start. So I don't know if you're watching me on TV, like it's so embarrassing, like it's weird to me, but thank you for your support, Golpar, and you are my number one fan. Actually, what I'm gonna do, since you're in the chat, I'm gonna see if I can make you. Oh, there you go. She responded. Let me pull it up. Wait. Let me fix this here. So she responded, and she's like, "I love you, Golsa. Wait, first of all, Golpar, let me make you a mod, because that way you can like block random people. But all right, here's like the messages from my sister. So she's like, I love you, Golsa. I love you too, Golpar. I love you too, Golpar. And then she's like, oh my God. So there you go. There's my sister. That's the message she sent me earlier today. That's the photo she sent me where she's like literally waiting for my live stream to start. And it's kind of cool. Like, my family also wait to get news about Iran from me. So there you go. Thank you, Golpar. I love you. Thank you for being my biggest fan and supporter. Means a lot to me. So I also made you a mod, Golpar. So just feel free to like ban and block anyone you don't like. Just block, ban. You know the drill. Okay, so Takas Janos, FYI, max video length limit. Oh, it's 12 hours. Start a brand new guys. I don't even know if I can get to 12 hours. So I'm actually already at like 8:41 p.m. Sorry, 8:41 hours. Like I'm almost at 9 hours here. Or the beginning of the stream will disappear into the void. Oh my gosh. Okay. How should Iran treat all of the traitors like the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps? So the Shah of Iran has already said that the way that all those people will be treated with is through fair trials, right? So first of all, he's already given clemency to anyone who is part of the Islamic regime but doesn't have blood on their hands. So he's already given people a way out to defect and join the people. So that's already there. But he's also made it very clear, anyone who has blood on their hands, anyone who's responsible for murder, they will have to they have to go to court, and basically there has to be trials similar to the Nuremberg trials to determine their fate. So that's sort of what's going to happen there. We want to have a very civilized process. So those are all of the super chats. But something that Takax said is now sort of like, okay, so maybe what I'll do, guys, is because I have been live streaming for almost 9 hours. I've been live streaming for 8 hours and 45 minutes. So maybe with your permission, since I have gone through all of the super chats, I'm going to end this live stream. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take a break for, maybe like 15 minutes to half an hour. Okay, 15 minutes to half an hour. And then I will come back. I will restart with a new live stream, because guys, there is so much happening in Iran. I literally haven't gone through it all. So I need at least like 4 more hours to go through all of the videos and update you guys on all of that. So I think that's probably what I'll do. And Takax, thank you for letting me know about that, because I've literally never live streamed this long before. This is the first time. And so I didn't realize about the 12-hour limit. So let me shut down this live stream and give me like 15-20 minutes. Sorry, not 20. Give me 30 minutes. Give me 30 minutes to eat my food. I heated up my food like an hour ago. I still haven't eaten it. It's cold. It's gotten cold. So give me some time to eat my food. I will be back in 30 minutes or less, and we will continue with part 2 of the live stream. And I will go through all of the videos, all of the footage, because what's happening is historic and it needs to be covered. So thank you everyone for joining, and I'll see you guys soon. I will see you guys soon. Payande Iran, Javid Shah.
بود خوی و کردار اهریمنی زمندار گفتار و کردار نیک همیشه حریف آید آزارنی چو ایران ما مهد زیبایی است مهین سرزمین اهورایی است دلم می کند هر دم آهنگ تو که ننگ است ماتم به فرهنگ تو چو ایران نباشد تن من نباد ملیمون و بر زنده چنین ملت پاک و گردن فراز به یک جنبش تازه بودش نیاز بشد انجمن از دلیران پارس ز پاکان و روشن ضمیران